Let me do this right. Gotta set it off right. When it was Kemet, Black Egypt, it was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like and subscribe. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war when it just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. Masa Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic Pharaoh way and Marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that dough, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. You gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 All right, trying to get back in here. When you enter, hit the roll button, like the video, say what's up, let's get it poppin'. What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up?
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about rep.
Yeah, this is a world premiere. You can only hear this on this show right here.
Disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental sort of ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, part of the South. Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
We're gonna go and rock out, let the people get in the building. Come on now.
Black people, are you ready to revive?
Put a like up in the chat when you get here so we can get the show started. Say what's up.
Black people,
It's so
are you
easy.
ready to revive? Black people, are you ready to revive?
See, that was one of those songs where, you know, I like creativity. You can't tell whether I agree or disagree with Killer Mike when listening to that song. But you know, I agree ultimately. The whole concept of that old concept of revolt is crazy. I feel like for what, if it's oppression and it was holding us back, then we in a revolt right now, but it ain't like you think. We're using the information age to correct ourselves and to get right. Some of us are. And we use it for what we want to use it for. And so, see, creativity, to me, it needs to be some question marks. Everything. I do some straightforward, direct songs. I'm a straightforward person, but I like my art to be more slick and clever. And let's not confuse the difference between the two. Like slick, like from Oakland, like you need a level of comprehension to understand it, but it ain't a high level of comprehension. And clever, it might sneak past some people if they don't have a high level of comprehension. We see some people rolling in the building. What's up? I see y'all. So I do want to do that. I got it on my mind, and things that be on my mind I want to do. So I want to do that, either that Magi mixtape or that Conscious Community mixtape, and it should have a little bit of everything on it. Ain't gonna just be me rapping. So I don't want it to all be Kemet. And the lightweight need to be like, who got that heat? Where the Hebrew bars? I want to hear them. Like, come on, this is not that. This is Magi Archers. And so, but I'm going to keep on saying it till y'all know I'm serious. And I put out my email to listen. It is casual@hieroglyphics.com. But what you need to know is, if you're thinking about what I'm talking about, then put that in the title. Like something for the Conscious Community mixtape or Magi mixtape. However we do it. Because that'll be just cool. Another way to, to build. But I ain't rushing though. Hum, de hum. I'm going to put up the link after Wild Babylon. Peace to you. But I want to make sure I have a little bit of, make sure there's some definite productivity in the show. Before we do the, you know how we do. I can't even really remember the last thing I was studying, though. He said there's some master MCs out there, but they can't make hits. Yeah, I know, and I don't think master MC, nothing about a master MC and making hits. So you made up that category. Like, think about ever since you was a little kid, making hits had nothing to do with who you thought was a master MC. So that's just like saying there's some There's some really good running backs, but they don't got no jump shot. Because the focus of a master MC is to master the ceremony. To be a master of a ceremony, the ceremony ain't even a recording. The ceremony is rocking the house. You feel me though? So yeah, like making hits is a whole nother focus, and it's kind of like a commercial focus that some people who focused on the art, they don't have that same focus. But it is what it is. I'm just chilling though. I'm gonna let it work up. I'm going back to now what's that called? SoundCloud. I ain't even got nothing I want to study though. I just be streaming. But you know how we get it in. I probably wind up on my Metal Netter hype. Just on the stream. Pops was putting me up on something that's going on in the Congo. What y'all know about what's going on in the Congo right now? Somebody tell me. I need to figure that out. I tried to research it last night. I couldn't find nothing. Here go a rap that sound way better without the beat.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota.
Man, what is they doing? My man Sot 12 say 50% or more of the success of the song is the beat. Again, coming from that commercial perspective, 100% true. And rappers know that too. That's why sometimes rappers who want you to focus on the lyrics will pick a beat that ain't gonna overwhelm that. Somebody said cobalt. Oh, it's the cobalt. Okay, so one of y'all, come on, I want to talk about that. And my dad was pushing me in that direction, and I do want to do it, but I don't really be talking about shit I don't know about. So if it's something going on in the Congo we need to probably discuss, let me know. Or let me know how we should address it.
How you bout to ride? You do not carry arms. You niggas Disney, Six Flags, very fun. Might ride for fun, but you not gonna do shit. All you hear is skull crushing acoustics from my Q-stick. Thermal scope hit him in dark. I let a few spit. The HK put him in park for amusement. First round lift him up, got him Ferris Wheel. Second round laid him down. Now he carouseling. You fake lord, I'm the best of all times. And the boat drag niggas like wakeboarding or parasailing. And parasailing, nefarious felon. Various chariots and carriers into the Aquarius era. I set traps, I should go check now. Used to be backpack, hoes call us Hotep now. We blowing hoes zips cause we getting more checks now. African rum, jeweled up, slapping the drum. The dashiki match the Rolex now. So from now on, you can call that Hotep style. Bitch, ever see me chasing a bag? I got duffel dough. I live off trees like how truffles grow. Full marionette, it be a puppet show. At your wet and try marionette. I let a couple go straight down the aisle. Suppressor with the muzzle on. Now you can't suppress her or put a muzzle on the bitch. Hey, don't confuse me for the mother dudes. I still reflect light like the mirrors that Hubble used. Crazy wavy, I'm on some other shit. You test me, I'm one particle in a double slit. The results say I gotta be deceived. Then it's aquatic audio until you're nautically fatigued. Smash atoms in the radio waves to see who sounds priceless. Time's relative, we have different noun slice. Pound for pound wise is witty with sound devices. I paint audible circles around the night. Beef for how you acting where the biscuits at. My butler a carved your chest, brisket flat. We only beef it cause your cuts his ass. That's a rump. Back in the day we would've kicked that ass. That's a Trump quote. Get your ass kicked at your party like a drunk. You on the bottom, then we picking up jewels. That's a sunk boat. Smoked oak, evergreen, and pine wood. We forklift money like sheets of plywood. Warehouse real, few mil in assets. Been 25 years, y'all ain't fucking with cash yet.
You know what I'm saying? This the hip hop variety show. My man said, one thing in the DRC is the Wagner mercenaries from Russia are there, and that's the Republic of the Congo. The Wagner mercenaries from Russia are there in other places in Africa supporting corrupt regimes so they can get diamonds and gold out there to fund war. Interesting. Who gonna put together a presentation on what's really going on in Africa right now? Hey, Babylon Don, casual@hieroglyphics.com. Hit me off. Just regular spellings is all good. Yeah, this is the most hip-hop variety show, and as we get it popping, we're going to just mix it all up. Hope y'all ain't mad at work, but this is how we doing this morning. Supposed to be conscious. I told y'all I'm supposed to be conscious. But y'all didn't hear that, though, because I never put it out. I only put it up here for people who just be searching for slap. Listen to what I'm talking about.
Oh, he's supposed to be conscious, huh?
Alright, why you cussing so much?
You supposed to be conscious.
Why you fussing so much?
You supposed to be conscious.
Why you acting like a girl?
You supposed to be conscious. You supposed to be conscious. You supposed to be conscious.
Wait, hold up. You're supposed to be conscious. Seen them on the tube acting all obnoxious. Your classes on the internet, that's highway robbery. You probably get some of his people to buy sovereignty. Watch this. You're supposed to be conscious. How you about to buy sovereignty from the monsters? That status correction you dealing, G gon' have your ass in the status correction facility. You're supposed to be conscious. Don't get mad at Magi for turning up a few notches. I mean, you fly, king. So why scheme? Should've gave me my 15% on that live stream.
You're
supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Be bringing so much.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Don't be lying to the people.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Don't be lying to the people.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Yep, all natural. Dr. Sabi with the medicine. How Umar tell Sadie he ain't got enough melanin, huh? How you conscious showing AKs on YouTube? They do it for views. The new paydays on YouTube. You can't read it, but you said you better. Me and my mans, yeah, we translate that. Sit back and think how you look, shit. Imagine Malcolm X screaming out, I'm book, bitch. Huh? You supposed to be conscious. How you banging on the beats, then you go to the doctor. No health care in the lobby all night. The doctor came out, the nurse too, and they all right.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Why you frontin' on the people?
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
That's right, I'm in Rob Squad out. Magi artists in the building. And artists stand for academics, research, charity, housing, economics, resources, and security. Yeah, you better get down with it. But y'all know what it is. Nah, we gotta bring that back. Nope. We bringing it back. Here go the video.
Oh, he's supposed to be conscious, huh?
Alright, why you cussing so much?
You're supposed to be conscious.
Why you fussing so much?
You're supposed to be conscious.
Why you acting like a girl?
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Wait, hold up. You're supposed to be conscious. Seen them on the tube acting all obnoxious. Your classes on the internet, that's highway robbery. You probably get some of his people to buy sovereignty. Watch this. You're supposed to be conscious. How you about to buy sovereignty from the monsters? That status correction you dealing, G gon' have your ass in the status correction facility. You're supposed to be conscious. Don't get mad at Magi for turning up a few notches. I mean, you fly, king. So why scheme? Should've gave me my 15% on that live stream.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Be bringing so much.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Don't be lying to the people.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Don't be lying to the people.
You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious.
Yep, all natural. Dr. Sabi with the medicine. How Umar tell Sadie he ain't got enough melanin, huh?
How you conscious showing AKs on YouTube? They do it for views, the new paydays on YouTube. You can't read it, but you said you better. Me and my mans, yeah, we translate Marionette. Sit back and think how you look, shit. Imagine Malcolm X screaming out, I'm book, bitch. Huh? You supposed to be conscious. How you banging on the beats, then you go to the doctor. No health care in the lobby all night. The doctor came out, the nurse too, and they all right.
You supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious, supposed to be
How you
conscious.
frontin' on the people?
You're supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious.
That's right, I'm in Rock Squad out. Magi Arches in the building. And Arches stand for academics, research, charity, housing, economics, resources, and security. You better get down with it, but y'all know what it is. Ain't no fake consciousness out here. You know what I mean? If you knew better, you do better, boy. We see through that. This East Oakland on mine. What you thought out? What you thought, huh? Yeah.
You're supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious. You're supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious, supposed to be conscious.
I almost forgot. Yo, GoFundMe is so funny. Everybody can tell that's how you getting your money. Aye, you supposed to be conscious. You gonna be looking dumb if the feds watching. I'm a Rock Squad, we deliver things. Magi, Arches, and Kimmy, we make the river stink. I'm talking stem cells, chemtrails, freedom of information. Primary sources, we beat them with information. How you conscious and still lying on the podium, eating GMOs and high sodium box foods? I knock dudes out in my pop mood, but I let the nonsense go, cause I'm supposed to be conscious.
Dollar
in the
Shave Club
building.
is a triple threat.
Hold
Quality
on, let me
razors,
stop
affordable
that.
prices, and Danny in finance,
What they
who just
doing?
got his black belt in Taekwondo. With
What they
incredible
doing?
blades,
They getting some free advertisement. Oh man. Wow. Smash put them bars on the drill beat. I don't remember them bars. I could though. We posted how you live stream. What's up with Fizo in the building? What's up with Zoo? Andy Chin, Rasun. Want to have a good build today. No nonsense build like we always do. But I'm on my hip hop hype too a little bit because I ain't really tripping. Probably wind up studying. This probably be one of the longer streams. That was fun though because this is an entertainment variety show. Since back in the day. Man, they say that Ripple won that. Now that Ripple won that case, y'all gonna be hearing a lot about crypto soon. But even though, you know, we seen this, it go up from 50 cents to 79 cents. It went up to 90 cents, fell back down, but its all-time high is $3. So just know, when they start back talking about that crypto, it's because this right here. It's called a fear and greed index. So it's a measurement of how fearful people are to buy or how greedy they are. And when people see opportunity, they become greedy. When people see a chance for losses, they become fearful. So we begin to watch the fear greed index. But yeah, so just know it's coming back. Hopefully everything get like fine how it's supposed to be. You feel me? Let me see. I'm just on the Hieroglyphic SoundCloud if you ever wanted to listen to those songs. You know what I'm saying? Do you have any raps over African or Middle East percussion? Probably sometime. I'm about to look at what you're trying to send me, Babylon Don. Hold up, because it seems to be urgent to you, so I'm going to look right now. Shout out for the insight or whatever you sending me. Let me check this out. But yeah, I ain't mad. Oh, you sent me an article on some binary corridors, but this is a complicated article, brother. So I'm gonna have to look at it. So if you want to come in the show, Babylon 9, and break down what this article said, because I know this source and they don't play. So I wouldn't be able to breeze over it right now and provide too much of anything. That's the last one on there. What you talking about, Fizo? You a crypto, but you dealing in crypto. Blood money, thugs funny, trying to uplift, yo. That was pretty hot. You know, what's the matter with that? That's kind of hot. Could people break down to the science of what he just gave us? So he gave us a 2-bar flow. I mean, not 2-bar, but a two-syllable flow. Right? But then in the second bar, he did a quick enter with the blood money thugs funny on 2 different rhymes and then went back to the initial 2. So he hit y'all with the crypto, dealing in crypto, then switched up the 2, said blood money thug funny, then went back to the original 2, trying to lift yo. So these patterns is something, and if we know these patterns and we know them by heart, we just print them like we a 3D printer of rap. So that's what I'm saying. If you in a cipher and y'all going back and forth and somebody threw out that style, oh, I'm tripping. My bad. So, but yeah, if you in a cipher and you back and forth and somebody whipped out that style, you probably throw the same style right back at them. You feel me? If he said, you a crypto, what'd he say? You a crypto, but you dealing in crypto, blood money thugs funny trying to uplift yo, then you gonna throw it right back at him. Like, I'm on the strip though, ready to get dough. And then you gonna switch the other 2. Be like, cash money cause cash funny, and then you go back. Like, cash money cause cash honey, ready to what? Ready for what? Ready for get mo? Ready to get mo. You feel me? And so it's the same. What you did is you match your boy's style like a call and response, but you have to do it swiftly. You see what I'm saying? And then he gonna come back, or he gonna switch it up. And in order for you to show you got that same mastery, you gonna hit him right back with the same style. Now, the super masters like Planet Asia, you can't do that with. Because that's their point and intent to hop through the hoops in a way that you can't really calculate it with the standard rhyme science. And standard rhyme science can be learned easily. And even I got a thing about freestyle rhyme charts that could teach almost anybody how to never not be able to think of nothing in the freestyle. You know what I'm saying? But I probably would have said Guantanamo or Gitmo. What's Guantanamo or Gitmo? I don't know. I just would have tried to put something in there. Anyway, we just chilling. What's up? Get at me in the chat. I'm going to open up the probably about 30 more minutes. All that fighting and shit, I don't know. Here and there, but I don't always just want to be only hearing from myself. You know what I'm saying? I be wanting to see what y'all think in the world. It's cool though. I don't really want to contribute to the nonsense in your life or your opportunity. I don't want to contribute to that. I want to be like a safe haven from the nonsense. more or less. But I mean, it is just life. You're gonna get caught up in it sometimes, but that ain't that ain't tight. You know what I'm saying? PPTT 100. Let's try that. TT 100. Sure, that's gonna take us to Osiris.net, maybe. Or I'm gonna look for it at Osiris.net. Oops, I messed that up. Pardon me. All right, what's this? Rekmiri. All right, so that is knowledge like Ra. Rek is knowledge. Me is like. Re is Ra. We know that. So this person claimed to have knowledge like Ra. In TT 100, the tomb of Rekmiri. All right, it says, coming from a powerful family that had already supplied before him at least 2 viziers of Egypt, Rekmiri occupied the viziership under Tutmosis III and remained there in turn for the first part of the reign of Amenhotep. All right, so this will be long and I'm not going to read it all. So what would you like me to focus on here? Because, again, normally I would look at things not live and be able to give my comment on it better. But what here did you notice? It's like 14 pages of stuff. Would you like me to look at the images? You'll rattle in fear. I can settle a steer. I don't know about that, but let's go. You'll rattle in fear. Cause see, rattle and settle is a force. You'll rattle in fear. I can see. So my brain is asking, which option do I take for the follow-up to this? Do I take rattle in fear or settle a steer? So I would just take the easiest one. But if you said you rattle in fear, I can settle a steer. And another thing is, settling a steer is what I call your fight is ill. It's something that you never gonna say in real life. I'd settle a steer. So it's anti-slick. And slick to me, saddle, okay. Thank you. I was trying to, thank you. Now that's better. Yeah, I could, you feel me too. You gotta feel me. I was like, what is he doing? He know the art. All right, masterful, like when casual. See, that like wind threw us off though. Feel me? So that was almost perfect. Because you said you'll rattle in fear, I could saddle a steer, even though saddling a steer is weak. But you'll rattle in fear, I could saddle a steer, masterful, like see the like wind threw you off. You just say masterful, casual, battle for fear. And then you killed him. You'll rattle in fear, I could saddle a steer, masterful, casual, battle for fear. But what you gonna say? You'll rattle in fear, I can saddle a steer, masterful like when casual battle fear. I don't know, maybe I ain't got the flow you talking about. But see, my brain go, that'll hear the things that'll shatter you, dear. So my shit gonna sound way too sweet. You know what I'm saying? Because it gotta flow slick. It can't sound forced. So you cats will hear to chatter that rattle you, dear. But anyway, we over here freestyling from the chat to the back. Guantanamo Bay, Gitmo. Yeah, so I would have been right about that. She want to get more like Guantanamo Bay. That's what I would have said earlier. Not, but like make it weak. You just would have said she want to get more. Guantanamo Bay. The Honorable J. Rapping a phenomenal way. This should be too fun. It's what I do for a living. But I don't really feel like I'm supposed to be on YouTube freestyling. But so I don't. I got a show in 2 days in Saskatchewan or somewhere in Canada where I'm going to do all of that. What? Guantanamo, steady flow, status quo. Cut it out. Guantanamo, steady flow, status quo. Chicago, deliver a blow. That might have worked if you was stuck at the end of a bar and you already said some hot shit. If you just busting out Guantanamo, steady flow, status quo, Chicago, bro, I'm out. Let me show you why. All you did was a one-syllable rhyme, my brother. And even in Chicago, you just rhymed the go and the blow and the quo and the flow and the mo. See what I mean? We don't do that shit. Now, Sat 12, do me like you did Cassidy and go look and see if my shit stand by what I be saying. Come on, bro. I was waiting for my man to tell me what part of this text he want me to analyze while we just talking shit. But what part of this text would you want me to analyze? I know we just playing SOT 12, but I just wanted you to understand why I said that. I'll just look at some of these photographs until my brother see why he pointed out the text here, because it's 14 pages of reading, and I'm definitely not familiar with this. So what? It says the subsequent composite show from the top attribute the ambassadors of Punt, the Atrian world, Nubian people, Syrians, populations, and finally Nubians and Syrian captives accompanied by women and children. All right. They have scenes from Punt here. But I don't know what I'm looking at, so I don't like to do that. But like when people go, so yeah, you could think of another one and put another one up, SOT 12. At least try 2 syllables. 1 syllable works, bro. Go listen to All Too Short, Ice Cube. They pimped the world. I mean, you know, they showed the world that even Slick Rick, even though he would be multisyllabic at times, you show the world that that's not what it's really about. None of these things that I be talking about, if it might sound pretentious or egotistic, it's really because you got to know this ain't all to it. So even I can know all of this and only reach the levels that I reach in music. See what I'm saying? If you have different goals and ambitions, you're going to subscribe to different standards. This is Nubian bringing some what? Oh, I'm definitely going to study this because it got stuff to do with Hick Stokes, the retinue here. We got the retinue here. Thanks for pointing these things out. Somebody, Ryan, all right, I'm going to see if I'm busting y'all bars right that y'all put in the... Yeah, Guantanamo is more than 3 syllables, first of all. Guantanamo. That's 4 syllables, bruh. And you just rhymed the mo. That's the whole part about it. So you can say, I know you meant 4, that's not a big thing, but you can say Guantanamo, but if you don't say John got a flow, then you didn't rhyme all 4 syllables. Or you could say Guantanamo and Guanago, then you rhymed all 4 syllables. But if you say Guantanamo and I'm about to flow, the only syllables you rhyme was mo and flow. So that's the art that people be talking about, and understanding that it has to hit every syllable. It most normally, if you think you're a rap guy, do. Point out what mines don't. You can do it right in the chat. You can use lyrics, and you're going to see that it's something I have followed for a long time. Now, when I don't do that, it's normally on purpose. But to me, it never sounds good when you do that. But yeah. Oh, somebody had some bars that I couldn't spit. Let me see. Shit, I could backhand a deer, mess around and slap up a bear. Huh? All right, I'm just gonna get your flow. I could backhand a deer, mess around and slap up a bear, make a stand-up dude sit down and punch a hole through you so hard that my fist will come back through the chair. Hold up. Come out the back of the chair. All right, that's kind of like something that could be worked out. But it ain't intimidating. If you said that in somebody's face, they'd be like, what? You could backhand a deer, bro, with somebody standing in your face and slap up a bear? Make a stand-up dude sit down? That's where you fell off. Because that ain't got no lyrical license. But make a stand-up dude sit down and punch a hole through you so hard that my fist come back out the chair. So basically punching a hole through you so hard that the fist come back out the chair is the metaphor that we're trying to get off. And we could use our setup better for that one. But I ain't mad at that. Let me see. All right, what'll happen after that? This is fun. Shout out to y'all in the chat putting up y'all bars. And I hope y'all ain't mad at my honest opinion. Somebody said, explain it by breaking down the Asada Shakur bar from that God Killer line. Oh, we could definitely break down that Asada Shakur. Because if you go into that, I think if you look into what my brother just cited, he just cited a lyric of mine where I think I was doing like it was like a very good a 5 silly. Thanks for shouting that out, homeboy. The Chop Up Show. You must fucks with me. I fucks with people who fucks with me. Anybody don't fucks with me, this is what it is. I don't fuck with you either. You feel me? But dude already noticed this one line that must have been hot, bruh. I did think back to, see, sometimes I just will try to channel this, right? Like, I didn't write God Killer. But I'm not cheating like I said this all the way through. I just was thinking of monumental thoughts and busting them. But when that flow came, that shit was, you did that. I mean, when you said that, when you pointed that out, let me see. Hold on.
It's the love of my life. Brother Polite, hand on my pistol. The Heathen channel to play poetic and missionary. Yeah.
Hold up.
When I send you religion, that red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. The dance in the brain, indivisible gang.
I don't even. Oh, here we go. See, really? Now, the line that my man just asked me to break down when we talk about multisyllabics, to me and to really the rap gods, like if you go listen to I'm talking about some young rap gods. What's the brother name? Ransom? Man, that boy got the art down pat. What's the brothers' names from Griselda? They got the art, they just dope rap. You know, like new murder music. But they got the art though. But that's limiting. So limiting. To where I could go there too. Every American could go there. But if you don't got content outside of that, you gonna be not able to deal with a rap god. So really the knowledge and the stuff that we think is not so cool in hip hop because it's not a push forward on the it ain't promulgated on the commercial playing field. It's still the fruit of hip hop. It is still your winning prize, even if you gangster rap. Additional information stretches out the playing field. But again, back to the bar, my man asked me to break down. So I started this flow so early, bro. I started this 5-syllable way early at Nubian Kush. But I'm doing the sillies on their ass though. But I'm a walk up. I like to walk it up. So I might go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to me, sometimes, and then when you're getting scientific, I never plan it out. I let the vibes do it. But if you're getting too scientific, I might drop back down to a 1. But by the time I get to a 6, I never want the audience to be able to know that that's what's happening. And if you let them know that's what's happening, you're kind of weak. That's just how I see it, though. You know what I'm saying? Because that take the magic away, and that's why Eminem don't resonate with a lot of black people. Because you could we understand his greatness, but resonation and making somebody hair stand up on their arm, that's something else. And in order to do that, you gotta it's certain hurdles to hop in art. And he's hopped all of them, all of the linguistic hurdles. But it's just that last thing. So listen, I said Nubian Kush. So all the way this is for my man Chop Show. Domo, what's up? This is for my man. Think about how we multifolded this though, Domo, because I said Nubian Kush because you know I want to be on my chemist shit. But the average street food ain't really dealing with that, so I make them think I'm talking about weed. I say Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars. I could prove it by showing you black top. Weed don't come in black top pottery. And this black top pottery was found where? In Nubian Kush. Damn, I messed up, but look. So this the black top pottery. Instead of when they thought we was talking about, we just make them think you talking about something else. Because you're talking about two things at once for different comprehension levels. So I said, now if we want to get on the syllabics, I said Nubian Kush. I could have hit the whole black top pottery jars, which would have been cool. Black top pottery jars, that would have been a 6. But I didn't want to come out like that. That would have been amateur and jumping the gun. Appreciate you for saying that. So it said Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, and then to throw them off some more, what I say? I said 39% THC, the quality pure. But remember I said Nubian Kush, black top pot. I said pottery jars, and I rhymed it with quality pure. It required a little bit of West Coast accent to pull off my thing to where you didn't know I was hitting it with. So I started with a 3, what? In the quality pure. But let's keep going, though. I want you to see this, how long it developed. Rappers switch up on the rock. Damn.
39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like
quality pure. That's a 4. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. Hot as before, y'all know, I'm just doing it on the under. But it's really a 4-syllable. And this ain't that discreet, but it'll get more discreet. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 shots above, busting shots at the floor. Shots at the floor, hot as before, all the way back to pottery jars, but I'm stretching it. Hot as before, pottery jars.
5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed them.
So now we don't got it no more, product in stores. I got bored with that. And so we're going to step it up a little bit.
Hey kids, see what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said.
Hit him with a little 2-syllable to get up out of that last flow. Now watch, we gonna bring that same thing back though.
I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol.
I think I went, am I too far? Damn. I should have went earlier. Damn, I didn't start earlier. Damn, I didn't start early enough. My bad.
It's on it. The King's libation with exotic liqueur. Open mic spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The King's libation with exotic liqueur. The Queen's vibration like a side of Shakur.
That just happened, Domo. Sometimes it be like Tesla. I know if you got bars, Domo, you know what I mean. Sometimes you be just chilling and then popping your head like Tesla with every single syllable line up. So they gave that to me. Like the consciousness just gave that to me. Because that shit went together way too good. Now when we talk about, I didn't write that down, nah. It just popped in my head and I captured it with the computer. So I wrote it in the computer because this is the digital age, meaning I didn't type it. I never typed those lyrics. I never picked up a pen and wrote them. They popped in my head, and my way that I write is into the DAW, into the recorder. I turn on record and say that idea that popped in my head, and it's enabled me to sound better to y'all. Because I never used to do that when I was younger. So it said, the Queen's vibration like Asada Shakur. Wait. It said, the King's libation with exotic liqueur. God damn. The Queen's vibration like Asada Shakur. A lot of decor. Imported foreign threads they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush. Blacktop pottery jars. 39% THC. Quality pure. Play with them words, man. Because you got a whole canvas and you can just go out and create, man. Don't let nobody hate. So if you want to talk about the syllabics, though, let's talk about it. Because that was like an 11 or a 12. And shout out to Tajay for inspiring me down that route. I used to be like, nah, son, you're going too scientific on them. Then I had to say, hold up, that's the truth right there. Now let's see, is that how many syllables did I fall off? The King's libation with exotic liqueur. The Queen's vibration. The King's libation. The Queen's vibration. That all lines up. Let's count it. The King's The King's libation. That's a 5. Already started with a 5. The King's libation with exotic liqueur. The King's libation with exotic liqueur. Now that is an 11 syllable setup. Let's see if I hit them all off and everybody couldn't even tell before I broke this down. Because if you ain't spitting this slick, only the rap guy's supposed to hear that. You supposed to hear the content I'm talking about. I said, the Queen's vibration. We already lined that up with King's libation. Like Asada Shakur. X. So you can say and X don't rhyme, and I'll take that. Asada, exotic. That's the best force in there. But then if you wait and fuck that up trying to be more scientific, you're going to mess that up. Sound like somebody who ain't touching the people. So it really, the King's vibration with exotic liqueur, the Queen's vibration like Asada Shakur, that is an 11 silly. And it was just pulled off hella, not even in the way like I'm like, listen to my style.
Vibration like Asada Shakur. That nice neon kit is on it. The King's libation with exotic liqueur. The Queen's vibration like Asada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads they ain't got at the store. Nubian and Kush, and black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 like the bull, bust the shot to the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play
hold on.
Dictionary.
Fuck with the schemes though. That scheme was hard too. We just chilling. I'm gonna open up the chat so we can talk about something else, but we talking about bars right now. You know what I'm saying? Brother Polita say I'm animalistic. So this is what I did in the ad lib. I said hand on my pistol, and on the main line, I said hand on my biscuit. I used to think rappers used to do that to me back in the day, and I used to be listening really hard for what they said, and I couldn't tell, and I used to think it was both. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic. E5 divination. Channel the mystics. Audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah. Then I'll send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Intrinsic, independent. Shit, I said another one. They all N-words. That's why I said, I'll bring it all to an end. Intrinsic, independent, and it was another one. Let's think. Damn.
Yeah. Invisible, independent. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games.
They wasn't fucking with that. I said invisible, intrinsic, independent. I'll bring it all to an end. I just was talking about all those N words I just said that wasn't the N word. Y'all caught that before? Tell the truth. That's one y'all didn't catch. I said I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains.
Charles Xavier, getting your brain, mental anguish, and with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain, mental anguish, or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery. Son, bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising. Trend line resistance.
That was another one that was on the under. They probably didn't catch it. I said he got military machinery. They exercise weaponized greenery. What that mean? Because you smoke that weaponized weed. Got military machinery. Exercise weaponized greenery. With a shine that'll jeopardize the scenery, son. Ooh, a shine that'll jeopardize the scenery. Y'all fucking with that. And then I hit him with that sun after that, really thinking about the sun. But if you in the photos and you know about overexposure and you know when something's shining too bright, it might even jeopardize the whole scene. But now, I ain't tripping. My man asked me to break that down and I went far with it. Shout out to Domo. You feel me? We're going to let that bump out and get back to what we was doing, you know, the regular.
The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer.
Hey, what's up with Human 2.0?
The God killer.
Shout out to you.
The God killer. The God killer.
Yeah, that's why I said Charles Xavier getting your brain. They wasn't fucking with that, right, son, huh? Put this hand on this temple, be all up in your head, boy. So he said, how was this done and what kind of rap style is this? What is this called? I don't know. Those are good questions. That's just freestyle because I'm really just, but I'm not, it's not spontaneous. It's not off the top of the head. And if you want to get scientific with it, I think I went from 2 syllables, 1 syllable up into about 11 and back down to 2. And so in teaching a hip hop class, I would categorize all of this, every bar, and break it down for people. And I do got a variety show, so I don't mind that content. But I would rather share another jewel for my people who embark on a freestyle trail and sometimes have some problems thinking of the next lines and stuff. Just like musicians have scales where they will never hit the wrong note, I got this scientific thing, and I'm not going to say I'm the beginning of it, but I've seen other people talking about it too. If you in the rap mastery like that, you need to spend time developing your rhyme scales. Now, it's hella hot. It's about to be like 100 degrees where I'm at, so I'll be getting that early morning AC on. So allow me to turn on some early morning AC real quick. I'm going to just run in the other room. And here goes something too where I started off and I didn't have the vibe right at the beginning, but then my vibe picked up later in the freestyle and I started spitting some fire. So when I started going into this style, I was inspired by that rapper Daylight. Because Daylight had a style that he brought to hip hop to where he just do this certain thing, but not his crazy weird style. Y'all hear the part that y'all might see that was inspired by Daylight, but I'm only playing this to go turn on the AC, probably grab a water, then I'll be right back. Like the video, get ready because when we talk about income streams, you don't lean on your intellectual property, particularly as if it's going to support you or like you're going to pimp it, but you get it out in the world and allow it to do what it could do. Get it off your hard drive. I clown people with that hard drive music. Like all this music I'll be playing to y'all, this is just hard drive music. And this is just the hard drive I'm willing to share. But hard drive music ain't good because this should have stayed on your computer for 4 years. So let me go real quick and but yeah, and so again, I didn't make no outrageous beat because I wanted people to focus on the lyrics. What I was doing in maybe like the first 8, 16 wasn't too much, but then it started heating up. I'll be right back. Oh, damn. I ain't trying to play that, and the song I'm trying to play, they hating. No, that ain't called. All right, I'm going to play what I want to play, like I said. But it's called something else. So, whatever, man. Sometimes I like to just do something not to be talking about the nonsense and the bullshit. I'll play my game whole live on the whole YouTube. But let me see. I think it's called Light Work. If it ain't Light Work, it's called It's Done. It's on me. Okay, yep. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Hey, that's
Want to play that in iTunes. Let me see. Be right back. Thanks for watching. Be right back. Hold up. Where'd that shit go? The other night I did some nights I come on and do just a whole mixtape on them. But for some reason this ain't one to open. This must be a wave. Why this ain't opening in here? All right, be right back. Forget it.
Hey, this one on me. Nah, hey, it's on me. You know me, that's how it's gon' be. I spent some money on bruh, cause I'm your homie. Loaned him a few bucks, he got lonely. Ain't seen homie around. Something told me that OG was leaking, but the police was peeping. We smoking kush, getting high in your tweeter speakers. Got stripes, Adidas sneakers, not like these weak ass niggas. The heater creeping, don't need a license for me to keep it. You niggas went from EBT to EDD when all she want is BBC. Brother J pushing the beat, PTB, wood grain Wagoneer, 3 TVs.
Triple OG, and your boy got respect though. You ever rock that high road day? I cut your check, bro. Look at your bank statements. For my hand cocked, I just put an easement on a parcel that was landlocked. Huh. Why you out here acting rowdy, flossing? I just put a bid on some land at the county auction. And no, not that high road land, my own land. Arsonist, the pyro man, sparking it. Doing it with my own hands. We pull up like swatting that 5-0 band. You want a verse? It's like you throwing a talent show. With no talent, bruh, you need 5 more bands. I'm real, even though I know reality is simulated. I stimulated your minds with shit I innovated. I demonstrated my prime and still I'm in it, ain't I? You emulated my kind, you feel I'm winning, player? Well, just remember I ain't better than you. I'm just moist in the voice, sound wetter than you. You analyze my styles like competitors do. I can rewrite your bars like editors do. If we building, then bruh, I'm an edifice dude. I'll be a mixture hood like we peddling too. Cats talking on a player like I'm telling you boo. I got guns in the closet, you got skeletons dude. 10 G's in the flamingo when the pelican.
Yeah, crypto sale.
I'm an intelligent dude. Now I won't be, even if you selling me food. I pop you, but I ain't in the felony mood. I'm from Oakland. Want somebody tell him be cool. Gotta squeeze in these bitches like Miss Melody's shoes. Old nigga reference. I keep the gold digger stepping. You ain't getting nothing but the pole and the pimpin'. I go big so it won't go larger. That's why the RV got a turbocharger. That's why the jet ski got a turbocharger. And baby on the back spilling Merlot water. My main man copped the hotel in Panama. Take a LJ shitting on niggas. Grandmama. I ran by my man by my baby mama house. He should have a plan by now. That's when my man threw back that $5 grand I tossed. I keep a bag on me, dear Santa Claus. I'm really a chief, you playing a boss. I knock your bitch walls down, now she stay in the loft. I got receipts, bruh, she paying the cost. She got me these ain't Izod, they're Lacoste. Shrug my shoulders and straighten my lapels. I dust them off like, oh well, you must not know your hoe well. She get dirty like a 4-wheel, ATV, and it's 4-wheel. Oh, hold it, mama.
Now look, I never wanted to put that out, and I won't. I like using it for moments like this. I like having stuff for like moments like this, and I'll play it over and over. This will be where people can hear it. But I'll be thinking how I can just whip that out on somebody when these rappers don't get in my face no more, but I used to be out like that. And somebody spit right now, man, I'll walk dudes up out the park. Because you never going to hear a 16 ever make the mistake of asking me to spit and thinking you ready to spit after that. You better have like a 200 ready. If you don't got a 200 ready, don't ask me to spit. Because I'm going to make sure you ask me to stop. It don't work right. You feel me? I'm just saying, and that's how we do for my MCs in the chat. Y'all know how we do. Fuck that. Don't let nobody block your shine. That's how you get it in. Like, if you ain't got a 200, you lazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, just think about it. 3 16s, you got yourself a song. You know what I'm saying? So what you need, like 10? I mean, I don't know. Shit, let me see. Shit. But basically, you're going to take of all them songs, that's going to have to be one verse. What's up with the people, though? Where the knowledge at? Stellar Lumens is down. Man, I've been watching the crypto, so I'm all in the crypto project. And everything locked up. I can't take advantage of nothing. Because as everything go down, if you move around, you lose money. So, you know, I got plenty of things where was trying to help people take advantage of the crypto market too. People don't understand it'd be a $5, $10 game. Sometimes they be thinking you be talking about hella money. Man, you go right on your Cash App, get $5 worth of Bitcoin with 2 clicks. Someone says your style gonna be worth something. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, that style's worth. Yeah, been supporting my family off it. You know, some people think I'm cool. Some people don't like it. It's just going to be how art is. But that's not for you to be tripping off as an artist. Any of the artists that's hearing my voice right now, you ain't supposed to be tripping off what people be doing. Remember when Taz dissed me? I'm about to listen to Taz diss me. Let's listen. Oh, when Taz dissed me. Oh, let's listen to Taz diss me. That boy got so fried. But shout out to Taz. It was a good attempt. I definitely wouldn't write no bars for him when he dissed me. Let's see, Casual. Taz. This Casual. Why your homies be doing that? So this just like, I would never equate him to nobody like Doodoo. But sometimes people will come at you and you just be chilling. Look at the person that he tell you I was in his life. But he only wanted to come at me because he thought I was one of the best. And to me, I don't want to be the best if that is how you're going to treat me. Look at this shit. You get your day. I'm at the house, wife, kids, you my homie. Oh, the licks is on Drink Champs. Let me watch.
Like, you know how you gotta beat it, because hieroglyphics, that's our homeboys and everything. But my homeboy called me a couple, like 3 or 4 days ago, and he said the Casual kind of disrespected the licks legacy. Like, we ain't worried to do verses with them or some shit.
Oh, wait, see, that's I love all the real ones in the room. Cause they could tell you quick who crazy. E Swift say, wait, He's trying to stop him from burning a cool-ass bridge. Like, what is you going to do some stupid shit for? Just because you want Drink Champs and you want something controversial to say? So some people just will do this shit. Like, he going to even... Watch how this whole scenario go down. They like... So you saying this on our show about somebody? So basically you trying to start a beef here? Watch everybody's reaction.
And he said the Casual kind of disrespected the licks legacy. Like, we ain't worried to do verses with them or some shit.
Oh, wait, E Swift didn't know about
So the
this?
whole bottom line is I went to the studio that night. I went to the studio that night.
Look, even Nori pointed it out. Like, his face got big. Look.
That night. I went to the studio
Look
that
at
night.
Nori.
I went to the studio that night.
So this is not what you do when you go on Drink Champs. You put an L in your life, Rico. Fucking with somebody you knew was way better than you.
So the whole bottom line is I went to the studio that night. I went to the studio that night, and I was really working on this whole other song. But I just wrote some bars for Casual to
Casual, you know, the high road.
Because it's like, man, that's how they feel.
Earrings in his ear.
That's Dale.
No,
that's my homeboy.
That's Ice Cube's cousin.
Shout out to the High Road, man. I love them dudes, and I love Casual too. I ate Thanksgiving dinner at Casual House, but I'm just on some MC shit.
I ate Thanksgiving dinner at Casual House, but I'm just on some MC shit. So what exactly is some MC shit? Because if I ate dinner at any of y'all house on Thanksgiving, like I took him to eat my mama dinner. It wasn't my wife. I took him to eat. They was at a hotel in Frisco. You need a plate? Come through. You're not going to do that for hella people. And I seen this and I'm just at the house. Me. Y'all know me, bro. I don't be wanting to do this dumb shit.
I love Casual too. I ate Thanksgiving dinner at Casual House, but I'm just on some MC shit this year, man, and I heard that. And so for me to let that slide.
You heard it yourself or someone told you?
No, somebody told me, but I just said, in case it's true, I wrote a verse. You know what I'm saying?
So now I find out that it's an MC that, was my homie. Still my homie to this day. But you got a verse about me? Wow. So if y'all don't rap, that's equal to somebody saying they got beef with you and then you find out they got a gun. Right when you find out that they got beef with you.
Yourself or someone told you?
No, somebody told me, but I just said, in case it's true, I wrote a verse. You know what I'm saying? I let that be.
You wasn't sure if it was true?
But they laughing at you. They showing you how to be a man. They telling you all the things you're supposed to know. You wasn't sure if it was true.
I wrote a verse, you know what I'm saying? I let that be.
You wasn't sure if it was true?
Just in case. I wasn't sure about
I just got one right here.
But the whole thing is, it's just like,
can we hear the verse?
You know, respectable. I don't remember that shit, but I got it though. You already heard it. But the only reason it's like this. Shout out to Casual and the High Road and all that shit. It's just like to beat the best. You got to beat. Beat the best. You got to beat the best. We've been hearing that shit so many years. It's like. I was just waiting for, I couldn't think of nobody else in
but
the
you
life.
guys, both of y'all are such a pillar in.
To be the best, you got to beat the best. You couldn't think of nobody. I feel you. But really, the way to do that was you probably should have got at me and say, hey, let's do this thing and work our way up to get on verses. Because that was your little lie that wasn't cool, basically.
That's why they don't hate you. They don't disrespect. He's feeling he's better than that. I'm gonna show him he's not, and that's it. Go ahead. This ain't no blindside shit. I'm just saying. That's what I heard, and I've heard Casual brag. We went on tour together and all that stuff about he can't be touching on the mic and all this and everything. So, you know, I just
seem a little personal. I like it.
I didn't really like it though. Because I knew I had to smash somebody that was, you know, I knew I had to smash somebody. Like smash. And so I wouldn't rap because I knew he couldn't rap with me. And when he played the song that he did make, it was like, I was like, are you serious? It was one of the worst disses ever.
LA, stand up. Bay Area, stand up. Liquid. I can't believe the audacity of this snowman built ass nigga. Cash a hoe. While I was touring cities, you was growing titties. Can't believe this lazy nigga thinking that he fucking with me. Let me snap him out that dream. Let me stop him before we start. This fool is world famous, getting beat up at the park. I knew he was a more. I can't believe you trying to battle me. Now I gotta turn a casual into a casualty. Fucking with catastrophe.
Man,
you know your days.
Like, you need your homies in the studio, your real loved ones, straight shooters. Because if they let you come out with that, I know E Swift didn't hear this. He would have been like, blood, if you don't turn that shit off, you talking about smash? Listen.
But I ain't hate with you on tour cause bitches thought you was a plumber. Cash a hoe. This ain't my first rodeo.
So, see this, look. He came on his song and didn't have no fact rap. So instead of just doing what he did, he said he wrote this shit. And so I was just like, I would never write no rap for him. And I know too much. I'm just going to spit fact rap.
Came down and told me so. All I really know is that catastrophe about the house that. You feeling different, nigga, put some money where your mouth at. Cricket, just like I predicted. And I'ma keep it west, y'all don't want it with the liquid. Cause the licks are super sick with everything that you desire. One of verses with the high roll, but it never transpired. Good for them. My career's in a spiral. Tash serving cash is how high roll goes viral. Ever since 93, I think these niggas in denial. Beating me is like a black beating trial in Ohio. This nigga tried to disrespect us. But tried to go live, all he did was disconnect us. Cause I signed like reflectors, you mad, my shit is fuego. Might come to...
That shit was weak. Then he apologized. No, he didn't even apologize, though. He did worse. I responded with a freestyle in about 15 minutes. Man, he put that shit out. I responded with a freestyle in about 15 minutes. And he Instagrammed me and asked me to take my verse down. Facts. I still got the IG. Maybe you go back in the race. Oh, shit, it's cool. But I ain't tripping. I ain't got no beef with him. But to prevail in such a manner when somebody dish you out the blue, you respond and you get a email from them like, bro, I didn't know you was going to go like that. Can you take the verse down? It let me know I don't even like getting into that battle shit like that. Because I don't want to do that to people. Like, you fucked up and now you could have some restitution. But I ain't like that, bro. I'm from the town. I'm going to cut you. It's going to hurt. And so don't even do it because I don't do that to people. Go look through my career. I ain't never did no silly shit like that. Just come out dissing the motherfucker that's down with me. And this too late in rap to try that shit. You should have did it in the 90s when we was on fire, bruh. Nigga trying to diss me in 2022 when you got hella whacker and I got hella better. That be all these niggas though. They be tripping. But I beat him up so bad on the thing, I don't even want to play it. Because the shit all true. See, this is the difference. So you got one of these internet conflicts. You better learn how to win them. You're not about to see nobody damage what I've been working on for the last 30 years on this new internet bullshit. I'm ready. And I'll put resources into prevailing. That's why Doodoo down right now. Fucked around and just fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
Oakland Hills will snatch you out that Winnebago. Don't fuck around with Rico. So Ray should have told you that. Now I'm in the town trying to catch you in a cul-de-sac. Fuck the verses, y'all should call the nurses. Added up your whole career and totaled up the work. So the moral of the story is don't fuck around and liquid biz. They speak you
up. Oh my God, if any of y'all wrote that in the chat, I will give you a bar. Fuck the, let's break down lyrics like we be breaking them down.
Y'all should call the nurses. Added up your whole career and
fuck the verses. Y'all should call the nurses. I added up your whole career and it equaled worthless.
Nurses added up your whole career and totaled up to work. So
it totaled up to worthless because he needed to fit more syllables in there that wasn't rhyming with nothing.
So call the nurses, added up your whole career and totaled up to work. So the moral of the story is don't fuck around and liquid biz. They speak you up and eat you up. This nigga know what time it is. It's time to put this turtle nigga back in his shell. His records don't sell, still living on tail. I say words like a spell, this mic is like a drug. I might NFT this nigga, make a calfskin rug.
What? You might NFT me and make a cash skin rug? You wrote that down?
Spell this mic is like a drug. I might NFT this nigga, make a calfskin rug. Nobody. Here go the difference. I'm OG, he's IG. That's why I never let that bummy nigga stand right beside me. And I seen a couple posts so you could save all that shouting for them niggas you be fishing with that broke back mouth. Snatch money out the sky like Odell Beckham. You ain't gotta like a task, but you will respect him. Irrelevant niggas, I had to disconnect him. He's a thing of the past, so I don't even recollect him. Geek nigga, he ain't even on my radar. I'm coming out the club, this fool is coming out the gay bar. I told y'all catastrophe gets the last laugh. About to close this nigga book, this is this last chapter. But I'ma keep it pressing cause this nigga cannot rap me. So if you wonder what the verses hieroglyphics, holla at me.
Oh, you said play, man. I mean, like, you know, this is what it is with me. To respond to something like that, I was not gonna make no big effort. And he asked me to take my verse down, so I did. But somebody recorded it and left it up. No, I really have the text message where he heard my response and asked me to take it down. But I'm not playing my shit like you about to hear the most outrageous bars in the world. I told you that when somebody come at you through the internet, you know how to play chess. You got different ways to respond. And instead of going rappity, everybody know I could rap better than Taz, right? So rapping better than him wouldn't have won. He would have been somewhere thinking that he did good. So instead, I just hit him with fact rap. If y'all know battle rap, there's different levels and different ways you can address a threat. And so I just hit him with fact rap, and I knew that would close his doors. Wasn't worried about the beat. Wasn't worried about no mix down, none of that. In order to get him to submit via Instagram by texting me, can you please take that down? I had to say things that were real that I knew about him. And since we got a real long running career together, and I don't know why you picked me to diss, and he spent the most of his career as a drunk. So he forgot a lot of the stuff that I mentioned in this song. And he even said that in the text message. So again, this is, to me, when I wrote for Eminem, I could not address Eminem without writing. But this was just a quick, the amount of time that I spent on this show right now, this 1 hour and 30 minutes, I didn't spend 1 hour 30 minutes. So, but I still killed that nigga.
Nigga got to saying all
stupid ass nigga.
Nigga got to saying all kind of shit. And fuck got himself fucked up. It's funny how niggas that challenge be all on your phallus, but I'ma bring it into the fallacy. Look, don't get intimidated to battle me. I make tricks think that's simulated reality. The spaceship get a facelift when the paint chip. He went on Drink Champ saying all that fake shit, bruh. You got niggas in your own crew that really hate you. You don't wanna battle Cash Out, humiliate you. I mean, he's silly. Won't be rapping about you when I seen a white boy slap the shit out you. That's facts. In Vegas task, white boy cocked back and laid his ass out. Then a nigga tried to come in my room. I had the thing on me, but I wasn't giving it to him. Facts, acts, look here though, you been a weirdo. I cussed you out in Michigan, nigga. Your punk ass made J roll up and move to Switzerland, nigga. And up and move to Switzerland, nigga. And off the top, I ain't writing, I'm just dissing this nigga. Exhibit never liked your post until you got sober, cold like a Michigan block in October. Glock knocked over, pop shots at your hot box, then I drop rocks in a stopwatch. You won't drink Champs rattling off. Let me show you why you know you can't battle a boss. Cause when a big king coming, yeah, I get things done. And who booked who for 1,500? Huh? And who didn't buy no flights?
Hold on. See, that's that reality rap that you don't even need to be saying hella bars. Cause when a big king coming, yeah, I get things done. And who booked who for 1,500? And who didn't buy no flights? But who was there, ready to rock high-roll mics? So shut the fuck up. Nigga, you know how I be. I just hit him with fact rap. No bars, no syllables, no structure. Just kill a nigga with facts.
October, Glock knocked over, pop shots at your hot box, then I drop rocks in a stopwatch. You won't drink Champs rattling off. Let me show you why you know you can't battle a boss. Cause when a big king coming, yeah, I get things done. And who booked who for 1,500? Huh? And who didn't buy no flights? And who was there, ready to rock high-roll mics? So shut the fuck up, nigga, you know how I be. Shout out X to the Z, what up King T? I'ma take this nigga back to 1993, when you rolled from LA to Oakland to meet me, nigga. And I ain't.
So hold on, he must have forgot in 1993, this nigga got in a car and rode to Oakland to meet a nigga named Casual. A guy, y'all don't like my language. That's what it is out here. And when he got here, I gave his man 30 racks to shoot my video. Nigga, don't even play. I had to bring all this shit back and you asked me to take this shit down.
High-roll mic, so shut the fuck up. Nigga, you know how I be. Shout out X to the Z, what up King T? I'ma take this nigga back to 1993, when you rolled from LA to Oakland to meet me, nigga. And I ain't even know your ass. I gave your man 30 grand for a promo blast. Hey, yo, DJ, the hottest rapper in your group. You was broke when he Swift had that Benzo coupe. Got your money, then you didn't give your friends no loot. But now you won't drink Champs trying to defend your crew. You don't articulate good enough to be the spokesperson. First it was rap life, now you just broke thirsty ashy. You the first light-skinned nigga I seen ashy. Catch me mashing in the nashy. I think I was there when you lost your tooth. Got rocked in the snot and shit fell loose. Tried to book me in Vegas. I ain't a dumb nigga, didn't have no paperwork, so I didn't come, nigga.
Nigga tried to book me, nigga. I ain't coming, nigga.
Shoulda asked Nori where the fuck he got his teeth fixed. Snag it too fast, nigga, you would make your own crew laugh at you, ass nigga. I was on tour with you, you fucked up every verse, every night. You used to get so drunk till you smelled like piss. No, you probably don't think you should get done like this, but you need it, nigga. I'm rap guy with the hashtag quoted. You couldn't rap with me if Razzcast wrote it. Dude slipping, think about who you dissing. All my styles over your head like beauticians. Anxiety was all in your vocal tone, and it was written all over your face. Post Malone, toast to my folks on the coast we on. I'm the best of all times. Now tell me who boat she on. Be low key with the doses on. Don't approach me, nigga, like you know he wrong. I
feel like I'm bringing groceries to your nursery home. I could coach him, give Tash that ass emoji. Cold on a nigga till I froze him. Then I make a mold of a nigga that's a trophy. He know he could get the hand solo. He can't throw though. Tap your jaw and dance on your man's polo. Look, Goldilocks and went and poked the bear. He done got Papa Bell up by the sofa chair. Stay sober, player. I'm off hydro and gin. That's why I'm spitting hotter than the solar flare, colder than the polar bear. Soldier down, hold your head. The dark force bounty hunter, nigga Boba Fett.
I kept going. This nigga, I wasn't the end. I just kept going. It was over. But again, that wasn't nothing. That was just a freestyle. I like that I'm a rock squad shit better than that because it was more tactical. What we doing, man? Somebody bring up a topic, man. What we doing right now? But yeah, I don't slick talk to people that don't get at me like that, though. I like to support people and be like, yo, your best man. Like I'm gonna call Smash. I'll fuck them up for you. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I appreciate that. That was just, but if you're going to go into syllabus on that verse too, shit, I only made sure I did that in the beginning and then I just hit him with fact rap. But the first line killed him.
So fucked up. It's funny how niggas that challenge be all on your phallus, but I'ma bring it into the fallacy. Look, don't get timid, intimidated to battle me. I make tricks think that's simulated reality. The spaceship get up.
Y'all got that? Don't. You know I fuck with my simulated reality, but I said don't get timid, intimidated to battle me. I make tricks think that's simulated reality. Now I asked you to think. I said matrix, but you just heard I make tricks think, but it's really the matrix. Since we battling in the matrix, I make tricks think that simulated reality. The spaceship, you get a facelift with the paint chip. And you went on Drink Champ saying all that fake shit. We out here. What's up with y'all though? I didn't even have to really say nothing after that for the rap niggas. They knew it was already done. Because that's fact rap. You got niggas in your own crew that really hate you. You don't want to battle Cash, I'll humiliate you. I mean, you really want me rapping about you when I seen a white boy slap the shit out you? Yeah, I was like, take that down, Cash. That's facts. In Vegas, Tash. White boy cocked back and laid his ass out. All right, it's over. Because, like I said, I don't even like that part of life at this point. But that was just a response. And, you know, that's dude cool with me. Especially after asking me to take it down. You know what I'm saying? That was just it kind of not made me feel good. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't at the house like, yeah, motherfucker, I won. Of course I knew I'd win. And I don't like doing that to people who I've known for hella long. But at the time, my heart was to put up his question to ask me to take it down on Instagram. But I was like, that's wrong. And that was that. I don't even feel like opening up the chat. I don't know. I'm puzzled. People gonna scream me to death. But unless y'all have some hip hop though. Somebody got some hip hop? I ain't gonna stop on none of my goals. When I set a goal at this point in the year, I needed to manifest by December, Christmas. Now we could put this album up in the next, have it all the way around in 2 days, but that's not nothing. Anybody could do that. You kind of want, but putting it on a platform that may support you with cash if you build up a movement, it's something I've been trying to get people to invest in because I had this concept of putting intellectual property together in order to build instead of putting money together. So y'all know I launched product in the crypto space. Registered in Wyoming, everything. I try to hop through all the hoops. But what I knew is people don't like putting money together. So I don't want to be asking people, put your money on something on the internet. So my idea was for us to build together with intellectual property. I still don't see why that didn't take off like a wildfire, because people just be like how they be. Now I spent almost 8 years on that project, and so it still got some life. And I know when crypto returned, then people are gonna see more of the fruit in it, because the value of what we've been trying to give away to people in order to support their projects will move up. But just the concept of putting intellectual property together in order to build some type of fiscal financial empire, bruh. That was the whole way white people started getting music up out of black people, by buying their publishing right when we didn't understand the rights of music. So you don't need 100% of nobody publishing. If you got 10% of 10 people publishing, you have a whole complete entity gaining 100% off of different work paces, different workloads, and different of other people's intellectual property. So you could take that concept and modify it to where the people who benefit from that are the same people who created the intellectual property. Now, when you talk about intellectual property, it gets as simple as this video right here. It could get more complicated or less complicated, but when you put original ideas into a tangible form, any type of media where it's recorded, presented, and published like this, that's your intellectual property. So this is why we deal with copyright law. Because now, since somebody published some intellectual property, even if they did it as simple as doing a YouTube video, that's theirs. So then people apply to the rights of fair use in order to be able to expose that copywritten property. So we need to get more savvy and learn, well, how could that benefit us to any extent? So you and your homie just gonna make a song that's intellectual property. The problem we have is how to get real money back from intellectual property. One of the problems is thinking too big for each item. Think of pennies. All right, let's just say you got 100 songs, each song worth like a penny a day. It might not even do that. It could do better. But then, then it would be more accurate to make like 1,000 songs. Now, when you talk about having 1,000 songs, who got the most? Like Lionel Richie or Smokey Robinson? One of them got 4,000 songs registered inside of BMI, bringing them back bread. So just think about that empire that was built off intellectual property that's going to pay his generations for a very, very long time. Now, just like I just showed the easy way to just do drop shipping, which is different. Let me show you something. The real shit shop high road. You feel me? So this was doing numbers and where you get the real quality. I'm just saying, if you feel me? And you'll never probably hear me talk about this much on here. But we can show you all the way up into cut and sew products and very good things that's going out to where we learned how to develop it up from just standard artist merchandise to a step below fashion gear, just right there. Like, but showing the easy route to drop shipping is what I was showing earlier. There's also easy routes to other thing. I think I clicked back to the wrong page. Excuse me. And some of those things I like to put on my show. I like to make sure people be knowing, how to do this other stuff and how to get it in. I just distracted myself because I was about to break something down, but that bird just flew off my shoulder. It was like the easy route to this music, getting a lot of songs, getting a lot of intellectual property in your catalog. And even people just like yourself who might think, I don't even make music. if we understand intellectual property, we understand that one of the biggest things on Spotify right now ain't a song. It's a podcast. Ain't it like Joe Rogan podcast? I showed us plenty of times how to take our normal YouTube videos just like this and to have them on Spotify. Because it's intellectual property, and why just be getting... See, if you're thrilled by the money YouTube give you for the intellectual property, why turn off your opportunity to be thrilled by another entity paying you for that intellectual property? So hopefully some of the stuff I disseminate is useful to everybody in any regard. You know what I'm saying? That will make me more proud than just thinking it's just trying to get some views off fighting and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That should have worked too. And somebody gonna take that idea I got, and I know it'll work because all I did was took the template of a publishing company and put it into the crypto space. And then to alleviate the fears of black people about all of the majority of hooting and hollering, I said, you don't even need to put no money to be down with this. You put forward intellectual property. And you don't even contribute the whole intellectual property. You simply need to put forth a portion of it. And so understanding the fear and greed index and having limited work, with resources, it's best to wait till the fear index moves over to the greed side and get y'all back on that path. But if anybody, who's wise, who know that it's better to get into stuff when people are fearful, I'll be willing to talk about this at any given date. I'm about to open up a Zoom. Okay. Let me see. Participants. Invite. Copy invite link. I'm just going to open this up in case anybody want to build. Let me see. I hate those words that you just say when you're just trying to think. Let me see. Like, I was just like, let me see. We should all practice to get those words out of our vocabulary. Those I'm thinking for a moment words, especially the I'm thinking for a moment sounds. If you haven't worked on being an orator, spend a few moments practicing with some sentences where you make sure you don't say, I had to do it. I used to say, you know what I'm saying? Or understand me? Almost every other breath. And I mentally had to say, God damn it, I need to stop saying, you understand me? You understand me? And so I had to mentally train myself to get more words. You know what I'm saying? To fill up them blanks. Shout out to Asar M. Ka in the building. First, hit the link. Salute to you. What up with bruh? Yeah, Chef, I had to train myself. Like, I don't be bagging on people. Sometimes I'll be talking about some of my flaws I got over. You used to hear me speak. You didn't even want to hear me speak. So when I'm thinking, first I said, let me train myself. I'm just talking, right? And let me say a whole shit. And let me see how many times I say, It's something we can all get over, but we got to make ourselves conscious of it. What's up, Asar? I can't hear you.
Here I go.
What's up with
Goddamn microphone. Man, Why Taz be always trying to battle, man?
He messed that up. But I mean, that's my old, like, we go way back. I wouldn't hold that against him because it's a sport or art. But I'm
I'm
saying,
gonna hold it against him because I go way back with him too. He tried to battle me. The first time he tried to battle me, he lost E Swift money.
Oh, is that
Second
right?
time he tried to battle me, he lost J-Roll money. He always trying to battle some goddamn body. Taz, sit your ass down. And you know this bump chill.
That's
Stop
funny.
trying to battle other MCs.
Well, that's what they do, man. I mean, but
Out of
you know,
control.
he could have did that a long time ago with me, but I wasn't tripping. I had a few, you know, days where I was like, what's going on? I don't even want to be in no internet drama like that. But I said, fuck it. Yeah, it wasn't cool. And then he asked me to take it down. Literally inboxed me. So he at jeopardy of.
I mean, go take yours down first.
But no, he asked me. I didn't want him to take his down because the shit was trash. He wanted me to take mine down because I cut him with the facts. And so, and a lot of people didn't know those things happened to him, but I did. And so it wasn't good look. But I still don't think it's a good look. He a cool person, you know. He just made a mistake.
Yeah, he fam.
He made a mistake.
But we talking about battling.
Exactly.
We talk about battling, man. You know, and I have to see. Mos Def was smart. I'm gonna tell you why Mos Def. Me and Mos Def battled at the World Supremacy in '93. So I took him out in the first round. It was no problem. It was me. I lost to King Son in the semifinals after I beat Gravity and the other dude, whatever his name was, and it ended up being Judgmental versus King Son because King Son got past me, and Judgmental won. And we was over there helping Judgmental out. We was me and Mad Skills over there. See, Mos Def was like, Mad Skills borrowed the tape from Super Nat. Super Nat gives him the video. Mad Skills won't give him the videos back for 91, 93. So you only get to see Mos Def's rhyme, which is dope. Said a dope verse. What up, y'all see? But I ate him up. But you ain't never going to see the rest of that battle unless you kidnap Shaquan. And so he was smart because he was like, get that tape so we ain't got to ever. And boom. So you don't, that's what you was supposed to do, Taz. You was supposed to just go get whatever Kaz had because that's your man's like, yo, let me get that old video when we battle and hide it. That's what you do. You don't try to battle again. It's going to be worse every time. This cat's is crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, that shit was crazy. I wasn't mad, though. You know, for a minute, like I said, I was like, I gotta respond. You know what I'm saying?
They're crazy. We got to call Clark Kent to bribe him or something to get the tape back.
What they've been talking about on the studies.
On the which one?
On the studies.
Saber Reggie wants to do. He's about to attack the Exodus.
Oh yeah.
He about to attack the Exodus, and I'm about to send some genetic stuff to my man's. He'll pull it out when it's time. Cause I ain't talking about no goddamn DNA. Everybody talking DNA and ain't no scientists in here. We need to go get Sanjetti if we're going to talk DNA.
Well, I listen to the DNA and I'll be reading them articles, but they only be talking about one side of they only present one side of it.
Yeah, they be lying on the information. The information is much deeper than that. And they don't want to bring that haplogroup out. Ain't nobody talked about the LO haplogroup yet. And I'm saying we know the Koi went from south.
I don't want to start. Then the
exactly.
DNA about to start.
Yeah, you're right.
People gonna want to.
I just said I don't like it. No, we over here.
But I'm with you though. Yeah. I'm with you on this. Go ahead. You got the floor though.
Yeah, I think the classification issue of what an African or what Black is became an issue at the old Cairo Symposium. So this is not DNA. But this talks about how they were classifying Nubians as white. They were classifying Ethiopians, anything North African became white all of a sudden. You know, no Ethiopian ain't no white. They was classifying Messiah as white. And then that's when you get that statement from Zahi Hawass. They're black, but they're white. Makes no sense. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
So that's where we get here.
So what you think? I was talking about this idea of putting together intellectual property, and not like a proposition to you, but I'm saying because we know that's really just like a publishing company. For instance, Suge got a little bit of the intellectual property of Snoop Dogg. He got a little bit of the intellectual property of Daz and Corrupt through contractual negotiations or however he was running his play. There's different ways because those just amount to a publishing company. But in order to, because I'm always thinking of, well, how can we build some type of a financial something that could grow into something? And I had the idea that, well, okay, even say you made a song right now with saying, okay, I'm putting 5% back or whatever this earns to the collective. And we got a big collective of people that's doing that. What's the matter with that idea?
I'm with it. In fact, I'm gonna shoot. I'll shoot you 2 pieces to a project I just finished over.
Well, I'm still hypothesizing to see what people think about ideas like that. I do have a project there right now that if you did have something, I could get you some monetary support in the form of crypto if your proposal got 300 likes. That was the system that I set up, and only one person used it, and she only got 20 likes. And so I think it was because the people that vote on your stuff have to have a MetaMask wallet. But I thought that everybody probably had a MetaMask wallet by now, but I guess not.
Right. Well, the other thing is if you think in terms of like a mixtape or something.
Oh yeah, that right there. Yeah,
and then if we put the mixtape up for proposal to put it on Spotify or something after you release a few of the tracks.
It'll be trying to go straight on Spotify and all that shit. So from the gate, I would just throw it into my traditional template, which is the regular way of putting out music, and try, if anybody, like, I would give you just some standard mechanical license that where the permissions that you grant towards the mixtape don't got nothing to do with ownership, publishing. It only got to do with saying that we have the rights to have this music broadcasted and to collect on those broadcast sales and then distribute them. But as far as, you know, so that's why I figured, and that's why the only contracts I really get into now in that regard are mechanical licenses, because they're temporal. You can set the terms of the duration, and then you could get paid. I mean, you know, in most instances, people could get paid up front. And I'm saying that because the project that I'm thinking about putting together I ain't putting it together with no budget. But most of the times when we do mechanical licenses, we also have a mechanical license fee that will be set forth based on whatever amount the initial press up is. And since we went into the digital age, they have another way of equating mechanicals for that. But that's all some standard easy shit. It would sound like it's getting complicated, but it wouldn't be, because some of these, even if we use ChatGPT and ask them to break that down right now, it could be broken down really easy. Mechanics, we should just think about, and I'm not talking to you just, but anyone listening. We're talking about the people who really work on your car, right? Well, mechanicals are for the people who really do the work on the song. As apart from whoever is presented on the album cover, is normally not all the people who did the work to make the production complete. And so each of the people who did work to make the production complete get some different points in the mechanical system. They get a certain different amount. It was a statutory rate set for artists. I think it was at 9.9% per 3-minute release, or 9.5% 1.3 minute release or something like that. Meaning that they owe you that no matter what happened with it. So this is why artists used to want to press up hella units before the units would even sell, because as an artist, the mechanicals mandate that they pay you on what they press up and not what's sold, and then you get another payment on what's sold. You know what I'm saying? And so inside of even this digital age, cats don't, excuse me, but my bad. Inside of the digital age, agent cats be forgetting about how the digital age created new income streams, and you might still be collecting one income stream and there's another check sitting up waiting for you that people don't know about, that you got to collect from certain different entities.
Yeah, and I've received some royalty checks before. Some, you know, the main thing is just delivering the music, and if it pops where the people enjoy it, the money will come from shows. You know, the money will come from being able to be booked, you know, bookable. And that's the main thing for me is, you know, we do some shows, you know, in the twilights of the career and make some stuff happen if we make some pop music and possibly some tour dates and make some money. That's it. But also, you know, giving the people some real good hip hop, trying to inspire some of the newer MCs to really put their lyrics in the game. Put this murder game down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's the last thing we want to do is see you do a King Von. You know, you rapping about real murders and you actually die from it. Or some of the other rappers just getting hit from it, you know, FBG and, you know.
So that's a very good question that J Mill just asked in chat, and now I hear what you're saying too. J Mill just asked, do the mixing and mastering people get points? And so traditionally, mixing and mastering people are going to sign a work for hire. And artists, vocalists, instrumentalists, it depends on how, you know, people life arrangements. And so if they negotiate a work for hire, which is standard, then they just gonna get paid for their work that you hired them to do, and it's gonna end like that. I don't recommend that if you're contributing to the intellectual property in the way that helps to create it. But mixing and mastering don't help to create it. That's a refining process, and so sometimes people don't include those type of technicians inside of the royalty, those type of points for mechanical royalties. But sometimes they do.
Let me throw this out while you're saying that. Since it's a conglomerate of music being put together, if you allow someone to push their own single as a single off of the album, and then the producer and the artist can discuss 2 to 3 points for the production off of the single sales as opposed to the group album, would make it a lot easier. That way you got a chance to push your particular product off of this particular album.
Yeah, and so even if you released something in the past and didn't know about mechanical law, there's a check still owed to you unless you go look into your contracts and find out that some people will have you waive your mechanical rights, which is kind of crazy because they passed a law so that artists won't get ripped off in this regard, and then you met somebody who had you waive those rights.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to waive your rights.
So when you look at what J Mill said about mixing and mastering, it would go into the fact that, think about it, that's a post-production. That's part of post-production. And so production is what mechanicals apply to.
Right. And if you're the studio that did the mix and master, or you're the engineer, you're probably going to be paid a particular rate to do it. And you leave it there. If you're a producer, it's another thing. That's why I say if you're a producer, go and, you know, because there's not a record company here. We're talking about a project that's being put together by different artists. If you push your stuff as a single and you're the one pushing it, then there's your royalties from your particular single, which will give you the motivation to push it.
I've given a lot of thought to this too, and you know, we get it from music, but I've been trying to merge these ideas with a project I'm doing, and so I've been thinking like, okay, I've been like 2 years out, and people don't seem to think that that's a good idea. Basically, putting together intellectual property. But if we look at companies, publishing companies, we see they're some of the biggest, richest companies in the world. You know, Zamba Publishing. I mean, you could go. I don't even want to name them all because I ain't got them. But Sony Universal, all of these companies have grown to really big entities by only. Damn, I keep seeing my voice going in the red. I hate when I listen back and it's hella loud. I'm gonna let you talk.
You're not
Go ahead.
sounding loud. No, you're
Oh,
good.
all right. But only when some of these entities don't make music. So it was like they had the Ubers figured out and the YouTube figured out before anybody else, because it wasn't too many entities that don't really make what they make the majority of, you know, distributors basically. But in a sense, they just getting a little piece of a lot of people music, and they build enterprises off that.
Yeah, facts. And that was the whole thing of our era. A lot of us, we got raked over the coals. You know what I'm saying? You will go get a deal. A lot of people didn't know you had to pay. You had to, you know, they're gonna recoup your you know, the monies they give you when I don't know why I can't think of the damn word.
Artist
when you
royalty?
first get your deal.
Your artist royalty, advance?
Yeah, not your advance. Yeah, they always want to recoup your advance. And Cass is like, what you mean I gotta pay that back? Yeah, that 70,000 that we paid, we didn't sell this many, so and Cat, you don't think like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that type of stuff. Let me make sure this computer is plugged.
So I'm focused on how we apply these things. If it ain't the idea I thought of, I'm still thinking applying these things in some type of way to grow some funding for something is a
Let's
real
put
thing.
some books together. It could possibly be really you got to ask the people like what they want. You want an internet library? Do you want teaching about a particular thing? Do you want this?
All right, so here's another thing. You fell off the chat, but I'm about to do some music publishing history so people can more understand it. And I'm just pulling off this page. Hopefully it's fair use, it's all good. Oh, they ain't talking?
A brief history of music publishing. Music publishing today is the business of creating, producing, and distributing musical compositions, ensuring that the songwriter, composer, and any other creators receive royalties.
Now let's stop right there. So here go the whole part we need to learn. Creating, producing, and distributing is music publishing. So here's the trick that they learned a long time ago. To separate the rights of the creator and the producer and put all of those rights into the distributor. They did that a long time ago. So who's the person in this process that ain't in the studio? You see what I mean? So coming up with this whole thing, I think it was just in order to include what I'm trying to point out, what I've learned from experience. Most often in this case, the person included in this, the distributor right here, that's the answer, he's not in the studio. So that's going to mean something in a minute.
Producing and distributing musical compositions, ensuring that the songwriter, composer, and any other creators receive royalties and fees when their songs are used or reproduced. The journey it's taken to get here has been a long one. The industry has developed most significantly since the 1800s, when, during the Industrial Revolution, print music was introduced as an option for venues to use for their patrons. As the demand for music in venues and establishments increased, classical music creators and performers began preparing and issuing sheet music to be used by the in-house musician to entertain guests. Thus began the music publishing era. As different orchestras were able to play musical compositions solely by the distribution of sheet music, the demand for published music grew. But this new industry didn't do too much to support the songwriter. This changed as organizations like the Music Publishers Association in the UK and later the National Music Publishers Association in the US were born. By the 1950s, composers were selling their entire copyrights to labels for $250, which was sort of a lot at the time, to earn money off their compositions. But by doing so, they were giving up all rights.
See, they sold their entire copyright
To ownership, giving the label 100% of the royalties from there on out. Not a pretty picture, right? Eventually, songwriters got more assertive and fought back for their shares. By the 70s, the standard 50-50 co-publishing deal was created. This deal had...
So now we're talking about the 50-50 co-publishing. And I signed one of these. And now there were people who spoke against these deals and there were people who didn't know. But if you want to go look at my career, you can ask me, did I win or lose by signing this deal that I did in 1993 with Zamba? It was back then they were used to hook you in before you even know. They had an entity called Jive Zamba, which you didn't even know was really two different companies. You get it explained to you, but that was tied to the hip in the regard to where Jive was the record company, Zamba was the publishing company. So when I got a deal with Jive, I think they offered me like $206,000. And then Zamba offered me a $50K publishing deal. So for half of my publishing, people was like, what? That ain't shit. So think about this. It was temporal, all right? And with a company like that, they have duties and responsibilities in order to get their money back. And so me being hella young, that number was like $250,000. What? Please. I'm from Oakland. I was like, I could do something with that. But it wasn't like you about to just open up your bank and have $250,000. You still had to record an album and do shit. And so this is how it worked out. But this, with me, I can tell you some points that they did to get their money back. And I have, you can see my plaques in one of my plaques is from a result of them placing me on the movie Low Down Dirty Shame. So if you go look that up, let me see. A Low Down Dirty Shame in 1994. Now this is when we cut the deal. So notice it kind of benefited me and on this other side. If you know what you're going to doing, if you know that it should, basically, this is what it is. Is your publishing going to bring you back the amount they're willing to give you up front before the contract expires or not? And if you got 100% of nothing, 50% of something beat 100% of nothing. What I mean by that is, if you look at this placement they got me, they probably should even have my name on there, but maybe if we go and look on here, maybe they probably will talk about the soundtrack. And you can see right here how this was put together. And we can see how all this is just a money-making thing for these industries. And the more we learn about it, the more we can use it ourselves to make our own paper. So they put together this soundtrack. They got the rights. See, it was Jive, Hollywood, that got the rights for this right after they signed me in 1994. It say recorded 93, 94, but yeah, that's right. So I think I got signed 93, came out 94. So then if you look at who was on here, they got Adam A+, that's my man, that's the producers. Eric Sermon, Organized Confusion, Pimp C, And they got Teray, but this is not the right Teray. It's actually my homie Teray. So I told you Wiki be messing up. Now you see right here, it says later on by Casual on, you know. So I didn't have no, now there's the thing. So when you be talking about connections and people be talking about all that Illuminati shit, I don't know if that's just real or not, but I never encountered nothing like that. But this is the type of connections that they might have thought was Illuminati. See, they didn't know I had an inline on getting this when everybody was submitting their songs to get on the soundtrack. Who gonna get on the soundtrack if the label is Jive that's doing it and they getting 50% of one of the artists who submitted songs to get on it? So now let's go look back at the soundtrack, and obviously you're going to see, let's see if we can remember some of these songs. This Nothing Nice song, I don't know if I remember that. The artist was Nothing Nice, the title was Down for Whatever. Y'all remember that? So here are the writers, and these are the people who do mechanical royalties. So notice this. If Nothing Nice, the artist, isn't one of these people, he's due no mechanical royalties on his song. If he's not one of the writers or the publishers, he really gonna get nothing. So this is how you could get the cases of Milli Vanillis or people who just, the face you know, but ain't the people who get in the paper. Another song on there was called Shame by Zane. Shame, Zane. Maybe that's that Shame sample we be hearing. How about Silk's I Can Go Deep? So look, Zane must have been on Jive. If we talking about the money and how this shit work. The majority of these people, I bet you Nothing Nice was probably on Jive, or probably one of the people who wasn't on Jive in order to make it, you know, cool. But remember, Silk was on Jive. R. Kelly was on Jive. And here it is. Look, he was on the soundtrack with R. Kelly. And he was on the same label with R. Kelly. R. Kelly was on Jive. Who was Raja Nice? Rajani. Y'all remember that? It was called Turn It Up. Changing Faces, Aaliyah. So since Aaliyah was affiliated with Jive with Robert Kelly, I got to be on a song on a soundtrack with Aaliyah and Robert Kelly on it. The Thing I Like. It says Tevin Campbell. Gotta Get Your Groove. But I don't know if Tevin Campbell was on Jive, but you think he might have had his publishing going through Zomba. High Five, that Birthday Girl song. So Larry Campbell was a big writer on this whole thing. As we see, he got a lot of money up out of it. I've seen his name a few times. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just seen it twice. But then here go my song. Now you see this is a compilation between who's getting the money for the song I did. John Owens, Teray Duncan, David Rubenstein, Herbie Hancock, and Allie Willis. These are who distributed the mechanicals. Now check this out. We sampled Herbie Hancock and then got his permission. So he didn't even have to get into the, you know, he wasn't like with us in the studio, but he deserved mechanicals off of new work that was brought out. Eric Sherman was on there, Organized Confusion, Smooth, UGK. This was them putting me amongst these people to get some of their 50% back, which I got to get some of the other 50%. So if I wasn't on there, I wouldn't have been able, I mean, you know, if I wasn't on a publishing company, I probably wouldn't have been able to get a deal like that going. And so how that backfires against you is because people sign publishing deals for too long. And what else? How else would it backfire against you? If the company don't even got no real intent to turn around their money with your product, you could sell your publishing and be sitting there, gave up some rights to something, to somebody who just waiting for you to do something with it. But what's up? Somebody want to click the link? I ain't mad at you if you do. I ain't mad if you don't. How much that sample cost? I don't remember. That's a good question. I don't remember offhand, but we had to pay an upfront fee and then give them some of the, money that the song made. What's up, though, Holla? Guess I'm about to just get back to chilling. Let me see. Bible battles. Biblical battles. Now, I lost all of this. So I'm glad I just put it up for my followers to hear. Oh, sorry, MCON coming back. We're going to let him hold it down for a minute. Chef, I ain't mad at y'all for being only with y'all alone, bro. I think you're a cool dude. So I'm probably ain't going to watch none of your shows when you talking about Kim and shit. Just like, I ain't really mad at Chief X, the person, so I don't really watch some of his stuff. So I won't be developing something towards him. But for you, I seen for a moment, bro, and you was acting like you don't even know nobody who was taught that Egypt was in the Middle East. That shit crazy.
It was him and Corey yesterday.
Yeah, that shit crazy. I don't even know what y'all went to the best schools in the world.
I was on your show. You said it was true, huh?
So again, that's why I didn't watch the rest of that show, because you allowed your perspective, and all my homies allowed their perspective. I just be like, I don't want to hear that shit, and that's the way I can express it on the internet.
See, Unc, your big brother, right? Remember, Unc said something special, and he said, "Ain't I allowed to change my mind and make clarification if I said something in the past?" And we said, "Yeah." That was your moment to say, you know what? I wasn't right then. I'm right now. We getting right now. How could you drop the ball, Corey? Chef.
I ain't mad, like I said, but that's what they choose to espouse. They never heard nobody saying Egypt was in the Middle East. Okay. I ain't got no argument about. I'm not about to argue for 6 months about that. You just never heard it. You never heard it.
If we send a white guy to smack the, no, I'm joking.
I don't want to hear. Oh yeah, what's up with Saber Reggie? You got to turn off the YouTube. Saber Reggie in the building. Glad you here. I know you always got something to present, something nice. I hope you buy a computer and not in the streets. But yo, Reggie, I was just telling them okay, that fear and that greed index is about to move over. And when everybody finally saying, see, there go, it was 3 years, well, at least you could have had $5 on something. Cat's gonna be tripping.
Yeah.
But I know you happy how you held tight for Ripple.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't work. I do contract stuff every now and then, and so it's been really a struggle of trying not to spend. And so now XRP is the only legal cryptocurrency in the United States by court order. And so that will allow institutions to come in, and hopefully we'll see something $3, $5, and then more. But the time that it was 20 cents and 25 cents and even 10 cents, those days probably will never come back again. But it's so funny when people trade. If you have an open order, and let's say there's a glitch, and for some reason it glitches through it, the glitch is able, and you have open order, and it grabs your buy order or your sell order. Well, guess what? That's then the exchange has to come and cry and try to get back the money, right? And so, Ripple can have a glitch and it can go down to 20 cents. So if you have a buy order open for 20 cents somewhere and XRP hits that, it might be a glitch, it might be 20 cents, and then all of a sudden it might go back to where it was and you made some profit. Exchange will have to order. But and so yeah, but I've suffered with XRP, so I don't and I'm still suffering. You can't turn back the future. With investments, you just have to never spend more than what you have, right? But you're always going to have regrets. Oh, I should have bought more, or I should have sold sooner. So you have to decide if you're a trader or if you are an investor. And I bought it to be an investor. So I want to get off of that for a second. Today I'm doing a presentation about 7:30, and I want to ask some of the best scholars that I know, right? And that's Smash and Saw. And there's others that I do appreciate your contributions on this show, but I admire Smash and Saw. They've helped me out. All right. So the title of my presentation is The Exodus Did Not Occur the Way We Think It Is. Now, I want you to do something that we haven't done, well, other people can't do, is to put on your meta-nature lenses, right? When I ask you the question, when did the Exodus of the Bible occur? You're going to give me some probable times, or what would you give me? If I asked you, when did the Exodus of the Bible occur? Just give me a one-liner, a rap line, since we're dealing with rap.
Well, if you want to cook them like toast, you want to go with Kamos and Amos.
You want to go with Kamos and Amos, cook them like toast, right?
Yeah.
That's
To sever them nerves, I hit them with the cleverest words. The Exodus never occurred.
Oh, shit. Damn. And a Saw got history in rap. He's tried and true. Sugar Hill, huh? Yeah. He's a Harlem rapper. Oh my, right?
What up, Mike Boogie?
Okay, so here's my dilemma. This is where I need you from. Isn't it interesting that when the Hyksos appears, there's no record of any other attested Africans in the region? I mean, the Hyksos occurs from wherever they occur from, so-called. Isn't it interesting, a Saw and Smash, that we don't hear the Tichennu, the Tamhu, the Meshwesh? You mean to tell me that those groups of people don't see what's happening? What are your thoughts about that?
I think you're right. At that time, it was Amu, and it was Nahesi. So that would be strange for them to add the other groups that didn't really have a problem at that time.
But Egypt always had a problems. They had a problem with prior in the Old Kingdom. Who were they fighting? Who were the Egyptians fighting in the Old Kingdom?
Libyans.
Say what?
Libyans. They try to make it like they was fighting some Nubians, but we could pull up text to show that was incorrect. But Libyans.
Okay, so what if during the Exodus period, what if it was just an African experience with Libyan groups who already knew the meta-nature, right? who were called what, the Ta-Meho, or the Timon, right? Wait, Meho is what, north?
Tinihu and Tamehu.
Huh? The Tino,
Tinihu and Tamehu. That was the
right.
two names for the Libyans.
What happens to them during this period? What happens during this Hyksos period? What happens to them? Do they just put their heads in the sand?
That's a good question.
Huh?
That's a real good question.
I mean, they've been fighting the Egyptians since the and then there's the ones on the on the of the Nile. They're on the east of the Nile. Those groups, right? So you mean to tell me that a population is going to sneak into the Delta, blend in, and the Temehu and the Chichenu, they just disappear? What if that didn't occur? What if the people who they're calling the Hyksos, which Smash already dealt with, they're not a people, right? They are foreign rulers. What if the foreign rulers are really Libyan? What do you say about that? Huh?
That's highly possible.
So you're saying all of them?
I'm saying, well, whoever's in Temehu, right? So that's in the Delta area, right? Some of them could be closely related to Egyptians, but outside of the outside of the borders, along with the Eastern Ticino, right? These are Egyptian African populations having nothing to do at all with Canaan. Maybe trade with Canaan, right? But they're not Canaanites. They're not Canaanites. These are Africans living in Tamehu and in the Eastern Desert, and they have and the Western Desert, and they have names. But all of a sudden, when the Petrie and all these other people come in, and then reading Manetho or reading Josephus, all of these groups just magically disappear. Do you see that? And so we're only focusing on a Hekakasu as if they're people, but they're not. Now, I'm saying that they were Libyans or North Africans of various mixed groups. I'm not saying that they didn't create a confederation and it became foreign rulers. Now, how do I know this? Well, one is because the record of the Bible is completely devoid of these groups. All of a sudden, they just disappear. The other part of it is that in the Egyptian records, they didn't disappear, right? The Egyptians now are calling people Amo. Now, what they did was they took the word Amo and they made the Amo mean Asiatics, but the Amo doesn't necessarily mean Asiatics in all time periods. It doesn't mean that. It means the Amo more during the later periods when, but during the earlier periods, their Amo is referred to foreigners. So there's different classifications of Amo. Now, normally we know a particular Amo by a particular location that's with the glyphs. But Amo just means foreigners. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. For the
Well, we thought it was foreigners from the East, but what you're presenting is new, so I'm waiting to see the presentation.
Well, I can. I'm gonna give you my man Tony sent me this. My man Tony. Huh?
Oh, never mind. Go ahead, Reggie. I was gonna say, Reggie, I just want to ask you a question. If I said Amu, I wouldn't say it just means foreigner. I would say you would have to include Easterner or at least Asiatic or something like that. But it
Well,
don't just mean like foreigner.
well,
Because it's a picture of the Amu. It's a picture of
okay. Who am I talking to?
whether it's a people or a title for a lot of groups of people, it's still pictures of people that they call Amu. I ain't saying that
Okay.
that's yeah.
Well, are they all okay? For example, I put up I shared my screen. I put up this glyph, right? I mean, not this. Yeah. You reading it?
Yeah.
You can see it, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So, it's where the man with the feather.
Yeah.
Ah, right? In Amo.
Yeah.
Shawshank. Shawshank, the Libyan, called himself an Amo.
Ah, that's interesting. Shishak, I didn't know that.
There you go. Cold-blooded, thanks to Tony.
Tony has done it again. So Shashank, yeah, I thought they said he was in the Hesse, right?
No, he's Libyan.
But didn't they say he was in the Hesse?
No, that's the Libyan rule. That's when the Libyans took over Egypt.
Okay, because I was thinking if Shashank is the Nahesi, we've got that other script that we pulled up from the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, where they're naming the different Nahesi group that are in Libya.
Well, yeah, there are okay, so it's fluid.
Which means that
right.
the Nahesi make up the Libyan regime. That's remember me and Smash was talking about this. That's why I was saying.
Right, so it's fluid. But here's a text where we clearly read that he's not Asiatic. He's simply a foreigner.
What time period are you in?
This is the 26th dynasty, Shashank.
Yeah, see, what Asar was referring to was a text from the 5th dynasty, I think.
That's fine. Does it say that he's an Amu, or does he say what do they call it Amus at the
No,
time?
you don't remember the Harku saying the land of Tamay? I thought that's what he was referring to.
Okay, so right with Harkuf. Okay, with the land of Tamay. So
yeah,
what I'm saying,
Nahesi in the land of Tamay.
All right. So what I'm saying tonight, when I'm just teasing it out for the audience, what I'm seeing, what I'm teasing it out now, right, is that these groups of people that all of a sudden when the Hyksos come in, these people all disappear from the record. According to the biblical scholars and those pushing that the Amo have to be Asiatics. But Egyptologists, when you get down into dirty, the Amo are several different groups of people. And all of these groups of people are Amo at a time. So my question to you is, those people in the biblical Exodus, they supposed to leave 100,000 to 200,000. Some of you know the Bible better than me. And they're supposed to leave Egypt and they're supposed to go to Canaan, but there's no record of them leaving. There's no record of a population that large moving into that area. So what if they didn't move into that area? What if they just went back to the east? The Hyksos was never Canaanites because the only link to it is that they're Asiatic. Well, because of Amo, and they're but what if they never left? What if they just went back to their own territories, the territories which they originally came from, which was in Africa? What do you say about that?
Possible. That's very
plausible.
That's very, in fact, it's plausible, and that's what makes me think about that. Brother Smash, you got that? You got that picture? That with the I don't remember if it's on the Stella or what. It talks about the different groups that are in Libya.
and it said they came from the Hesse land over there. So if you're saying that they're different Africans, we look at that and you put some of your other information together, that could piece that together. That could
and then there's different African skin colors. So when we look at somebody who's fairer skin, we because of the biblical narrative, we associate them with Asiatics. But Libyans had different skin colors too. Can you tell me what would be the difference between someone that you say that is a, when you look at the archaeological data,
archaeological record,
right? Archaeological record, right? How do you tell a foreign ruler called Hyksos, right, from a Libyan?
You can't.
You can't.
You'd have to have their clothing to show the physical difference. You're not really going to be able to do it by physicality because in some of the records like Diodorus Siculus and some of the other records that like the one we're talking about, they came from Egypt and some of them came from the Hesse land.
So now when we go back to Beni Hassan, right? The tomb of Kunat. Where in here can you tell me that these are in fact Canaanites?
You can't. You've got three markers of distinction. You have, if we start from the far right, you have Nesut Sesh, and you have his name, Neferhotep. To the far right, reaching towards that paper,
you have
which
a
is
scribe.
everything is up
you
top.
have the scribe. That's the Egyptian, right?
The second thing you have is the Hika, which is next to the gentleman with the ibis over there. You got Hikakasu, and then you have
Ibsa.
Yeah, Ibsha.
Okay.
Then you have at the top, you have next to right by the owl, you actually have Amu and how many came over, and their arms are bound and captive. So we got 30 something, about 38.
Yeah. So who generally in the record, right? Where did they get that glyph from? The bounty captive. Did they get that glyph from Canaanites, or in historical record did they get that record from Libyans?
Libyans.
Libyans was the prototype of that glyph, right? The bounded Libyans. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. It says in pyramid text, it's in the prayer. It says the doorbolt that keeps out the Amu. The doorbolt that keeps out the Chenet or the Libyans. It says the Chenehu, actually. And then it says somebody else.
Okay, send me that, because what we do is we take the word Amu, and because we're brainwashed by the Bible and brained by scholars in the whole Petri area, right? We make them Asiatic. But the world has changed. We have much more information now. We know that Amu just means foreigners. We know Hekakasut means just foreign rulers, right? Meaning these are people outside of Egypt that may become rulers that we have to notice, or Egypt has to notice, right? But they're foreigners. Who here is going to tell me today, by the historical record, that these people are not Libyans?
I ain't gonna do it.
No, I want you to be hard on me. No, I want you to be hard on me. I want you to be how can I say? Smash, be hard on me. By the record of Beni Hassana, the tomb of Kumnat, who is going to tell me that these are not Bedouins, who are just African Bedouins? You there, Smash? Or you just think I'm straight pseudo? Your mic is muted. No, he's not here.
He might have stepped off for a second. The only contention I see, and I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna just shoot it
Stop
over.
sharing my screen, but I'm gonna stop sharing my screen.
When we go to the tomb, Sheikh Antijoke points out, we've got an Asiatic, we've got different phenotypes.
Hey, don't say Asiatic. Just show me the
his
thing.
look though, like he looked like an Asian dude. Like
I don't know what that means. Just pull it up. I don't know. Africans are the prototype of all human beings, so I don't know. I mean, does a Khoisan look Asiatic? Is a Khoisan Asiatic? No, he's not Asiatic.
Okay, you're making a good point, Brother Reggie, but Dr. Reggie, but I want to say this. That now you asked about the biblical. I know people hate to hear that, but I do have something for you on the biblical ends of it if you want to hear that end of it.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show it to me.
What when I said you'll know it, I'll just say it then. You know, like I know, that Noah had 3 sons, Shem,
No,
Ham, and Japheth.
I can't do that.
Okay.
You have to show me an archaeological record. I just need to. I don't need to hear Babylon done. Peace to you, brother. I'm talking about archaeological record and text. See, the difference is I'm dealing with primaries, right? I don't want to deal with the Bible story because people paint things around the Bible story. Show me the record in Egypt. Show me the record in Egypt. Okay. I'm doing meta nature. I'm doing meta nature. I'm not doing Jabariism, Sekuism. I'm not doing Yara stuff. I'm not doing that. If you don't read the meta nature,
Brother Reggie, I think I was clear. I said if you don't want to hear the biblical part, you don't have to carry on like that, like I'm religious. We cool. Can I move on?
No, we cool.
Okay, can I move on to the part that I was going to talk about? Because you asked for some pushback. So I'm trying to give you some pushback on the attestations you gave.
Fair enough.
So I asked, did you want the biblical pushback? Now I'm saying, let me give you the other pushback. Can you show us any other? Can you give us any other attestation where you have the word a'amu, where you think it's being used as simply foreign? Okay, and I agree with you, Brother Reggie, that the Libyans are painted looking just like the Asiatic or the Amu or anybody from that region. And the reason why the biblical part was important, because some people teach that the Libyans are the children of Phut, who is the son of Canaan, You see what I'm saying? So that was important. But go ahead, Reggie.
No, tonight I'll show you.
Show us another attestation where the Amu are called simple foreigners, like you did with the attestation with the first one.
With Shoshank. Yeah. Whether I'll do that tonight.
And did you hear me say that Shoshank in the Bible is considered a Nehesi? Did you even want to hear that? Or are you just concerned with what's right on your end? Or did you want the pushback?
No, I want the pushback, but the Bible, the problem with the Bible.
You mentioned the Bible, Reggie. You brought it up.
Yeah. I brought it up to the point that the Exodus didn't happen the way we think it is, that these groups of people were Libyans.
So that's what I'm saying. How you gonna have an argument about the Exodus and the Bible, and then when people mention people of the Bible, you say the Bible crap?
Oh, because yes. Oh, it's simple. It's really simple. Because, and maybe I could change my title based on what you're saying. Because I was trying to be open-minded, right? I'm just trying to say if I
suggestive.
The whole point of it is that people reference the Bible, the Exodus. My point is that the Exodus, if it occurred, did not occur the way it said. What it was these were Libyan people, and these Libyan people, after Amos defeated them, they went back to other parts of Libya in Africa. So obviously there was an exodus with the groups of people who occupied Egypt called the Hekakasu. but they weren't Canaanites. They were Libyans. They went back to the Eastern Desert, and they went back to Libya, and then they came back. They came back in a large force again in the 26th dynasty, where you have Shashank as an Amu, and he's and they took over Egypt. That group of people. But so when I use the Exodus, I said that yes, there could have been an Exodus, but it was an Exodus of African people leaving Africa, leaving Egypt, but not Canaanites.
So here's the
Canaanites are biblical.
On the
Reggie.
screen, you got the Asiatic right here in Chick and the Jokes phenotypes. It's gonna say Amu next to him on the right, even though it's cut off. I ain't grabbed the original.
Sure.
But this is the one that I want you to make sure you can get around, because that's Amu and that looks like an Asian.
No, it looks like a Libyan with a Psylocke.
Got you. Perfect. Done.
I agree with Brother Reggie. See?
All right, hold on, slow down, though. Because I want us to see if we can expand that a little bit beyond just. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You want me to make it bigger?
I just want to see if we can expand the search beyond the phenotypes. What about the material culture? There's always a feather, an ostrich feather or two in heads of Libyans, and we never find that in the traditional Amu. What was your response to that?
Well, there's different groups. Can you agree that there's different groups of Libyans? There's different tribes.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just talking about like how we was just observing the representations of how they look alike, but not really going into.
Okay, but I don't know Canaanites with Psylocks. And
that's a fact, Reggie.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I just don't. I think that we build on. I think that we build on things that we how can I say that we should be a little bit more that we should actually be a little bit more clear on, right? So I just wanted to add that. So yes, I have but the problem is every time I see Amo is converted to a feather, right? But the people Kush, they also wore a particular feather on their head, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes they did not, right?
So here's a question: Are so I hear you about the Libyans being the Tahindu being Amu. Would that change who the Timahu or Tahindu are? Either of those two groups, would that change who you, in your theory, would that change who comprised or who made up that group of the Tahindu or the Timahu? We find out that some of those people might be Amu.
Right. Well, I don't listen. Am I saying people from the Levant did not cross into Africa? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when they did, and if they were there during long periods of time, right, they were African. They integrated with Africa.
Just to make it easy, you just saying Timahu or Tenahu could be Amu.
Yes, because the word means foreigner. So when I put this back up, watch this. So when I put
Western Asiatic foreign.
Some of them.
Western Asiatic. No, the Western part helps you out though, Reggie, because Libya is Northwest Africa according to the Egyptians. Northern Africa would be the Delta. Western would be Libya. Eastern would be Palestine. You see what I'm saying, Reggie?
Right. So, okay. So I'm definitely on that. I'm definitely on that, and I'm evaluating what you're saying. Right.
What are you reading? Babylon done. What are you reading? Babylon done.
Google. Google
That's what it just said.
AAMU. Just Google Amu people, and it says Amu Egyptian language. It's got the spelling in Medu Neter, was an Egyptian name used to designate Western Asiatic foreigners in antiquity. It is generally translated as Western Asiatic, but suggestions have been made these could be identical with the Canaanites or the Amorites. And I didn't want to get into the Canaanites or the Amorites because both of those are biblical people. So I
No,
just
they're real
okay.
people.
That's okay.
I mean,
That's just speculation, that part. But the fact that they're Western Asiatics,
foreigners,
he's putting it in
but
your
prove it.
You can dribble, yeah. Well, no, that's what you want, Saber, because that's what you're trying to prove.
No,
That
right.
Well,
I'll pull up.
So yeah, that's why I asked.
No, just because
it corroborates.
It's a picture of them. It's a picture of them, and it shows several pictures of them.
You showing a picture?
No, well, if Osam Khan ain't gonna do it, I'll do it. Let's be clear. Osam Khan, you pulling it up?
Share your screen. Okay, I'll do it if you want. I was going to just have you share your screen so we can see, because that's going to corroborate what you're saying, Saber. So
it's Amu people. Just look up Google Amu people. That's all you got to put in the search.
All right, I'll pull up
AAMU
people.
Wikipedia.
Egyptian language. I see it there. Oh, let me pull it up. Let's pull up the wiki. Wiki, where's the sound effects, man? Wiki.
Well, you can't hear them on the Zoom, but
you play it.
Smash probably killing us on the backside.
Okay, so there go Amu, and that's the picture. And once it say there it is right there. Hold on.
No, click the footnote.
So this basically gives you some leverage because it says it right here. It says acronym AMU from Alabama A&M University, Museum of Contemporary Aboriginal. So designates Western Asiatics. Then they mess it up on the map, but that's okay. Foreigners in antiquity is generally translated.
It's generally translated. See, that's the problem. It's generally translated, right? But we have met in that.
You don't want to fight that,
huh?
Because you don't want to fight that though, because if it's Western Asiatics and we know where Libya is, that's going to line up with your argument.
That's right, Reggie.
No, they're talking about Western Asiatics in Asia.
That's why I said they messed this up. Mess up.
Right.
This they mess up. But you also got the Merin Ptah Stela with the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, which will correct this and say they couldn't have even been over here at this time when they discussed where Merin Ptah went and who he was responding to. So that would assist you as well.
Let me ask you a question, Reggie. Reggie, so would you argue that the Amu who came in about the 5th and 6th dynasty that they was fighting was Libyans?
Yes. They were always fighting Libyans.
Well, okay, Reggie, earlier you said in the Old Kingdom. What do you consider the Old Kingdom? You said that who was they fighting other than the Libyans? Who do you consider the Old Kingdom? How far back?
From time where we get written attestations, and so we have
what dynasty, what year, or whatever. Either
I could talk about the attestations. We can have Harkuf.
No, I'm saying what dynasty is that?
The 0 dynasty, 00 up to dynasty 6.
Yeah.
Oh, to dynasty 6. Okay, then that's what I needed to know because I was gonna give something later than that, so it won't be relevant. Reggie would win. If I would have said it, you would have won. So I ain't said it. Good. Okay, go ahead.
Look at this head.
Yeah. So
don't he look like a mix?
Yeah.
Man, it's I'm right there holding on to a Nubian ibex. Look at that, bro, on the wiki.
He's coming. He's a different Amu. Remember, they're different phenotypes. Look at this one here. He don't look like them.
Right. So my so my yeah. So click that to make it bigger. Right. So all right. So these it would be better to see the primary to see actually the colors, but that's okay. Who's going to tell me that these are what's the difference between these people and Canaanites?
Can't really tell. That's just
What
parade.
what the fringes? What the
Yeah,
fringes make
these,
them
this,
Canaanites?
the dress. That would be about it. And they've
Right.
got the tunic right. They've got the safety belt of our set right here, the same way as an Egyptian would have, and the same way a Nehesi would have.
Right. So my contention is that if you're looking at if you look at the Egyptian record, you have lots of groups of Africans, the Tamehu, the Tashemu, and I'll show some of the groups and their locations. Why do all of these people just disappear? Why in the record do they all disappear, and then now they're all Asiatics?
Well, some of them get amalgamated into the Egyptian army and then put into society and just disappear into the Egyptian culture.
Right.
That's a lot of them once they capture it. That's what happened to a lot of people. Now, brother, so I'm called. I just want to ask, can I share my screen now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but brother Reggie, I got one other thing, but I want to bring it up in the middle of this. Could you hear me? Would you hear me on it, brother Reggie?
Yes.
Okay. I want to bring to you or ask you, not ask you, have you ever heard, but ask you, will you look up Seneb Kai? Seneb Kai.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing it now. But
so bring up what you want to bring up.
Okay, I'll bring up Seneb Kai after that, but I wanted to show you, well, goodness, it gave me a different. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. You see this right here, Reggie, in the middle right there? I'm gonna blow it up so we can pop. Well, yeah, right there. You see that?
Yes.
That's Aamu. You see his hair? You see what he look like? You see his color? You see his dress? See his clothes? See the ibex he holding?
Yeah.
You see, so look, you see the word heka? You see the word heka? You see what's above the? You see that heka kasa?
Yeah, I see that. That's an
this how we know. This how we know that the word heka kasa and aamu are generally used, like the text told you, like Osam Kare, generally, basically colloquially, because I could take Taharka, and Taharka would be a heka kasa.
Correct.
He would be of Nubia, a foreign ruler, ruling over those people, and then he would be a ruler in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So the word Hekakasa is not a people. It does not refer only to the Hyksos. Right here, you see an Aamu with the word Hekakasu in front of him with a Nubian ibex.
Not a Kasut though, because he wouldn't be foreign. He would be a Hick.
Exactly. He was. I'm talking about Taharka was never referred to as that historically either. So, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But that's all I was saying.
Yeah. So
right there. I don't know that much.
Well, see what happens is that when they invaded Egypt, when Pianki and them invaded Egypt, there was a Egyptian. I guess the Sate people, they were ruling, and so if they had a chance to write before they got whipped up, and if they stayed in power, they would have named them, but they lost, and so then Pianki and them, they declared themselves the rulers of Upper and Lower Egypt, and then what they did was something incredible. Upper Egypt became a vast territory. It's like it went all the way down to the Sudan, right? Custal, right? And so it was and they consumed the area that was called the Cushitic, the Kush area. They consumed all of that. Their territory was the wildest and widest territory of in Egyptian inside in the Nile Valley history when they ruled. So it took up vast areas. They were I don't know why they lost to the Assyrians. They didn't bring all their forces from Africa up at the time when they lost to the Assyrians, and they had obviously collaborators with the Assyrians to give up the families of the rulers' children in the area. But I wanted to see my major point is, and then I don't want to take up too much of the show. I'm saying that from time beginnings in that area, at the formation of Egypt, they were always fighting the Libyans, various groups of Libyans. And I cannot see where in those groups of people called the not Intimate, but in the Tamehu, in the Delta region, they were Egyptian and they were also Libyan. Right?
Right. Yeah.
They were also Libyan. I can't see how the Libyan populations in the Eastern Desert, the Western Desert, and in Tamehu just set the F down and let a group of population come in without fighting. That didn't happen. What it was is they were all Africans connected to Egypt and connected to Libyan populations. So this map that I was showing gives and I'll probably in about after I take a break, I'm going to hit. So, are you finished? Okay, Seneb K, what you want to say about him?
Oh, nothing. You told me to pull him up, so I just want you to see it so you can look it up and then teach us about it, because I don't know that much about it.
Well, I don't know too much about him too. He was during the second intermediate period. So during the second intermediate period, there were a lot of
they call him the first pharaoh to die in battle.
Huh?
How would you break
down? They call him the first pharaoh to die in battle.
How would you break down Seneb Ta'i?
Oh, because I just want Reggie to build with me on it. I told him it was a separate idea earlier. I don't know if you heard me, Smash.
That means health, right? Ta is the spirit, and then they formed a nisba out of it. But I'm just talking about this just to give us some introduction to it.
Yeah, facts.
They formed a nisba out of it by putting a Y at the end. So his or my what? My spirit is healthy, Reggie?
Yeah, where are you reading from? You're not reading from Seneb Ka, you're reading from where?
I'm looking right up at Seneb, and don't Seneb mean health?
Seneb is also brother.
Oh, okay, you said sin though, right?
Yeah, you're right. It could be, yeah.
Seneb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So let's just see I need to see the glyphs. The glyphs might help us a little bit better.
Seneb, healthy spirit.
What y'all? Somebody else want to share their screen so y'all can pull up the glyph or whatever? Or what?
But I think, but the problem is, let me see the glyphs.
I'm eating lunch.
Because I can't.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, because that's the English. So he's saying he want to see the middle nature of his name.
Let's see right here. This may be
okay. Can you blow that up?
Let's do the wiki.
Okay.
Let's see what they're talking about right there.
All right. So, okay. So here is a situation where we don't have the Seneb, the glyph. So it's spelled out in the alphabetical. So in this case, it's not.
We see the sketch, the end, the foot, the B. Did we see the car? Did we see the two?
Yeah. So Seneb is we could take the like we said Seneb. We could take that version of it, and then we see the Kai. So it's not K, it's Kai.
Yeah,
Right?
he
So,
was right by spirit.
huh?
The spirit, Ka. And then the E is my, right? That's what, well, you know, my spirit.
Yeah, I mean, we mess with
Yeah,
spirit.
it's like one's spirit is
Yeah.
healthy. E
Yeah.
would give you a my if you append it onto a noun, right? My E. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I think
or
Smash is
strong in
right.
spirit, something like that.
Yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
strong. Yeah, one who has a strong spirit.
I don't think you was asking about his name. We just started with that. You wanted to know more about his life, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, anything. I just wanted to build on it. I wanted Reggie, you know.
Yeah, I just yeah, how can I say I'm really
Later.
I can look up, we can look it up, but I am
Focused on his lecture right
proposing,
now. Yeah.
I am proposing.
Why don't Babylon just read it though? Then we can all learn.
Cause Smash, I haven't done enough research on it to feel comfortable to actually present something.
But I'm saying you could just read what they say in the parts that you want us to take note of. You ain't got to put out your conjecture or whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, next time, Smash.
His name is Usur Ibra in the
It's
front
all
part.
good.
Yeah, cause Smash, look, I ain't chickening out or nothing. I'm saying like I wouldn't know where to even start with this. You see, I clicked on a couple of things. You see a couple of things in purple, like where I clicked on the forensic evidence. I read about that. You see what I'm saying?
He
And
got his
then,
ass kicked.
Why are you interested in it? Why are you interested in this particular person?
okay, I'll tell you. Okay, now that's a good question, Smash, because he was around the time of the Hyksos, and they saying that he was contemporary with the Hyksos, and so they don't really say how he got killed. But remember, they say that the Hyksos was a non-violent intrusion into Egypt. They basically migrated in. But then this Seneb Kai being killed in Abydos, running a contemporary kingdom with the Hyksos out of avarice in the Delta, then you see, like, I'm saying, like, did the Hyksos kill Seneb Kai? Because they were controlling the market and the merchant. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I would have said I think they did, because where they came in peaceful, they didn't leave peaceful. Remember, what was stated is that they ran through the priest, the per-onks. They was kicking priest out naked. They was taking whatever they had in there, which they said they ran to Megiddo with gold. You follow the Amos Kamos story later. And we know what happened with those people. And these are the points I'm pulling out to Reggie, while I say, if we're ever talking about any big group of people leaving, it definitely wasn't for the reasons that were in the Bible. It was because they were stealing. They knew they were stealing. And when they got ran up on, they negotiated their way over to Palestine, which they thought the Palestinians.
No, stop that. They didn't go. There's no evidence that they went there. Maybe some of them, but the other evidence, if they were Libyans, they went back to Libya.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with that too.
I'm not, unless you show me where all of these people.
Right there. I'm stopping right there. Because then we got Amos, son of Ibanya, who after he got busy on the Asiatics, he turned around and got busy on the Nehesi.
Right, but why you keep saying Asiatics? Why do you keep saying Asiatics? He got busy on the
Western Asiatics. They're Western.
What time period is that? Why do you keep saying Asiatics? Why are you doing that?
So Reggie,
Western African.
whole presentation is about showing that those wasn't Asiatics. Is this question?
I'm saying, prove it to me.
Right.
Prove to me that they were from Asia and they weren't Africans in the Tenahu, Tamehu area.
Correct.
Like I said, I agree with you, Reggie, that I don't think they're going to be able to prove it other than just running to what the previous scholars have already said. Basically,
they have to take, but the people that's in Canaan, if anything, the people that's in Canaan, who are they really in ancient times? These are they Libyans? Or the groups of Africans that was in Tamehu, Tamehu, and aren't they Tamehu groups that left over into Canaan in old time periods, huh?
I believe so. I believe you're right.
So why don't we look at Libya? See, if we looked at Libya, what we call Libya, or the Tamehu, or those groups of Northern Africans as Africans spreading territories, they're the ones who's trading with the Levant. Those groups of people, they have the most connection to the Levant, but those and many of those people actually end up in the Levant. Why don't we look at the African story? Why are we looking at the biblical story? Based on what do we have? Based on what do we have? Huh?
Okay.
This condition.
Reggie, can I answer that scientifically though? I want to answer that scientifically. The reason why everybody does that is because when I look up the geographic, right? Geographically, these names come into play, like Canaan, Palestine. Geographically, those are basically city-states and vassals of Egypt. That's Egypt proper. That's not an Egyptian place. Canaan, Palestine, all of that was Egyptian. You're not going to let entirely different people rule the narrow gap that lead into Egypt where every warrior and everybody could come through. So we had control of that. That's the first thing. Now, the thing that's to your point and that will help your point out, I agree with you that if I'm in Canaan or in Palestine or even on the coast of Sidon and Tyre, on the coast of the Mediterranean, even if I'm on the coast of the Mediterranean, I got to pass by the Nile Delta in order to get to Libya. So it don't make sense that the same people, Canaanites, are the same people as the Libyans. But we do have to acknowledge that there were sea people that came in.
No, that's later. That's later.
Okay.
In this particular time period, I'm talking about pre-dynastic time period onwards. You have these populations that we call Libyans, which were North Africans, really Tamehus, right? Tamehus, and they were composed of different groups like the Ticino. So, but in earlier time periods, these were the people who would, before Egypt was created, these were the people that would, those people in Butu and stuff like that, the elite of that area, they would go back and forth with Canaan. And so, so then you have admixture. But what we're talking about is an African story, and we was always talking about an African story. We're looking at a created biblical story, and then we get confused with words like Amo, because we see Western Asiatic all the time, but the people that's doing it don't read the Meta Netra record. They don't know that Amo just means foreigners, but they have to make it. Those 19th and 20th century scholars had to
see
make
something though,
Asiatic.
Reggie. I see something though, Dr. Reggie. When you say Western Asiatic, I think that I'm defining Western Asiatic one way, and I know it is because you said it earlier, and you're defining Western Asiatic as another way.
Yeah, I'm defining it as
the Levant.
Foreigners. So they are foreigners.
No, where is Western Asia to you? When they say Western Asiatic, where is that location to you? The Levant, right?
They try to make it the Levant, and I'm that's where they're trying to make it, and I'm not making it the Levant in this context.
Okay,
I'm not making it the Levant at all.
You making it Libya, right?
I'm making it
Libya.
Okay, so here's the other part. So you can let me share my screen, stop sharing.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah.
So I think that, my brother Smash and Asar and Ka, I think that they can have a field day. I think that they can have a field day with, let me see. Okay. With going through the Egyptian record. So let's just do this right here. So here, okay. So now we have groups. We have real live groups of peoples, right? And categorize it. So there's the Ha-Nebu, northernmost foreigners who relate to foreign countries and north coast of Egypt, right? And in the Aegean or Mediterranean Sea. So these are groups of people, the most northern foreign who were, if you want to say, on the Mediterranean. Then there's the Setiyu. This is Nubians. So we're gonna move past them. Then there is the Shemu. These are generally residents of southern Egypt, right? Then there is the Setiyu, right? Interesting. These are dwellers of the desert oasis, right? And dwellers of Siwa. So these are populations that you might say would be Libyan, right?
Yes.
The fifth tribe is the Ta-Mehu. These are residents of the Delta or Northern Egypt and are mainly the citizens of Lower Egypt, the Ta-Mehu. These are Africans. The sixth group of people, the Tetiyu Shu, these people are barbarous in general, and they're the nomads or Bedouins in the Eastern Desert or the Arabian Desert between the Nile and the Red Sea coast.
Say that name again.
The Pejetiyu.
So that's just the Eastern Bowmans, right?
Yeah. Yeah. These are Africans, though, huh?
The TU, just so people can see how we broke that down. We all talk about the TU bird, and if you hear what Reggie say, he say Paget TU. So that a paget is a bow, and then if you put a TU on it, you're gonna get Paget TU. I thought that's what I heard him saying.
Yeah.
So I thought that's how we deduced that.
You was the first one because you was always asking why didn't they call it set for bow? But you was showing us before this is a case to prove your point that it's not always set, right? It's they can use it as a bow. So these are Egyptologist designations, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it could be the Pejetiyu, it could be the Setiyu, it could be the Setiyu too, depending on.
You should know there's two different styles of bows. And the set bow that became really popular is what the people of Taseti use. So those Pejetiyu people was the same people that they used to send into the Levant for the Amarna tablets. You know what I'm talking about? When they would ask for, they called them Patati at about that time.
They wanted bowmen and they didn't get the Magi, so they got the Pejetiyu. Is that what you're saying? Huh?
Exactly.
They weren't the first line of defense, but these are Bedouins, right? Dwelling in the Eastern Desert. These are can be called Amu, right? The seventh tribe was the Titinu, right? So we know them. They're the dwellers of the west and southwest of Egypt and are definitely Libyans who are divided into four categories: the Tehenu, the Ribu, or Libo, and the Meshwesh, right? So where the F is the Hakakasu. So when you start looking at Egypt, and in Egypt through the periods, you find that the African story has been tampered with. And they just thought that all of this shit would die. And then there's this other group, the nomadic ethnic group who lived in the northeastern Egypt, as well as the Bedouin of Sinai with the Bedouins of Egypt. These ancient nomads were divided into four categories: the Shashu, the Retinu, the Zinzar, right, and the Hittites. Any of these people could you really say that any of these people or the people who they convert to the Hyksos?
Can you let us know what document you're reading from?
Oh, you want my source?
I mean, it looked really good.
You want my source? Oh, I'm always happy when a scholar asks me for my source. Here it goes right here. An unpublished pedestal of Ramses II.
Okay. With a reference to the 9 bowls. So
yeah?
in this document, do they have any other references? Who are the 9 bowls? They all North Africans?
These are groupings of the 9 bowls. But
yeah, so you were just naming them off, and I didn't hear anybody who didn't live along the rim of the South Mediterranean or North Africa. Who out of those people that you named? You said Mesh West, that's on the rim. Did you say the Ibu?
The only group of people was these group of people who was the groups of people called the Mentiyu, right? These are nomadic. Well, these groups of people are nomadic in the Eastern Desert, as well as the Bedouins of the Sinai, who lived with the Bedouins of Asia, right? The Asian nomads were divided into these groups. That's where I stopped at. So this category, this category, are these the Hekakasu of the period that we most talk about? I don't think so. These are Bedouins. These are Asian nomads. These people ain't got no real culture. But then there are also the other groups, which you might say the retinue, and the Hittites that are more stratified.
Well, yeah, because retinue got a population. I mean, retinue is a place.
Right.
So when
retinue, foreigners are retinue, and then it's not the rich.
I agree with what they're saying, but they put retinue up under Asiatic nomads. Now they could have been nomadic, but retinue was like where by Ugarit or Lebanon today.
Right. Yeah, but you have to be correcting the scholars, Smash, because they be using retinue like they use Ahamu and Hikakasu. Right?
No, they really don't. No, I mean, most of it, so basically, most of the references that we can look up philologically for retinue is going to be geographical.
But Smash, we don't need this. We just need the glyphs. We don't need all of the things what they say. They can be wrong.
Now, Smash.
I'm over here with Smash Rockwell in a certain car, and Smash, he starts playing with his chin. Now that ain't complete, right?
About what they do say from the glyphs. That's what I was saying. You feel me?
Right, but you can verify it.
Does it say Shasu right there?
Reggie making a good point, Smash. He's saying bump what you hear from the scholars and what you read. Look at what you see, not lookership. As a scholar yourself, look at that attestation. What he's talking about.
Right, and that's why. How can I say? Smash and Asar. They can verify. They can verify this list.
Like it says Zinzar, Sedjar.
Bro, listen, look. Even in spite of everything y'all said, all I said was they put retinue in with Asian nomads. Now, I'm not saying that the retinue were not nomadic, but look, they got Shashu first. Shashu, there's no place called Shashu. You see what I mean? That just means they constantly roaming. So when they put retinue next, I'm like, hold up. You can even look on the glyphs that you said, read the glyphs. So it showed you that that's a land right there, right before the number 42. And so that's all I'm pointing out, that the first one say Shashu, it don't got no land with it. It just got some people.
Right.
But the one got a land, and that's all I was pointing to, that hold up, if they want to say they're nomadic, how could you have a land really, like if you're nomadic? Do you roam around your own land?
Right, because you wouldn't be on the borders of Egypt, you would be in your land. And they make the same.
Well, there's a footnote there.
That's a great argument.
Zinzar, Sedjar. it should be Senuja. That R we already know means what it's supposed to be, which is red.
This is that category.
Smoke, right?
The category, well, one is a footnote there, and I didn't read the footnote. And two, I understand completely what Smash is saying, that these groups of people who have the retinue, they have a land, and maybe it could be a scribal error from the writer that he might have looked generally at this particular area. Okay, so where's the retinue? Where is the retinue? Let me go find.
That's right, Reggie.
Hey, but he might just know real quick. He might just know of attestations that show the nomadic nature of the retinue. I don't know of those, so I could pull attestations to show them grouped and staying in one place. Like if you go to who did the Battle of Kadesh? I keep always messing up. It's either Tutmos or Ramses, but the Megiddo was Tutmos, so that's Ramses. Now, if you go to the battle, they mention the retinue in there. Now, you remember the story of Sinuwe when he lived and went and lived in Amu? He went deep there and he got down with some retinue. So if he went to an area and got down with the people, they must be in that area all the time. That's all my contention was with what the scholar put. He grouped it with nomads. They might be semi-nomadic, maybe.
Yeah, because I ain't got no problem with the part that they could be both. Because I read about that. But
well, I don't my whole point of it is that the time period of the so-called Exodus, if you want to put it around the Amos period, where did all of these people go? That's all I care about. Why don't they dare put the Hekakusu, right? If they're trying to make them a people, right? They can't do that because Smash will smack them up, bang, bang, and Saw smack them up, bang, bang, so that they're a title, right, of foreign rulers, right? There. I have a glyph that I can't translate. Maybe you can translate it for me. This one right here, Ishi. I was thinking it was something like
Sa'ini. I would say Sa'ini.
Blow it up a little more.
I would say
what are you looking at first? I have to make
the
sure
one that you was pointing at. Yeah, you see that?
Tied up.
Oh, I'm tripping. Hold on.
Okay, great. So
my bad. Hold on. I didn't know you couldn't hear me. I gotta turn off this. Hold on.
You wasn't hearing.
I just went from my phone back. I'm back to my computer. I stepped out and ate lunch. Let me see. Leave meeting, but I gotta make
this
myself
one right
the
here.
host.
My man right here.
The Issy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Now you don't see Sa'ini there. Sa'ini, or Sa'ini, and you can even see the Y at the end.
Where?
So right there, I would call him. So he got an I is. So I would go ISINI or INY. Now I know that looks weird, so let's look this up and define it. You got your Vigus open?
I'm gonna do it.
If anybody got Vigus open, type, and then somebody could correct that. You know, I'm just throwing out the first one. So what I'm saying to any is because they put a S on top of INI. So if you type INI in Vigus, you don't got one just on your computer. I maybe could do it quicker, but I'm in the middle of something.
I can do it.
All right, go ahead. Go right ahead.
So Vigus, do you see me typing?
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, we can see you. We chilling. Ain't no rush.
Vigus dictionary. No, you're helping me out. But do you see Vigus dictionary? Where is it? You
can just go to pyramidtext. Oh, you got it. I get it from pyramidtextonline.com.
Read these at the bottom. I didn't see the N in between. That's what I want to see when you do it.
Okay, so now
type INI.
Okay, INI. Sorry, INI. You sound Jamaican.
Now we're gonna see. Keep going through them real quick, and one of these INIs is gonna be. Then if you put the S in front of, damn, it's hell of them. So what you got to do is click whole words and case sensitive. I don't know if they'll allow you to do that while you're on the internet. So if you search it on the internet, they're gonna give you too many renderings. But you maybe try to put an S in front of that.
But no, without. Okay. Sorry.
Put an S in front of that real quick.
Put an S in front of
I and I.
Shit.
Put the S in.
I put the S.
No, put the S in front. You try it.
What, to make it cyanide?
Yeah.
Wait, you want me to make it look like cyanide?
Mm-hmm.
Cyanide. Smash ain't no joke.
Okay, it went 0, so go back, take it out. I just wanted to test it because it has there's a causative S there. But I just wanted to try to see if we can eliminate it. I'm gonna open it up on my thing because you got the one on the online one is gonna give you too many attestations because you can't say whole words only. See what I mean? So let me open. I'm gonna open it right now. No trip. Hold up.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing.
And there's another on type AED. Go to AED. That's an ancient Egyptian dictionary online. That's hella good. Matter of fact, let's try to use it right now. I'm gonna share my screen. And I'm gonna probably see. I know I got it saved in my bookmarks, but I want to share this AED. Where this shit at? Right here. What if I type Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, AED? Now here we go, look. So they got a good ass one that's online, but I need to get to the beginning of it, right? And try this. So what are we looking for again? Any. Oh yeah, any. My bad, that's right. I probably would have worked better.
But it has an I. You said it's Cine.
So yeah, but no, we're gonna get to that because that S just makes it kind of causative. But first, let me go back to, let me see. DICTINARY, because this one, I don't think the one I was showing, I don't know. Oh, search translations and inscriptions. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Nope, that's a YouTube tutorial. So again, I'm not about to mess with that right now because I don't see the search right open. So I'll go back to this Vigus I was opening up. You probably could have found it by now. But anyway, we about to see it because I just opened up my thing. All right, so in order to avoid it giving you too many things, I normally come here, press Control F, and once the Control F open up, I click the wheel and then put whole words and case sensitive, and then that's going to I don't want to try it now. Man, get this out of my way.
Click the X.
I'm trying to hit my computer just ain't going as fast as it should be. So I put whole words and case sensitive, which would limit the results. I'm going to try I first to see if I get that back. I wish Chris was here. He would have hit me off quick. But notice we're going to see the legs with the ain't it like the legs with the new bow? Yeah. And then we're going to see, so there it go right there, right? And so we got that part, but then we put the causative S on top, which means, so if these legs means to bring away, to remove, to steal, the S, the causative S that they put on top, as we see there, is meaning to cause it to move away. So this is
like a nomad.
So we see the two reed. So we see the two reed leaves at the end of the any too. So now if we go back to his name, all we dealing with, now I'm gonna let you share your screen. All we're gonna be dealing with is that S that's on top of the any. So that's why I was saying any, remember?
Right. But these are this is not a name of a person. So that might mean nomad itself. So
okay. So let's go back and check that out.
Yeah, it might be the word for nomad.
Well. Honestly, did you hear what I just said? It meant to cause, to leave away.
Yes, that's why I said. You would hear me when I said that, right? I said that means nomad, huh?
Well, I mean, to cause to leave away, what causes a nomad to leave away traditionally is
the food and water.
A depleted pasture, a depleted pasture. Because your animals start leaving on you. Like ain't no more stuff to graze over here.
See, I got the best. I mean, we are lucky. We are lucky. That Smash, that's why I search hard and fall for somebody like you, right?
I feel the same way. I remember being on the internet like, I know it's people out here who could teach me something about this stuff.
So so let me share the screen again.
So yeah, I would say IS. You know, however you want to transliterate it. It starts with an I, so we got to deal with that. But we got so here's another thing. That new bowl is just taken out by the S. So let's show people, and then Chris can see what we talking about. And J Mill just put up the glyph for us, I think. So shout out to all the artists who helped from the chat.
Yeah, J Mills and
he said M17 or O35. So now I'm about to open up the JSES just so we can really get it in. JSESH. And I took it off my computer. No, there it go. Now y'all gonna see the problem JSES I'll be having. That's why I don't like using it. But it's very good. So you said he said O35 or M. I'm gonna put M17 first and then space O35, and I'll share the screen after I make it bigger. Yeah, that's exactly it, J Mill. And so now we can look up. So let's show why this thing is so good. I'm about to share the screen. Hold up, damn. So the reason why I like JSES so much because they got enough data in there to answer all our questions. So he just wrote it out. Basically, that's exactly that top. But I said any. Now let's see really what O35 is giving us because we can find the exact glyph. So instead, I'm going to take this O30. Now here's the deal. I'm going to use JSES to do it. So I ain't that good at this, but I think I want to go to the glossary, right? See how it do me sometimes? How this popped up blank like that? And so that's why I have my computer, and this is two different computers, so now I'm blaming it on them. That maybe this is more geared for people with Macs or whatever, because I got, like that's not gonna open up for me. So what I'll do is go to this one for us and simply put O35 so we can get the exact one, because this one we're looking at is W25. Let's put O35 right here and let it pop up. And look, it looked like the word almost, but not. It's set. So that's something different. Let's find it in a word that's very close. All of those are close to it. If y'all can see what I was reading that was in those definitions. But maybe we could find the exact. Now, why did it switch to O35? Hold up. Is that what J Mill said? Yeah, O35. Okay. Let's see those legs with this S on top.
I guess.
So how would they say this is Mesu? I see the Su. I want to see the phonetics attached to those legs. I mean, you know, the transliteration attached to those legs. I know y'all can find that hella quicker than I'm doing it, but I'm just showing one way that I often do. So I gotta minimize this. Y'all can have the floor while I just speed through this to find the one by itself.
Well, so generally, I'm asking the panel.
There it go. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're back.
Look. So we got is right here, right? So we got that right. Remember we said his name was what? Hold on. Well, if you say it's not a person's name, it's still lining up. Dang, why my computer doing this? It's still lining up with what Reggie said as why would a person's name be to go? And if it has something to do with nomads, we clearly see the reed leaf, the S, and the feet. And going, get up out of here, man. That's probably.
I knew. I had that on my mind. We got to go. Get up out of this bitch.
What's on top of the beat? Normally, I usually see the pair symbol, but right there, that's the doorbolt, isn't it?
All right, so look.
Does need to go out.
Yeah, where's the doorbolt? But it just should be determined as the S that they rendering. You see, there's no S written on here. So how they're deducing this S is from the causative S of the doorbolt. I still know it's causative because it's attached on type of the feet. So this type of go is, what does imperative mean? I just know it means something like your ass need to go. It's not a command at the sense, but since something is causing them to go again,
it's a mandate.
Yeah, and then look. Yeah, good. So I don't think it was this though, J Mill, but thanks for. You should ponder this too, because besides this B right here, we don't have this B in the attestation Reggie showed us. And so I think what else are we questioning about that person? You can put him back on the screen if you don't mind.
Okay, so yeah.
He was so believed and got tied up because he didn't. It's C.
Get up out of here. It's like, yo.
So yeah, they say it's a person who goes. That's close to like a nomad.
Yeah.
But a nomad is the person who never stops going. I mean, he like keep moving basically.
Right. And so when you have the stela of Ketty, when they said the vile Asiatics, right? It's their food, it's their stomach that leads them, right?
So
They
notice
never-
this last thing, not to cut you off. They didn't put the I in. The other people who transliterated it that we just seen put the I, the S, and the Y.
Okay, so give me your best rendering so I can put it on my chart.
Yeah, I will put ISY, and then I'm gonna type that one last time to see if anybody tried to check your work, what they would get in the dictionary.
I think said Cypriots. It didn't have the same spelling though as this, I don't believe. Cypriots is like from Cyprus.
Yeah,
like
people
Greekish.
of Cyprus. Yeah, I don't think that's what they was talking about. Unless, of course, they talking about people of Cyprus in that text right there. Well, you think that's people of Cyprus? Because it go, it got that B. It got that B in there too, and the B ain't there.
Right.
So yeah, ISY. I'm gonna share my screen just for your scholastic confirmation, Reggie, so that when people try to look up your work, you know that you can show them, no, this is actually it. Look.
Only people that can mess with me is you, Saul, Chris, and Jay Mills, right? They be like, y'all be like,
Hey, check it out too, Reggie. You might be even more right. This is the exact rendering. And guess what else? It says it's plural.
Yeah.
That's even more. A plural imperative. And so now let me see. Here come Kyle.
God dag, a dude, a people with a name like Go. So when I see your ass, I say, yo, Issy. Go.
Well, the plural won't get him away all the way though.
Huh?
I said, just to be a little bit petty, I said the plural won't get him all the way out because sometimes at the end of names they do use the plural.
But they use the double Y right here. That's why I'm like, why did they make that plural even though it ended in a single nisba? But we got Chris coming in, so I'm pretty sure he can help out. What's up, Chris?
Peace, Smash. What's up, everybody?
I hope all is well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, what y'all looking up?
How long you been listening, Chris?
I just started listening about 2 minutes ago. I was outside messing with the Chevy.
Okay, so Chris, so generally what I was asking help from my brothers is that I do not believe that the Amos people that they was fighting, called the foreign rulers, I do not believe that they're Canaanites. I believe that they were Libyans, and that this was an African story retold, and that I tried to show all of the different groups of Africans and foreign people that the Egyptians knew about in the different time periods, and so the people in North Africa who were in the Delta would be the Tameho. They would have been the Tameho. No matter, you could try to canonize them, you could try to do whatever you want, but you can't even do that because they're close affinity with Egyptians and Libyans and the Tanahu, the Ticino, right? So these are Africans living in the Delta, not Canaanites, meaning having some trade with them. And so when Amos kicked these people out, they didn't go like the Bible story says, they went into Canaan. They didn't go that way. They went back to the Libyan populations and just chilled for a later period. And when they're doing that, you don't have to see all of the.
All right, well, I'm not gonna cut you off, but they're gonna ask you to prove that part where they went back to. So, would you have anything that attests to that?
It's too well. That's the open question. They say based on Amo being Asiatics that they had to go back to Asiatics, right? I mean, since you have the Beni Hassan, right? The Beni Hassan thing where they're trying to make the people from Beni Hassan Asiatics, and you can't make them Asiatics. seem to me Libyans. There's nothing in the text that says they came from Canaan at all. It seems that they were African population. They had actually, the Babylon Dun was correct. They had the Nubian what do you call animal, apex, ipex, right? That's a Nubian animal he's got. So he didn't come from Canaan. He didn't come from Canaan. He came from Africa.
But
right.
I think the issue. Well, I can't speak for everybody else. And peace to everybody on the panel too. What's up, Reggie, Smash? I think who else on Babylon Dunn and Asar.
What's up with you?
That's everybody.
Peace.
I'm good, man. I'm trying to learn, but it's difficult. Well, I wouldn't say it's difficult. It's confusing at times because we switch back and forth between terminologies, and these terminologies can be used very, very fluently to describe, I guess I would say a multiplicity of people in different ethnic groups. We use the term Asiatics, but then we also have Black Asiatics. Then we got the term Black. We got to use correctly, or it's kind of confusing just from a person. Like I'm not well versed in Kemet whatsoever. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I am, but when I'm listening to y'all, it's like we go between these terms. And it's confusing to me personally because I don't understand when you're saying Asiatic what you're referring to, because the Libyans would be Asiatic.
All right, but besides that, everything you said, besides the final sentence, that the Libyans would. So this is what I want to break down. Now, everything you said is perfectly well qualified, and the cool part about it is what Reggie's whole presentation is working to bring some clarity to the matter, because he's saying what you just surmised at the end, but not that the Libyans is Asiatic. They took this term A'amu and said that meant Asiatics. And so Reggie is showing that he found some Libyans called A'amu. So now this raises his stance is that A'amu don't mean Asiatic, it actually means foreigner. And so now the last thing you just said would be like, was the Libyans Asiatic? That's kind of like more showing that even though you was confused, you still kind of getting it, but just didn't know that was kind of like leading towards Reggie's ultimate point. And I hope I said that well, Reggie, but you could take the floor.
Said makes sense. I'm just trying to learn, and it's kind of confusing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to discredit or challenge.
Okay, so Kyle. All right, so let me just unconfuse it for you. Why do we think that the people in North Africa are from the Levant? Based on what?
Proximity.
Okay, what other proximities are there in North Africa?
I mean, like when you look at the qualifications of the Levant region, is Kemet, Libya, is the Mediterranean region on the southern eastern tip, and southern Asia. So like,
okay. So historically, what happens is that we who study the Meta Nature or look for sources in the Meta Nature, we see African populations in the majority. We don't see even those people who might have come from the Levant into Africa, they are Africans. They're not Canaanites.
Well, I guess that's okay. I see what's happening. I think what's being done. We're going back and forth between I guess you would say secular and then non-secular terminology, because like I wouldn't necessarily refer them as Canaanites if I was having a historical based conversation. That's just me personally. You know, I don't know if that makes sense or not.
So could you call them so the other term that we largely use is we call them North Africans, and then we also call them Libyans.
Yeah, but Reggie, if I might interject, I would
Canaanite ain't biblical, but keep going. We got historical attestation to the term Canaanite in the it's Kanana. That's what they said in the Meta Nature. Right. But keep going.
I'm with you. I'm completely with you now. I understand that I misspoke because I do see that in the Manesh Stella, different stellas that was in Kemet as well. So like I may have misspoken in that, but I'm referring to how people generally perceive it. when you say the term Canaanite, you mean it's a descendant of Ham in a person that has a biblical mindset, understanding of it, and that could be kind of you see what I'm saying? It could be
that's
kind
a
of
fact.
confusing.
Right,
That's
but I'm
one
trying to
of the things I was
relieve
trying to
us
get.
of the burden of the biblical stuff, right? Because Smash is right. If the Kanana, if we look at the Maripata stela, it's just a place. It's not necessarily whole peoples, right? It's a place with some peoples in that place, but those people weren't the people described during the time of the of Amos. It wasn't them. It was more of a Tamehu group. Tamehu, the land of the north. It was those grouping of people, and those people are African.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Real quick. So I know the close connection between the people group supposedly called the Timahu and the land of Lower Egypt called Tamehu. But I tried to scrutinize this before, the relationship between the two, and I never found Timahu, the people, written with the Mehu whip that they used to write up top. I know my research is limited. So what do you have to say about that?
No, I agree. I agree because if I put this map up again, share screen, and thanks. I just want to make sure that what I'm saying is plausible because I think that the confusion. So okay. So over here is the Rebu, the Teheno people, right? And then up over here, these groups of people
can you click
would be Egyptians.
Can you click full screen or something, or use Control Plus in order to make that map thing big enough so we can see it without the words? Yeah. Let's look at the map. Thank you.
Is it big enough?
Yeah, we can see it now.
All right. So here's a big thing. Here's a big point before I even get to that, right? Okay. The big point is if you've studied ancient Egypt, you know that a lot of ancient Egyptian words are actually from the Western Sahara, from Libyan populations. Like Amenta that we see in the Book of the Dead and stuff like that. That's a place in the Western Desert, right?
The Western Desert and beyond. But keep going.
Right. So Menta is the West, and it's a real people. I mean, a real place with peoples.
That's right.
And so the ancient Egyptians gave honors to their predecessors from the Green Sahara, and these groups of people over here, which we call the Tamehu, the Tamu. So the Tamu groups of people, they controlled this whole area over here, and the Nile Valley, which is over here, Egypt, they gave credit. And so some of the people, like Neith doesn't come from Egypt. Neith comes from Libya.
I wouldn't say that. I would say she mutually is in Libya and Egypt, but I agree with you.
No, she actually came from these people who of this word Amet, right?
Amenti. I heard that argument. I know what you're talking about.
So the grammar of Egypt, though we see it from Nubia or enough, it was these groups of people who are ancestors and parent people of the Nile Valley.
Well, just to give some reference for people to see, somebody got some popping going on, or whatever that, maybe you can mute out, that'd be cool. Thank you, it sounds like you're muted. So just to give some perspective to people on maps like this, all you really could go off is how the Nile bends. And you look at the biggest bend of that bend of that Nile right there, you can conject that they're probably on that map putting that around that the 4/5 Nome. And I'm talking about down that bend under that River Nile thing. So I just wanted to look at how they we're in Upper Egypt where they say the Timahu was, not Lower Egypt. They say the other contingency, the bigger group,
the Tenahu. So Timahu was a smaller group of Timahu is a smaller group of Tahenu. You feel me? But look who the Tahenu is, the ones who border the coast of the Mediterranean. So Jabari messed that up a big time, because he teach people that the people deeper in Africa is Europeans.
Yeah, he's a wait, watch this. Wait, he's a bozo because he doesn't use the Medunecha. And then when you show him the Medunecha, then what he does is repeat back what you say and then look for flaws in when you're trying to give people information. And so he attributes everything to himself, but yet when you ask him to read the Medunecha, he can't. Oh, I read it slow. I don't read it as well as you, right? And so I'm sorry, Smash, I'm doing it on your show, right? But I don't like when people masquerade as something that they are not, right? So when we do this work, right, what we do this work is we transliterate, we translate, we use tools. I have never seen him use Vigus. I've never seen him use TLA. I never seen him say anything else except for tell a story. And I'm gonna close there, because when you actually start reading the Medunecha, right, you find that a lot of the words, well, yes, the ancient Egyptians name it with the glyphs, but the sounding of these words, where they originally originated, were not in Egypt, right? It came from these earlier Libyan populations or Nubian populations, right? Because each of these places like Libya and Tunisia, they have an upper region and a lower region. They all have upper regions and lower regions. And so when you're listening to, I'll just stop because—
Hey, Brother Reggie, before I forget, I just want to say, did you look up, and to Brother Smash, anybody on the panel? Now, you know, when we look up the word, I'm not saying it's the same word. I'm asking. The word temehu in Egyptian Medunecha, according to them, means created white. What you think about that?
Temehu is—
Nah, that's pseudo. Where you get that from?
Nah, that's something that Gerald Master tried to sneak in on us.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's pseudo. That's pseudo.
Some scholars teach this, not me.
So we know creation. Nothing about Ta or Mehu got anything to do with creation. If
That's why I brought it up. This is important to the argument, though, because if Reggie gonna use the word Tamehu and somebody brings it up, this may be their definition.
No, well, we can break it down for them. Most Egyptian statements of that type of creation probably would start with an I and an R. It'd be like, and you'll see an I when they talking about bringing something to existence, a transformation of something being created in that way. You might see the Kepler beetle. But I'm just saying the most frequent ones. There's 100 other words to say it, but anyone could tell you who read the Medunecha. Most of the time when they're talking about making something like that, it ain't gonna be nothing with a Ta or a Mehu.
Yeah, Ta's land.
And the word white ain't in there either. There was really no word for white like that. We defer to silver, and we'd have to see a H and a D somewhere in there. Yeah.
Hey.
A great hedge wall, which would be the great silver wall.
Except for the white crown. Except for the white
Well, see, the white crown was called hedge. It was called hedge. See how we did that? So really, in all actuality, the brightest thing they seen in natural stuff, you might see white stuff, but it ain't gonna be as bright as silver. And they was going off capacity of brightness as opposed to darkness. And so
To give you a better analogy, it would be like silver and gold, which is pretty much what you get from ancient Kemet. Silver and gold were the main things that other countries wanted from them, and that's really.
Now, I do want to mention this. Now, I do want to mention this. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just a little bit, then I'll mute out. So the name Ta-Me or Ta-Mehu is really it's a genitive construction, and a literal translation would mean the land or the area of flooding or the filling, which describes the whole delta area. not no created white. So the word meh or mehu means to feel,
To feel, yep.
or to drain. So tamehu means exactly that. It means the land of filling or flooding or draining, because the Nile flows down.
Riparian country. It's Libya.
Yes, but just for the
No,
record.
wait, Libya.
Okay.
Wait, no, I'm talking the Delta.
Libya ain't Tamehu.
Right,
So that's
Libya
the
is not
problem.
Tamehu.
So we can argue this now. Those who, because Reggie, you do find a connection between Timahu and Tamehu. I never found that, and so some of the confusion is how close the terms are. To right now, we might think we're talking about Libya, but we're talking about Tamehu, Lower Egypt, the Delta areas.
Right.
Yeah, the land of drainage. The land of drainage.
So think about this with the map on the screen. To the west of Tamehu would be Tenahu, not Timahu. So we couldn't confuse them in that way. To the left of what we know as Tamehu, that delta area where we see the blue water, to the left of that is the word Tenahu. And so that would even mean that we making a stretch trying to relate that to the people of the lower area called Timahu.
Right. So he's for years he's been touting this, and for what reason did he do this? Because he never looked at the map. And he flooded and confused our people, and it's a goddamn crime.
Well, if he tries to discredit the map, you refer him to the 6th century attestation with Harkuf when he went to the south, you don't remember? And he wanted to round up all the Nubians. He was no place in the north. He went to Yam Wawat, and then who did they see that they had to go run off and pacify? The leader of Tamay, yeah. You feel me? He chased somebody all the way into the land of Tamay. So if you down there in Yam and Wawat, and then all of this stuff happens, we must conclude that the map is supported by that primary evidence. And that's Harkuf who did that.
Yeah, he would have to bring up another map with Medu Necher, with ancient groups, because here's the Meswesh. These people are tested, right?
Yeah.
We know what these people are, the Rebu, the Libu, right? They mess up, it could be Libu or Rebo, but it's Rebo here, right? These groups of people over here, it
was Rebu to the Egyptians and Libu to the foreigners. The R and the L changed, so that's why they do that, remember?
Say that again?
It was Rebu to the ancient Egyptians, but Libu to the foreigners. That's where they get Libya from. So yeah, the R and the L is interchangeable when we for foreign words, and that applies to that.
In the late kingdom, in the late Egyptian, when the Ptolemies get there, you see the change, right?
It was a phonetic mishap because the R and the L are said the same way inside the mouth. That's why when you see Ngozi say Alap, it sounds like he's saying ALAP and he's saying ARAB.
He's just trying to be fly and keeping his Middle Eastern.
That's the L and the R inside the B and the P, the L and the R.
I ain't listening to him. Ngozi just trying to be fly. That's my brother. I love him.
Hey, Dr. Reggie, before you move from your map, can I ask you something, Brother Reggie? Can you go back to the left, to the far left, like toward Rebu? Okay, as we move left, go to the far left, like to the end of your map. I want to show you, I want to say something.
Far left here?
Yeah, keep going. That's as far as you can go? Okay.
Yeah, on this map.
Yeah, okay, right there. Okay, my map must be wrong. Okay, yeah, I can see it. Now, check it. You see, as you go farther west, you go to what you call where Spain and Africa meet, where Northwest Africa and Spain meet, called the Strait of Gibraltar. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, up here.
Yes.
So now, that's one way that they saying that those Asiatics came into Libya from Spain, Ibero-Mauritian. This is what Ngozi didn't be talking.
Oh no, but he knows that Ibero-Mauritian has nothing to do with European populations.
But hold on, let's deal with this. Something else you just pointed out. I ain't taking this map too much further than Timahu.com or the source of it, but what I'm saying is They proposing that the Mess-West was on the West Coast. And would that be wrong? Because that's the Mediterranean. So they saying the Mess-West would be right around where Morocco was, which was saying that Egypt will have contact with people all the way on the West Coast of Africa.
Marrakesh, West.
And there's southern populations because each of these areas go up and down. So there's populations, and so they created a fake word called Numidia, right? And Numidia, these fake words are nomadic people. These are nomadic groups of people that explore. Here's Siwa right here, right? That.
Why do you think Numidia is a fake word that they made up?
Oh, because when I looked it up, it means nomad. It doesn't mean a.
But the Greeks would call people stuff, and then people would take on those type of names, like they called Africa Afrique, and we still saying that shit. So you don't think it was no people who you don't think it was no people who was called the Numidians?
I'm not so sure. But your point about the Afri people is absolutely correct. I'm doing the next big presentation I'm doing is the meaning of Africa. But you're absolutely correct. I do have a let me stop this and see if I could pull up a map of ancient West, the Roman period of Africa. So let me see if I can.
The same thing applied to Phoenicia, Phoenicians and Philistines and Mediterranean and everything else.
I know where it is. Okay, I know where it is. Give me a second, but keep talking. Sorry. And I have to take a break. I do actually have to take a break. I needed to do a chore. But so before I even begin to leave, I'll be here another 5-10 minutes. Am I plausible that the people called the Hekakasu in real life were people of Ta Mehu?
Well, it's plausible. So I will ask for definitely more than one attestation. And I will say that you should probably use to add to your argument how the term Aamo, if you look it up, they do complement it with a M and the A's at sometimes. But really, if you look up the throw stick, and I don't want to be wrong, we can look up the throw stick. The throw stick is Aamo itself, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So then it could be argued that when they're talking about these foreigners, that should possibly be part of it, because we see the throw stick every time they show foreigners. So then how could we see it in the case of the Aamu and think that they're anything particular and not general? But I'm just saying that might be some expansion onto the argument that could be added, but it's plausible, but I think it's kind of uphill battle-y. Let's hear what other people think, though.
All right, wait, Smash, stay there. It's uphill battle-y when we know that the people who in the area at the time, we can identify almost all the groups based on the Egyptian records, right? Of these groups of people. To say that these people are, you're not saying that they are Canaanites, are you?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So
all I meant by that was no one else says what you're saying, and that's what I meant by the uphill battle.
Oh no, it's easy battle for people who know the meta-nature, who can understand the maps. It's an uphill battle for people who don't know the meta-nature, people who make mistakes with Tamahu, right? It's an uphill battle for them, but not for people. But we live in 2023, right? We live in AI. We live in a whole different world than we did 10 years ago. When 20 years ago, when Dr. Ben was still teaching and Dr. Clark was still teaching, we live in a whole different world. We get fact check. We have the resources. We have the primaries. We have the library books. We are in a different type. And so old things die. And so that's why you have major museums changing the names of the exhibitions and the names of museums.
Well, you could come with more than that one attestation, but because I know you can, because I think I've seen some before. But I would like to ask Chris, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I think the brother Reggie is onto something. But let's remember though, anybody who was not a Ramech, you're a foreigner. And I think sometimes we forget about that.
You're correct.
Yeah, and if you're not Ramech, now even though in the Book of Gates they do list those 4 nations, and it was something special about them, right? In the Book of Gates, they didn't mention the Mitanni, they didn't mention the Sumerians, but for some reason they felt like Ra had something to do with the creation, even though they're heathens of those 4 other nations. So it's something there. Why would they attest the creation of those 4 other nations and have Ra be their guide?
Right. Yeah,
right,
but
which
see,
is in the Book of Gates. Go ahead.
I think though that we overlooking one fact that Reggie did put forth, and I think it was very important. And I wasn't arguing the point when he pointed out that Neith is a Libyan or Tehinu, right? Rebu deity. Also, Bubastis is as well. That's one of the things I was going to point out to Reggie. If he say that that's a Libyan god, then would you say that they also brought Bubastis to ancient Egypt? Because Shishak, right, the person you're talking about, founded Bubastis. You see what I'm saying?
I'm saying that they were much more.
Yeah, I mean they borrowed deities.
So this is what I'm saying, J Mill. This is what I'm saying. Then that's what I wanted to hear. So then, are you saying that the Libyans actually borrowed the deities from the Egyptians and created those Egyptian dynasties? Because they calling Shishak an ancient Egyptian pharaoh in Libya with rulership over Palestine.
I'm saying that Libyans, I'm saying the people that we call the Tamehu, the people close to them, and the other groups of people, they all use Medu Neter as their writing, right? They communicated with Medu Neter, right? They conversate with Medu Neter. Wait, I also want to say is that when the people of Amos' time intercepted a letter from the Nubians that were supposed to be going to Apep, right? That was in Medu Neter. It wasn't in no Canaanite language. It wasn't in cuneiform because it originated from Nubia, and it went up, and it was trying to go to people who could read it, which was the Hekakasu, the foreign rulers, Apep, right? And Amos says that it was that he wrote it. He wrote what the contents say, and it's in the Medu Neter. These are not Canaanite people. We need to put that in the garbage. We need to put out the light of that Asiatic BS, and we need to challenge those. What do you call those people? The linguistic. What do you call them? The Chris Ever is cool with me right now. The DNA magic men and the all those groups of people who play with linguistics, Afro-Asiatics, right? We need to put them to sleep. Sorry about my long rant. Am I still here?
Yeah. So
I want to show this wherever it is. Oh, I think it's here. I'm looking at it. I don't think that y'all can see it because something's wrong with my Zoom. But I do want to show. I want to show you a map of Africa at the Roman period, and maybe that will help if I could get my Zoom working. Okay, there we go.
I was doing a little bit more research trying to look at the actual data from them Fayum mummies and to see which ones they said was the actual indigenous of the 40 pre, because it's 40 pre-Ptolemaic period ones. So out of the 90 people that they chose, 50 of them was from the Ptolemaic period, and they chose 40 of them from the pre-Ptolemaic period. But go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm agreeing with Smash. I'm correcting myself that the Numidae may have been indigenous population because these are groups of people in the Roman time period where there's no longer, there's Garamantes, there is Gutulis, there are people from Maury, and this is what the same thing that we were looking at. The same thing that we were looking at is now hundreds of thousands of years later. And so we have a real group of people living there called the Afri people. We have Numidae, right? So some of these words, we have Maury. So some of these were probably ethnic, and here's Batika, right? But some of these groups of people were in fact ethnic people. All I'm just trying to do is cleanse our community of thinking that Amo always converged to Asiatic without verification, and that the Asiatic numbers is much lower in the record of ancient Egypt than we make it. Right. So I was just looking for a major pushback. But if I get plausible with some of the greats, then I'm happy. Your Exodus, it was an African Exodus. It had nothing to do with Africans going into Canaan.
But no, hold on, because you would make it seem as that whole scenario happened, but it just happened differently.
Well, Africans did leave the Delta.
But not because nobody named Moses had a fight with a pharaoh.
Oh, absolutely not. That didn't happen. That's my whole point.
I see we got Concrete Corey in the building. Shout out to you. What's up, Corey?
Peace to y'all, Smash. Peace to everybody. I'm just listening in, man. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to actually understand y'all points and where y'all coming from. So I'm just listening in, bro.
Yeah, I know y'all probably went to the good schools that taught y'all the truth, but saying y'all never heard nobody that say that Egypt was in the Middle East, I still kind of got a question mark over me, like how y'all could never heard nobody teach that when we was younger.
No, I knew that the Egypt was in the Middle East. When I was in school, Desert Storm was actually going on. You know what I'm saying? So I knew that Egypt was part of the Middle East, but I also knew that it was on the continent of Africa.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I feel you. I hear the argument. Yeah, but peace to you. I just was giving you some floor time in case you wanted to say something.
Yeah, no. And then because I heard kind of what when I came in, Kyle was speaking, but as the Zoom, was connecting, he kind of got cut off. So, but I definitely understood where he was coming from when he was saying, what he was saying. It's kind of it's a little bit confusing to some people the way it's laid out, but I'm listening in. I'm trying to actually hear the points of view and really understand where y'all coming from. So I'm just gonna go on mute and keep learning.
Word up. We ain't got no particular topic anyway. Anybody want to chime in and build on something? But we just was building on.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, family. I appreciate it. I'll be trying to talk a little bit more about it. I just want to see if I can get through the first.
Well, it seemed cool. What time are you presenting it at?
7 o'clock, 7:30, unless Sinetta has a big show that's going to take the audience. If he does, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, y'all got to be more, I'm just saying that as a homie, be more, don't let that happen too much more many times. Because I'll be wondering why y'all don't got no organization with that. Because Sinetta's supposed to tell all his people to come watch you, not doing it at the same time. But yeah, I feel
it don't work like that. It doesn't. As a matter of fact, it works the other way. It works, and I would start a presentation, and then Anka started a presentation at the same time Sinetta started a presentation. And then they would say, well, there's different audiences. And I would say, well, I have the least amount of audience, but I have a lot of information, primaries. So I don't want to compete with Sinetta. And I don't, and so usually what I do is I'll just end the show. I'm not fighting y'all because I don't get nothing out of it. I don't get no cash apps. I definitely don't, I don't
Man,
get
we got to do some marketing. Let me handle this. I'm a mastermind. So when Sinetta closing out, you supposed to come on and start your presentation as his closeout. Maybe put up the first slide, get everybody hooked in, and be like, we continuing this right now on.
But he got 4-hour shows now.
Oh, so he might shut you all the way down, huh?
Yeah, he do. He go to shows to 12 o'clock, 12:30. He get cooking. Sinetta, I never seen nobody with with as much energy as him. You can't wear him out. He'll do a 4-hour show, right? Shoot, the Judah Nazareth and Nepal, they did a 7-hour show.
We on 4 hours now. I done ate 2 lunches. I stopped early and went out to get lunch and came home and my wife had a lunch for me. So I feel you. That it'd be taxing. You feel me?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna say thank you all for your time. Sorry if I because I think Smash and Saw and Chris and a lot of you, and we got Babylon Dunn on here, right? I saw Ka. Y'all really, when y'all start thinking about what I'm saying, y'all tear the bricks off of it. I'm just I'm an old man right now. I ain't got shit. All right.
Well, that's what's up. Well, they gonna say find a few more, and I'm gonna help you find some. Shout out to you.
Hey, Brother Reggie, if I could say something with all due respect, I want to say that I know how much you don't like the spiritual, spooky ends of it and the biblical ends of it, but I in this case though, you talking about putting forth.
My mother got ran over by a damn bus, right? She got ran over by a damn bus. Ain't no God, ain't no nobody helped that beautiful woman, right? The bus didn't stop. No, nothing helped her. So people, she's my creator, right? So nothing helped her. Now I have to evaluate what's real and what's not real. Now, so there's good things and there's bad things, but that was a horrible thing. And it was across the street from where Dr. Ben was living, right? So ain't no comedic, nobody is going to tell me about nothing spooky. Now, when it comes to real life, I think that we need to make tools. If the bus had a better tool, maybe on that partial rainy night, he could have seen my mother, right? Now in my neighborhood, because of my mother, they now have speed cameras because I fought for speed cameras in my neighborhood, right? So you get a ticket if you're going over a certain amount of time, especially where my mother got hit. So I like technology, I like science, right? My creator is died. So, and anybody who's selling spirituality, they selling this shit.
I agree, Dr. Reggie, but what I wanted to say was, in a debate though, like it's not about emotions and stuff like that. You're gonna have to know the argument of the people that you make.
Oh yeah, but I know the silly people I'm talking to. So it's different. See, you can't use Dr. Clark. You can't use Dr. Clark against me. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why you can't use Dr. Clark against me, right? I'm just gonna show you real quick. So if you don't know, I'm gonna show, right? So where is this? Desktop. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna show you why you can't use Dr. Clark against me. You can use it against you. You can scream out. You can scream out, Dr. Jeffries, Brother Reggie. Okay, this is okay. So, okay. I guess I don't have to share my screen. You can listen to it.
No, you gotta share. You got audio. I feel you.
Yeah, it's audio, so you might be able to hear it. So I'm gonna show you why you can't use Dr. Where is it? How come this not coming up? 1 second. Okay. Can anybody separate me from the Okay, can you hear that?
Yep.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
Let me see if I can turn this up. Can anybody separate? No, let me just share my damn screen. I'm gonna share my screen. So now you got me triggered. So now I'm gonna be real triggered. So I'm gonna show you how I get down. Share screen. Bang. Share screen. Share sound. All right. Okay, let's start it from the start. You see my screen?
Yes.
You see the man that's there?
Yeah, Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
Who's Dr. Leonard Jeffries?
A great scholar and teacher, and right now you showed me that he was going through some ailments and stuff.
Okay,
You know.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries is the oldest surviving student of Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark.
Fact.
Right? He is the one who brought us Sheikha Anta Diop, right?
Fact.
He's the one who had the largest Black Studies department in the United States. This is Dr. Leonard Jeffries. What does Dr. Leonard Jeffries say? Watch this. Can anybody separate me from the legacy of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Diop, and yourself? Anybody?
No, I put their money on Brother Reggie, put my money on Brother Reggie no matter what.
Well.
And so you should feel secure in the fact there are people who don't understand, and they're woofing, and they don't understand how deep the protection goes. We owe you for the great work that you were doing. We could not pay you for what you did. That's correct. No.
I'll just leave it there. There's much more. So I don't care if they're students of Dr. Jeffries, little brothers of Dr. Jeffries, understudies of Dr. Jeffries. I don't care, right? Because I have Dr. Jeffries saying what I need, what needs to be said. So I don't care about no Jabari. I don't care about no Sekou. I don't care about, I don't even care about my other older teachers, right? The boss is speaking. And he can say much more. So on spirituality, this man brought me to Africa. This man trained me, right? This man will put his money on me all day, every day, and protect me. Everybody else can add titles to their goddamn name. I'm this and I'm that. I'm professor. I'm that, right? I'm priest. I'm himnecha. I'm all of that. But you know one thing they're not gonna get? They're not gonna get the oldest, most respected scholar who bought us a lot of this material, saying nothing about them, except for I met them. So let's just keep it a buck, right? I need Smash skill how I can put you put the reverse on it, right, and remix it. So you can lay down, they can all lay down and die when they talk about I'm going against the legacy of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Why? Because I got a living ancestor, right? One of the greatest who integrated Black Studies departments, the Black Studies Conference, African Heritage Studies, continued Dr. John Henry Clark's work. And do I need to play it again? I don't need. Do I need to play it again? I'll play it again. Here you go.
Do it, brother.
Legacy of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Diop, and yourself. Anybody?
No, I put their money on Brother Reggie, put my money on Brother Reggie no matter what. And so you should feel secure in the fact there are people who don't understand, and they're woofing.
What did you say, Dr. J? What did you say? They're what? What?
There are people who don't understand, and they're woofing.
They're woofing? Okay, so thank you very much. So all of these people who are new age niggas, sorry, Smash, new age niggas with a K, I misspoke, who think that they know, they could kick rocks. That part.
Hey Reggie, peace to you, bro. I don't have any pushback what you're saying because I actually agree to what you were saying and the full passion behind your conversation. My thing is this, right?
Yeah.
So like it's always been two narratives that's pushed. It's been that Egypt was a European-based civilization, then there's been a Egypt was a black civilization narrative that's out there. And so a lot of times when we go on the internet, and I say we because I feel a victim to it myself, and we look at this stuff and we rely on the quote unquote specialists or the experts, and a lot of the times we, in hindsight being 2020, we realized that those experts had a political agenda for Europeans. And so like me personally, I think that a lot of people may come against you and smash and the whole, you know, the Egyptians was black thing, not based on any type of disrespect to you or your teachers or whatever. It's just based on simply getting bad information that you find on the internet and is quote unquote coming from the scholars of that community. And I don't think it's anything personal against you. I think that they have to kind of go against their standard for academia or what they thought was right and exact and true and battle against. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. If I,
you saying it so well. You saying it so well. So continue.
Yeah, is that situation that's going on.
It's intellectual warfare. But when you have the Metropolitan Museum of Art having a standing exhibition calling the African origin of civilization, not the Mediterranean origin of civilization, right? Not the Asiatic Sumer origin of civilization, Africa, the origin of civilization. In the Metropolitan Museum of Art, there is no contest. Kaio, the black is secondary. The primary is that it was an African civilization.
Yeah, and
right?
I would never ever push away or push against that when you say it's an African civilization. Yeah. I think that the only pushback that you'll ever receive from me is based on the diversity that exists within Africa, and then we deal with people and people groups and associating those groups with other people groups, if that makes any sense.
Can I ask a question?
Where you going at?
I think you've done a great job of making that separation. If you listen to anything that you've been saying historically, like I've been knowing you probably, I don't know you personally. I ain't never met you face to face, but we've had multiple conversations, and I think you've laid that out. And if an individual can't see what you're saying clearly, then that's on them, you know. And I don't think that is worthy of getting upset about, because you know you clearly have Smash, y'all clearly have a deeper understanding, have invested more time and effort into your life and studying these things than the majority of the people have.
Well, we have great younger people like yourself that we give the facts to. I'm not asking you to believe me, ask you believe no fancy words. I'm not a charismatic Nika, right? I'm giving you the facts. Smash gives you the facts. Asan Ka gives you the facts, right? Chris gives you the facts. Jay Mills gives you the facts, right? What we rely on is the facts, looking at the words. And so if you look at the primaries, right? And somebody got there on the screen, Aaron D'Souza.
Yeah, I got this up just to help for a point that he was making. But are you about to show the primaries?
No.
This is a very short clip. It's 15 minutes speaking to what Kyle said. And one of the things I need to say is that is one of the drawbacks of, like, this is why I got into academia about this myself right now, because the only way you really gonna get the most modern, up-to-date information on the subject is dealing with people who dealing with it every day. Like, some of the stuff they learned today gonna be on Wiki in 2 years, but we be talking about that stuff every day. So in trying to expose my audience to what I think I've come across that they can hear it said by other terms, I would show videos like this. Here's a 15-second clip to where he's explaining to a symposium a lot of the problems we had separating the darker element. I don't want to say nothing about black, but they would say the Nubians, another catchphrase, up out of Egypt by creating this term. And now what he's pointing to is what we have in Egyptology pointed out to say, look, this is a bound and captured Nubian, but it actually is pointing to the center of these three perspectives. But as you hear him talking about it, he's going to show that this is really, it was a political view and not really the social and everyday view. And it was early, as you see on the screen, European origins of Egyptology that affected the way we all see things now, because they wrote all these books at a time period that was way more racist than today. So I'll let him say it in a short 15-second clip if this is the right one.
Western European scholars who somehow made Egypt appear more Mediterranean than African, that they were focused on the texts and the art, which were not something that they got from Nubia. And that in both cases, actually, it's an elite perspective, because the people in ancient Western European scholars... So
let me let him finish that out.
...somehow made Egypt appear more Mediterranean.
Hopefully it'll let him finish.
That they were focused on the texts and the art, which were not something that they got from Nubia. And that in both cases, actually, it's an elite perspective, because the people in ancient Egypt that created this art and this image of Nubia were the elite, the people who could read and write and create and access art. And the same goes for people doing Egyptology in the late 19th and early 20th century. They were also from the upper class of society, and they wanted to portray this particular image of Egypt.
So that's a lot of what we fight against today, and we trying to get our brothers to see, look, man, it ain't just us saying it. Modern scholarship is saying, look, they was racist. If you can't surmise that he was saying they was racist in Egyptology from what he just said, I'm going to play it one more time.
Nubia being sort of secondary to Egypt is something that we've inherited, and it's from an Egyptian perspective.
So he about to tell you, looking at, hold on, I don't know if the Zoom can hear me. Oh, that's, I apologize that his volume is just so low, but there's not much I could do about that. I'll just try to be lower. So let him play.
About Nubia comes from their cemeteries and their objects, and in some cases their towns. But mostly it comes from an Egyptian perspective, the way that Egyptians perceive Nubians and the way that Egyptians wanted outside other people to perceive Nubians too. And so this image of Nubia being sort of secondary to Egypt is something that we've inherited, and it's part of this colonial lens, because Egyptology was started by Western European scholars who somehow made Egypt appear more Mediterranean than African, that they were focused on the texts and the art, which were not something that they got from Nubia. And that in both cases, actually, it's an elite perspective, because the people in ancient Egypt that created this art and this image of Nubia were the elite, the people who could read and write and create and access art. And the same goes for people doing Egyptology in the late 19th and early 20th century. They were also from the upper class of society, and they wanted...
So we heard that said, and I hope we grasp it, that he's just saying it with much better tact than us. He's not going to be like, because black people did and white people did. He's just like, yo, they was on something else back then, and they created this thing to make us think that the Mediterranean was more significant than the blacker parts of Egypt. He goes on throughout this presentation to tear down a lot of our preconceived notions about the relationship between Nubians, who were actually members of the Egyptian society, but I'll just let a little bit more play. I hope and I was playing that because of what Kyle said, but let's listen. You should watch this whole presentation. It's called Egyptian or Nubian, towards a more nuanced view of ancient culture. Who is that right there?
That's Kyle. Can you put it in the back chat? Cause I want to watch it.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat. I'm
new to the whole Egyptian study thing, man. I'm watching West African videos off top, but it's interesting to see, because like I agree 100% that Kemet was the premier civilization. It led other smaller and emerging civilizations to I guess let's say a newer version of sciences, mathematics, the whole nine. Like, I'm not taking any of that away from the people who was in Kemet. But I also believe that a lot of that came from the interiors of Africa, but there also was some influences based on the time period. And this, what he's saying, it kind of resonates with me a lot more because it shows that the foundation of those things was completely African, and then it changed over periods of time. And we got to understand that it's layers to the conversation, especially dealing with Kemet. If I'm wrong, correct me.
You're 100% right. I will add to that there's layers to it. What I mean is, this is Aaron DeSouza. He's the leading nubiologist, like one of the leading nubiologists in the world besides Stuart Tyson Smith and a few others that I feel sorry that even Shayla Monroe, I had to say the sister because I would have been looking disrespectful. She also considers herself a nubiologist. But as far as Aaron DeSouza is concerned, we're getting the outside perspective that is now, if y'all really want to know, the war now is between black people and these the modern people who there, because white people pulled their car out of the fight. They took their dog out of the fight and they said, okay, this wasn't us. And so now, even though they had this long Muslim and Christian beef, I don't think they're using us as a tool in the Muslim-Christian beef to say, no, that shit ain't yours, we're going to give it to the black people. But what they're doing is that with their scholarship, and just to make another testament to that, what they're doing is attacking the former theory that made the Mediterranean so important. And so, and this is in the same subject, I want to go about them barriers, because one of the things that put forth by Breasted and Petrie was that there was this impermeable barrier nobody could get past. And let's talk about it.
This demonstrates that the first cataract wasn't actually a barrier to Nubian culture getting into Egypt, that the boundary was quite fluid and permeable. And it shows us also that these Nubian cultures were a long part of the Egyptian social and cultural landscape, so that they can't really be separated out in this sort of Egypt and Nubia way that we tend to do things.
Let's go back real quick. Yeah, everybody heard how easy that was. We should never argue about that. But this simple shit he's saying, I be spending years on the internet trying to get some brothers just to see that simple sentence. Like, bro, stop acting like the Nubians was something else than the Egyptians. The way that they separated them out, that was archaeological operation. Like, remember the game Operation? That was like, hold on, we gonna move these over here and make sure whatever that we make everything Negro look like it was not a part of Egypt. So he's proven that by putting up Nubian evidence in Egypt north of the first cataract, and you could clearly see how this goes all the way up, into the Delta, you know what I'm saying? And so, again, I'm not saying there wasn't no other people there. I'm just like, why would we have to go to these lengths to get certain black people to include black people in an African culture? I don't even get it.
Egyptian culture.
Let's let him hear it for him, though.
From the earliest phases of the Egyptian timeline, I should say, so the pre-dynastic period through to the...
So since the earliest phases of the Egyptian period, from pre-dynastic on up, you can find Nubian material culture in these sites. Obviously, we know the darker red mean they find it more there, but let's listen.
Demonstrates that the first cataract wasn't actually a barrier to Nubian culture getting into Egypt, that the boundary was quite fluid and permeable. And it shows us also that these Nubian cultures were a long part of the Egyptian social and cultural landscape, so that they can't really be separated out in this sort of Egypt and Nubia way that we tend to do things. There was also a corresponding constant Egyptian presence in Nubia, which is south of the First Cataract. So there are temple towns and fortresses and settlements all through the Nile Valley in Nubia. So this, again, shows us that the First Cataract was not a barrier or like a national border as we think of them today. And it works in both directions, from Nubians getting into Egypt and Egyptians getting into Nubia.
So you see that, man? So look, we're going to still turn on the TV on YouTube tonight, and y'all going to let somebody come on and contradict this shit. Be like, oh, they couldn't cross because of the boundary. They were landlocked. So that's why I'll be like, well, every fight ain't for me. Sometimes people just trying to get some more, build up their channel. I'm totally with that. I ain't no stickler. I'm not no authoritarian. I'm just simply sharing my view and hope people can see my perspective. How can they say this with such simple words and somebody go start a stream saying the complete opposite with no type of source material? And so his whole presentation is about Egyptian or Nubian. So the more, and until somebody wants the floor, I'm just going to let it rock for a minute.
To Egypt and Egyptians getting into Nubia. And so we can see that people and cultures and objects and ideas and practices moved around in all directions, up and down the river, in and out of the desert, through all these supposed boundaries that we've set up. And things are very, very complex.
Boundaries that who set up? Boundaries that we've set up. They wasn't in real life. He telling you, man, this stuff is fake. Nubians was all over the place, but let's keep listening.
And so if I try now to put this on a map, just to depict how complex this region is, we can start with this basic division of Egypt and Nubia separated at the First Cataract. The First Cataract, as we said, is the traditional boundary between Egypt and Nubia. But what we have to also think about is that Egypt and Nubia as words are completely anachronistic, that the Egyptians didn't call themselves Egypt, that the Nubians, or the Egyptians didn't themselves use the word Nubia to describe the region that we call Nubia. Nubia was a word that came much, much later. So already there's a problem in the way that we perceive how this region operated. And as I've pointed out earlier, there were a lot of Nubian cemeteries and a lot of Nubian evidence in Egyptian settlements in Egypt, so north of the First Cataract, but conversely, there's a lot of Egyptian evidence in Nubia, so south of the First Cataract.
Let's stop and look at the divisions on his map and see how much this contradicts everything the liars be telling you. There ain't no nappy head, kinky head people in North Africa. See, the area that he has circumscribed for Nubia, in quotes, after he just told us that this term is anachronistic, he's just doing it for scholastic purposes. It goes all the way up to Thebes, just like I always teach. Can anybody see that this dot right here says Thebes? Now notice, there's another intercircle of Nubian culture right here going all the way up into Lower Egypt. But can we see that though? Or am I, because if we can't, this is what I see it. But if others can't see what I'm saying or they think I'm doing some type of ruse, tell me what's the problem. If we see that the area circumscribed as Nubia went all the way up to Thebes, we know that's well into Egypt. And then he has another blue circle pointing out another Nubian cultural center along the Nile. Inside of his greater circle of Egyptian area, and he shows Egyptian extractions found down in Kerma too. So this is material culture found in overlapping. Anybody want to say something?
So I just got a question. Did he
Go ahead, brother. I ain't gonna go ahead. Go ahead. You go.
See that
Right, real quick, Corey was about to get it in. What'd you say, Corey?
No, I was just asking. So did I miss this earlier in the video? Is it earlier in the video or later in the video? Does he talk about these time period, like what time period this is?
Yeah, good question.
Then also, it's kind of confusing to me because the way he's talking about the Nubians, at least ancient Nubians, as if this is one group of people. When we talk about Nubia, we're just talking about a geographical location, not necessarily a group of people.
Yeah.
So
he said exactly the opposite.
Later he gonna start breaking that down, but go ahead, Babylon. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, he said the exact opposite of that in actuality. He was clear that Nubia was a later name that was used. That was from he didn't say this, but I'm just adding this now. That's from the people from the noble people who migrated into that area after places like Kerma. You see Kerma down there and Meroe. After places like that were destroyed after the 25th dynasty, that's when the Nubians moved in and took over a impoverished area of that area.
So he will speak towards that again too.
This is all post 25th dynasty.
So no, definitely not. Expanded from the ancient, from the beginning of when he started, he going over different periods. If we could pull back, we could see if he addressed exactly what he was talking about now. Right now, he's giving Nubian evidence throughout the history of Egypt, found from different Nubian cemeteries in these things. So we must assume that they wasn't all different cemeteries, just all from one time period. But we could probably listen over again. But I know he's going to continue on, and once we get to about this part, he gonna say what you saying. You see, now he's showing you, look, these ain't all one people. We just haven't got to that yet. And as you see, he's saying everything that consists with everybody from Gozi to Gullah to me to Reggie. All of us been saying this just in our own different way. And we all got different brains, so I understand that these was different groups, and they got lumped into one group by Egyptologists, and they called them Nubia, and now we think Nubia was a real thing. But if we got into a time machine and went back there and said anything about a Nubian, we'd be lost. Now the difference about what I'm saying is, if we say Kush, somebody will help us in our direction. Feel me? If we say Mijah, somebody will help us in that direction. What? Someone to help us there. I bet someone will help us there. We say Upper Egypt, we be lost again unless we in the Greek period. So I kind of hope y'all see what I'm saying, that these ain't even really like the way we look at them now. They was more or less like tribes that held down different areas of Egypt. But
Smash, don't move it. Please don't move it, Smash. Golly,
I'm gonna let you say something. I'm pulling it right back to it. Go ahead. Right here.
I just wanted to point out the key word right there at the bottom of the screen. I just want everybody to read it and be happy with it, because I think that's what everybody hating on, is the bottom word in the big block, the big Sudan, in the rectangle.
Well, I like that one too. I'm gonna give you a better one, because inside of this gray circle corresponds to this gray circle over to the right, where he's circumscribing Taseti, the land of the bow. And now this red line is the division mark between the Sudan and Egypt. So now nobody, if we understand this clearly, I don't think no one will ever argue ever again that Nubia was something different than Egypt. I always say, yeah, it was a greater region of Nubia that was outside of Egypt proper, Egypt. But if you look at this,
go ahead. Where is Kush?
So that's very good, because you see how he says Upper Nubia, Kush. So that means go south more. So let's just keep it consistent with him. He has it outlined in pink, which he has this pink territory right here. And so yes. I would not argue against none of this. We just got to keep it in mind that all of these circles, as he's going to say in the video, they change size over time. So at one point, Nubia ain't in Egypt no more. They pushed a lot of things all the way down. During Simroset, he came right down to under the second cataract and said this red line is now pushed down way down to here.
What dynasty was Simroset?
The 12th dynasty. He got two Simrosets.
Okay, yeah, that's
3 Simrosets, but we talking about the first and the third.
Hey, Smash, can I add something right quick?
You got the floor. You got the floor.
Now, it's a question for you. Well, it's a statement, but then you can respond definitely. But like I think the issue is that a lot of times we don't understand gradiency. We don't understand the cultural blending. I think Reggie likes to use the term cultural infusion, and we don't necessarily look at it from that aspect. We believe that if an individual is in Africa, it's going to be a certain standard, quote unquote, established for the people in that ethnic group, and we remove the gradiency of the Levant region. And the Levant region was probably at that point in time, not even probably, it was the most highly integrated and diverse society in the world as it currently exists, because that was like kind of a port of entry. And so it's going to be a mixing of cultures. Now, that being said, the establishment definitely came from the South, but then the later rulership came from invaders, like we were talking about, like the Hyksos or the Hykakasu or whatever we want to call it, that came into that area. But it doesn't negate the fact that the foundation of that place was established by Nubians and people that was I guess you would say, quote unquote, sub-Saharan Africans.
Now I want to point out something
Well, I
for us
mean,
all to
but why we
ponder.
say quote unquote
Hold
when
on.
we see the word Sudan right there? Now,
Well,
show me one
Hold on,
Sudanese
hold on,
that
hold
we
on.
can
Y'all
put
can, oh, y'all
about.
seeing the other screen. Y'all not seeing my new screen. My bad. Hold up.
it's black right now, bro.
Oh, okay. Because I had opened up a new screen. Let me show you something. This is what I'm on. So go ahead. This is what I want to just let's table that comment real quick. Babylon, because I want to just ask us a quick question in light of what we all talking about. And I want to look into here, and we need to bring some real perspective to this. Now I'm only bringing up this map so we can see what they were faced with when living in the area. We in northern Syria by Turkey, and I need to get a little bit down. But first, let's look at the tributaries from the mountains, the streams that run out of the mountains into the river. So, because you can't drink salt water, right? And so we have to remember people had to live around rivers. And I want to make this point is because this is why we would be seeking after a big ass river and not a small ass river that may dry up in the next year after you done set up shop or whatever. You feel me? So now we remember in the Bible, they attested to the rivers in the first beginning because that's just how important there is. But again, everybody know about this well, not everybody. We got this, Orantes or whatever, but that ain't the ones that they start mentioning biblically. Where did Jesus, quote unquote, get baptized? In a river, right? What river was that?
Jordan.
Yeah, so in the River Jordan. So now if we start to really go back and start to think about how things probably really transpired, we do it for Kemet and know everybody was around the damn river, but we don't ponder that for these type. Look, this river don't even run
You
out.
teaching us, man. Ooh.
I'm just giving us a way to look at it. This river tributary from Jordan don't literally look like it don't even run out into the Mediterranean coast as we propose. So, and I'm just asking us to maybe think that people were probably just like Kemet in the sense they didn't have no, well, they had rain over there, which is a lot different. But since they didn't have no source of water, well, I don't want to take that back. I just want to say something pushed them into the Nile region, and I don't think if it was such a fertile crescent as they proposed that it would have happened that way. So my main point was that people would have been gathering around even their own rivers, and none of those even stretch into some of the areas that's why we are overdoing the populations. And I'm gonna end on this. I think we a little bit overdoing the amount of populations that populated these regions. I'll end with the Amarna tablet text from Rib Hada, who requested 50 archers, bruh. When he wanted to protect I think it was Jerusalem, Rib Hada, he sent a letter to the Pharaoh and was like, hurry, if you don't send, they're gonna take the land. And he asked for 50 archers. So we need to kind of question how many people was populating certain areas at certain times, and I'll end with that.
I was gonna just add, which basically, because this is basically what we've been seeing from the beginning and what I've been showing. Nubia or the Nahesi and the Libyans, when I pull up the rock art for you, those are the people that we're looking at that make up this culture. So you see the Libyans, you see the Nahesi that make up this culture in the south. So when they start to expand north, up the river or down the river, pardon me, towards the north, they're running into people of their same occupancy, and when they don't, they either go to war with them, and then those people end up with a name, and then they usually become a part of Egyptian culture over time through mixing. But to say that, oh, this is a big melting pot, it doesn't start that way. Melting pot comes a little later. Just like when you see Greece, after time, when Greece becomes the big thing, that becomes the melting pot. Just like when Rome starts to take over, that becomes the melting pot. But you see the predominant culture that is physically there, the phenotype that's physically there, it stays there.
All right.
and people come in and out of that.
So since we like to deal with primaries, man, I want us to, and you can have the floor right here, Babylon. What I'm gonna be doing while you got the floor is pulling up primary accounts, letters written to the king of Egypt from all of the rulers from that time period. And so this is what I want to ask. Like, I know everybody ain't seen this stuff, so that's why I try to help to share it. But go ahead, you got the floor. I'm gonna see what I can pull up from the Marna tablets.
Yeah.
Where he was
Go ahead.
for the,
Go ahead.
I pulled up on Pseudo Killer Show.
Well, that was me trying to get in, bro. This is Kyle again.
Go ahead, Kyle.
I guess, and peace to you, bro. I guess that's from what you just said. That I think that's the biggest contention that a lot of people have is that when you deal with it. This is me personally. I could be wrong. You could explain yourself and give me a better example, or go into detail. It sounds as if you're removing the gradiency that happens in that area, along with from that as a possible option.
Wait. When you say gradiency, you talking about
Can I put
color shades?
I'm talking about the color shades, the blending of belief systems. I'm talking about the whole nine.
No, I don't. Are you talking about I'm taking away the gradiency? I'm with you with that.
No. I was talking to, I believe his name is Insar, not Imhotep, but Asar Mka. Yeah, I believe that's who just said it. And I may be wrong.
was clear that the indigenous original people there predate anybody that migrated and invaded there.
But I'm saying
the
though,
indigenous people all.
Let's just kill them this way, because they try to go in with that bullshit, and I like to go in with primary text. So here's a letter from Jerusalem. Ain't that the Levant? Is that the Levant?
I think they asked for help from the Hessi or something.
Now check this out.
Yes, that's the Levant.
This is a letter from Jerusalem from Adi Hibba. We also could get them from Rib Hatta, who I said. And they are full in dire news of invasions and desertion by local mayors of the Haparu. Who could that be? Now look what happens. Lord of the land and king, and imploring the king of Egypt for military rescue. Now look what he says. As the king of Egypt has placed his name in Jerusalem forever, he cannot abandon it. So I'm just simply asking y'all, that means crazy. That the Levant was Egypt's and ain't no influence going no other way around. I'm trying to get people to see this. Like just think about the little homie. Like, the little homie is not influencing the big homie in no way. He's just going to say, oh, that's cool, and let you go do that little shit. He might let the little homie culture grow, but he ain't going to start doing it. I know that might not be the best analogy, but they all...
I get what you're saying. That's not what I was saying, though. I mean, I'm not sure if you're responding to me.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just putting information. But go ahead. Tell me what you was saying, though. I want to know.
Now, what I'm saying is that it seems sometimes is that we remove the fact that gradiency happens, right? And so when we look at like Nubia's culture, like the northern part of Nubia would be more alike or more similar to the Levant region, because again they helped to establish Kemet. You know what I'm saying? And you will see more you will see more traditions of Nubia in the early stages of the Levant region. And then when you see the Europeans or the Southern Europeans or the people from the Levant region and take a hold of that land, you will see those influences take more of a precedent there. And like I'm not denying that Africans was there, or Southern African, Sub-Saharan Africans was there. I'm just trying to understand why we look at it as if the culture and the belief systems and the whole nine that we teach is solely a direct result of the people who were the Nubians, because we definitely see things like and if I'm wrong, this is just from my studies, but we see things like the cattle culture, we see things like mummification, those things in Libya coming into and influencing it. We see things from Nubia coming into it and influencing it. Why can't we see the things that's coming in from the northern areas?
We do see them. We do. I ain't against that. We just some people weaponize them and misrepresent them. And that's all. Like we ain't. You just made a great point. Mummification coming from the Libya area, so as far as the oldest mummies we find, right? But let's ask this question: how can mummification be separated from religious culture? You was mummifying for some afterlife type of thing. So if mummification come that way, it's evidence that some of the writs and rites surrounding mummification came from that area too. Nevertheless, when we go into the South, we see all of the symbols of kingship. We see the traditional burial tradition for a lot of these people, and a lot of these keeping these items, afterlife items in your grave, that start to come up out of the South. And when we look to the East, we start to see accessory elements also being added onto the culture. And so I don't know, maybe I just ain't the one to speak for those who say, nah, it 100%, everything was from this direction, because I've seen a lot of information that would contradict that.
I don't think nobody tried to contradict that. I think that it was clear what Osar Khan said when he added in the chronology, when he said the time period, when he mentioned that one happened before the other. We're not going to get past that. And every time somebody try to argue that some migratory people came in and brought the culture or brought this and that, nobody's ever arguing that. That's just a moot argument.
Well, here's another thing. It's antiquated in Egyptology. Like, all you got to do is, all of these classes is free. I'm about to sign up for another one, and I think some results could come out of this one. But just do it for the fun, maybe. I know everybody ain't completely worked out. Like, maybe you could dedicate an hour to it, and you'll start to see that in the real school right now, they're not teaching from them antiquated books that push forward these theories that got us confused.
Right.
Yeah. So let me just say one more thing, Smash.
So I can speak on what I was mentioning. When we talk about let me ask you a question. I think it's KL or Kyle. This is Kyle.
Kyle.
Okay. Let me ask you a quick question, real quick, just so I can see where you're at. Who makes up pre-dynastic Egypt? Do you know?
Yeah, and I say this earlier. I know I said this earlier in a dialogue, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm referring to.
That's a question to you. I'm asking, do you know who does?
Well, maybe you could say it without phrasing the question like that. You know what I'm saying? Just tell them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you see where he was at. So when we talk about who actually the bodies, see how I went over cemeteries. Notice I pulled up about 3 times on this particular platform the cemeteries of the bodies that they find in pre-dynastic Egypt that make up who the Egyptians are. When you want to talk about who the Egyptians are, you're going to look at cemeteries for bodies. The bodies are Nahesi. They're Nubian. They're Southern.
You're 100% right. Now, I ain't trying to cut you, but you just gave me this, and I'm giving you the floor right back. Where is pre-dynastic Egypt on this map we're looking at? Now, that's the question, see?
That's right.
Pre-dynastic Egypt is all in this gray square right here.
That's what
you feel what I'm saying? And that gray square is defined as Nubia. Go right ahead, Asar. I just wanted to cut to the chase.
Now, as my brother just pulled that up, you mind if I share my screen for 2 seconds?
Go right ahead.
I'm going to give you guys a pill which hasn't really been swallowed yet because no one is doing this particular research. But I'm just going to show you one of the books. What is that says, was there an interchange between Cushitic pastoralists and Khoisan speakers in the prehistory of Southern Africa, and how can this be detected? This is just one of the smaller books, but basically, as you can see, there's clearly that connection, and they go on to say Hottentots, things like Congo.
Oh well, did they come to that conclusion? We can see they're pondering that connection.
They did actually. And this is, I haven't even dropped this yet. And it's just some newer information. But The breeds of sheep and cattle found among the Khoi provide clues to their origin. The sheep were all of the fat-tailed type common in Northeast Africa and Arabia, but otherwise entirely absent in Western Central Africa. Shows the distribution of fat-tailed sheep in the recent past. They're particularly disappeared in recent times, and they go on further.
No, hold on. That was readership, bro. What they had to do with anything we talking about? You know, sometimes people will just start reading. What did that have to do with what we talking about?
Well, they said two things.
I think
they said that the sheep that they use, which is the fat tail, is common in Northeast Africa. Khoisan have it way down here and way down here and way down here.
Wait, let me help you out.
Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish real quick.
Okay.
You can see that we talking pastoralism. My brother asked for cattle.
No, it's my fault. I swear I must have forgot completely what we was talking about. I'm in my head trying to remember what the hell we talking about right now. What we talking about?
It wasn't that's all I was gonna say.
It wasn't this.
I know it. So when he mentioned the cattle, we know that the cattle and the sheep, because they're going to talk about cattle in here, end up way up here from down here with the Khoisan, goats, cattle, sheep, and they show the different stuff in this little discussion. I'm just giving a little nice little hint to you before you start saying that cattle culture comes from outside.
Okay, thank you.
Africa,
God, I was trying. So that's what you answered. Did someone has said that cattle culture came from outside? Yeah, someone must have just said that. I was lost for a moment. I apologize to everybody. I just was lost.
Nobody said this. Well, I'm also equally as confused as you are because I didn't. I
thought that's what you said. You mentioned the cattle came from the Mediterranean. That was your statement.
I did not say that, bro.
Yes, you did.
I thought that's what I did.
No, I didn't, bro.
At least that's what. Wait, if you didn't say that, everybody on the panel thought you said that.
Well, no, I don't. Well, I heard him say something about pastoralism or something. Yeah, he might have said Libya.
Libya. Okay, that's Africa. No problem.
Yeah, like I didn't say that, bro. Like y'all go ahead, bro.
No, that's why I was confused. But thanks for giving some clarity, Asar and Kyle. I was like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I could have sworn I thought he said that. So I'm sorry.
No, he said something about pastoralism. But he did remember that his point was lining up with Reggie's a bit, and they had wound up in the Libyan areas. And then he had said something about pastoralism from North Africa, and that might have been the confusion.
It was more than one. It was more than one type of pastoralist culture in that area.
Yeah, you're right. And Shayla, how you doing, Gullah? Shayla had mentioned that, and I'll let you speak on it. Go right ahead. Dr. Shayla Monroe, I didn't mean to disrespect her.
I just want to add right quick, man. I didn't even mention pastoralism. There may have been somebody else. I'm about.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah. He took that back. He took that back. Our bad.
And it was complex too. It was complex too because you had some groups that was agro-pastoralists. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just pastors. You had agro-pastoralists like the Cushitic groups. They still collected grain. They call them agro-pastoralists. Even the Sudanian or the Nilotic type pastoralists, they call that agro-pastoralism too, but they have their own technique to it.
Let's ask a question. Just to bring some perspective to it more of the way I see things. We got I think 6-7 men in the chat, right? And just say we was all there. How we wouldn't use none of the data we overviewing to choose how we would live our lives. You see what I'm saying? Like I might not have been a pastoralist, but then hey, something forced me to be one. And so the way that I see it like that mean that we might have more overlap. I heard y'all say it's never cookie cutter, and I 100% agree with that. That it might be a lot of more overlap than we willing to admit. That some people probably wasn't pastoralists for hella long, and then they had to be because of the conditions or nature. But I'll give you Gullah.
Yeah, and then you had some cultures that had a symbiotic relationship where you had what they call transhumanists. Where you had the same culture. Same nucleus culture, one part of the culture do the pastoralism, and one part of the culture do the agriculture. And the pastors will come back when it's time to fertilize the plants.
Would that be the same thing as semi-nomadic people?
if we know the ins and outs, sorry, I didn't even hear your question, so I'm just going. If we know the ins and outs of both right now in the 2020, and we even got modern technology, would you be an agriculturalist or a pastoralist if they dropped you in Kemet? Or in ancient time? Which one would y'all be? I'm asking.
Right. Let's go.
I think at the time of Cain and Abel, everybody been having that argument.
But what would you be? I'm asking you to make your decision. You got plopped there right now.
Whatever environmental effects force me one way or the other, Smash.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Thank
I agree
you.
with you, Smash. But wait, but what I want to say, since I ain't been able to get this in, I just want to say this in Osam Khan's defense and Dr. Reggie and my defense, that what Osam Khan showed was that the original people, see, Gullah them finna come in and tell us about the migration. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But they wasn't at the same time period as the original. Now, one part of Egypt was called Lower and Upper. We know it's two parts of Egypt. We know Narmer came and unified it. We could see the goddess Bat, a pastoral deity, at the top of that. We just saw Osam Khan show you the tails, the bull's tail. So we know they were pastoralists and they were coming from Kush, Kerma, Meroe, Kustul. It's on the pottery. It's on everything.
All right, but hold on real quick. I just want to say something small. Pastoralists and nomadic pastoralists are two different things. We got to keep that in mind. Go ahead.
Cool. But that ain't got nothing to do with what I just said, though. Now,
I was just laying out parameters for the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing I want to point out in his, you can go right after this. I promise I'm gonna be
Babylon, you been on there talking for the long. I just jumped on it. I ain't get to say nothing.
Don't start that, bro. I've been trying to. It's been my turn to talk. To Smash to tell you that, and I ain't getting it.
It's every damn turn, bro.
Let's just let the newer people who've been here for less time go. So let's let Gullah go. Then it's on you, Babylon, next.
I don't even gotta say a lot. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is even before that unification, you had a unification before that. Even Christopher Everett talking about had an early unification between the Nakata populations, the populations that came from Noptoplaya, and you had the Cushitic.
That's Kush. That's Sudan.
And then you had the
everybody you name it is Kush, Sudan.
I'm talking, bro.
What's the matter with that?
Let it finish. Here's Everett's actual discussion, and here's also a little error with Eric's discussion, even though he got most of it right. It says this. It says, if the linguistic case for Khoisan Cushitic contact were obvious, it would presumably have been pointed out by now. It is therefore likely that contact was either with groups that have now disappeared, or that the nature of contact led to relatively few lexical transfers. Mayenhoff proposes common lexical items as part of his Hamitic argument. Remember, that's the old one. Although only a few of his comparative series include Nama, as Meinhof wanted to prove a genetic relationship between his Hamitic peoples.
That's our point, bro.
Okay, let's see. Much of his argument hangs on morphology, and as Greenberg rightly observes, his case is very weak.
Let him finish.
Now, his case is very weak. An alternative model, and this is the one you always speak of, this is Eric, has been presented by Eric in several places, but most recently in Eric, according to his it was not Kushites, but Eastern Sudanic speakers.
Hold on. Slow down. He making his biggest point right now. So Gullah, you gotta let him. I know you can hear me. You gotta let him make this point, brother. Hold on, because I don't want to have to do the mute thing. But could you read that last sentence, because he over talked it, and that's what everybody need to hear. The part about what's not Cushitic, please.
Right. So, where was I? Okay. As Meinhof wanted to prove a genetic relationship between his Hamitic peoples, much of his argument hangs on morphology, and as Greenberg rightly observes, his case is very weak. An alternative model has been presented by Eric in several places, but most recently in Eric, according to this view, it was not Kushites, but Eastern Sudanic speakers, Eastern Sahelian.
Well, no, hold on. I'm sorry, I was talking to Babylon, because you celebrated before letting him finish the sentence. Listen to what it says. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're right.
It was not Kushites, but Eastern Organic speakers, Eastern Sahelian in Eretz terminology, who were responsible for the transmission of cattle culture. This seems highly unlikely, in part because the Maasai, as I always speak of, and other Nilotic incursions into East Africa are manifestly subsequent to the Cushitic settlement of the region, a view which Eret has paradoxically espoused elsewhere by identifying Cushitic substrates in East African Bantu languages. And this is why I say Eret needs to recognize the Maasai, because the Maasai, who have the Ilisar clan among them, and the Kalenjin have the Aset clan amongst them.
Now let me ask you something real quick. I gotta before we go on Babylon, I gotta ask this question. So is this data real quick? This data that you're using, it seems to have somebody who discredited what Christopher Ayres said, but this is what I'm asking because I like to know what we're leading towards. Like, so are you using this connection between the Khoisan and the Kushites to then link that to the connection between the Kushites and the Egyptians?
I would say that at some point in time, that would have to be the case. Man. Where do we get a town called Khoikhoi from in ancient Egypt?
This nigga here, boy.
I just asked that question straight out.
Because that nigga who spoke is usually
excuse me, no, don't have to do him like that, huh? But I don't agree, but you ain't gotta do him like that.
Who correcting him now? Good job, that nigga over there laughing.
So I just want to do it the scholastic way, because I asked the proper question to see what the intent behind the research was, and apparently, so once you finish this, people from the Khoisan is gonna be in Kemet, right?
Yeah, we should definitely see some type of connection between Northeast Africa and South Africa.
Why you doing him like that? Hold on.
You know he gonna laugh because he always wrong. Remember he the one that said. Remember he the one that told us migration.
All right, I gotta get some order back. Nah, we can do it ourselves. I don't want to do that. I'm not playing referee. Fuck that shit.
So yeah,
let's
just
do
what
it do.
From the field. We in the field now. Let him stay in the house. Let him keep laughing. He don't know what he's talking about. We already know
nigga,
that.
I'm in the, I'm in the AC, nigga. I'm in the AC,
that article, bro. You just jumped out. You could jump out that article. Not even saying when it came out.
All right, what's the date of that article? That's the next question we got. But that's the next question we got.
He don't even know where they come from.
What's the date of that article?
Southern Africa to Middle Eastern. He don't know where he goes.
We asking the relevant questions. Come on, man. Tell us the date of the article.
Smash, and this watch King's monologue. Smash.
What's on King's monologue?
His reconstruction of
their stance and stuff, bro. People can change their stance like that.
His reconstruction of Talakami?
He could change his stance.
Of Nama. As him looking Khoisan.
Oh, he
said he used a Khoisan and Guni mix.
Got the capitalism from the South Kushites, bro. Point blank, period.
See, right now we just having 5 conversations at once. I'm gonna get some order.
They did.
I want to hear from Bobby Banger, but look, we did overtalk Asar. I led that overtalk because I wanted to get some conclusion before we talked for hella long. So and we never found out the date of this article. Then I'm gonna turn over the floor to Bobby. But let's get the date on this article so everybody can get some clarity.
This is a newer one. In fact, let me see if I can get it at the top. It might be at the bottom.
It might go down a little bit. It's gonna show it right there. There you go.
Come there on. It is.
You know where the dates be at.
Coins winner, March 28th, 30th, 2007.
All right, we ain't mad. We just want to keep it.
Linguistic sources, University of Cologne. Where's your source at, Ankh?
And so here's the thing.
What's the title?
You got the floor. It's your talk time. Go ahead.
What the title say though?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Buffoonish.
Yo, this is my favorite person right here.
Between Cushitic pastoralists and Khoisan speakers.
Nah, that's a good source, bro.
History of Southern Africa, and how can this be detected? Come on with your pseudo sources.
See, let me stop you. Because this is what you keep doing. When they say Cushitic, I know it's overlap between the people of Kush too, but we overlap it because they talk about Cushitic. Now, you could tell me, no, you're 100% wrong. They're actually talking about the people of the dynasties of Kush. But they're going to say they're not talking about that. They simply talking about people who speak Cushitic in the language group.
Exactly.
So that is so. Now you know that as he pointed out in the segment that you read, the Nubians spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. And so you're gonna go connect the Khoi Khoi all the way up to Egypt and skip over the Nubians. You're gonna have to show that some type of interaction there too. Now I'm not giving you the most pushback on it, because you did find a location called Khoi Khoi, and you got this document. I just wanted to make sure that's what we were seeing was gonna lead
Let's
to.
go to the linguistic evidence, Brother Smash, because that's a
Man,
good
can
question.
I say something though? Can I say something though? Hold on. Can I say something?
It goes on.
I just
Go ahead,
laughed. You skipped over the Nilo-Saharan niggas, the Nilatic people in the middle now.
Anything.
Okay, so listen, I would like to say this, right? I think the show is a great show, man. I like the style you play, man. You can catch them live, yo. They be doing those joints live. You can catch them, yo. We be tuned in. So I just always feel like, it's a great show, good information, and then Asar come in and make our eyebrows start raising up. You don't even got to do all that. I'm just trying to figure out why go that hard, yo, and get everybody shooting at us, yo. We trying to make it, like, seriously, yo, you stretch sometimes. Like, we don't even need the Khoisan in Egypt. We don't need African Americans.
He is doing it with a scholarly document, but you didn't get past. You didn't get out the interior of Africa. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Pseudo cat, man.
All right, look, search the word. I bet you if you search the word, is Egypt or you got it, Aunt. Go ahead, Aunt.
I got last point. My last point is, yo, like when we reach the level of at least knowing how to get to the information, we already know, don't you dare go get one person, yo. The one person shit don't mean nothing, yo. You done seen Smash put shit on top of shit. I put shit on top of shit. I'm not doing no one guy. If that's the point, then everybody's right. That's not actually how it's done. The one guy with the one paper, that's not gonna cut in my circle, yo. I don't know about your circle, Star, but in my circle, and I'm not saying you're wrong, go ahead and go get us another 2, 3, 4 of them, right? Let me see it in academia for real. And then I'm saying, yo, you on to something, yo.
I feel you. There's plenty, but like I said, this is a sneak peek before I go in depth. And yeah, there's plenty. When we go in depth, the thing here is we wanted a linguistic situation, which there's a couple of us that's qualified to do so. Let those who qualified actually do the work. And if you're not quite ready to do the work and you usually rely on something pseudo or weigh in with somebody pseudo, sit on that pseudo side till the evidence is presented. Then you can use it from the actual science.
So you're a linguist now? You're a linguist though? Is that what you?
Do I speak different languages? Is that what you're saying? Do I understand different languages? Yeah, I speak more than one language.
Speaking different languages ain't a linguist. That's a polyglot.
Why would you say that?
A polyglot speaks different languages. A linguist studies them.
Language with clicks in it.
Oh man,
let's test him real quick.
Like they got bilingual little kids that speak different languages, but they don't know linguistics.
Talking science and all this other stuff, right?
Why would you do that though, yo? Why would you try that?
Because you pseudo and you keep hopping in like you special. You're not.
I didn't hop
in. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it.
Golden dagger to slide.
Hold on, he threw his first. He threw it.
Hold on. We're gonna fix it.
Your gun. I ain't saying that, but he threw his gun.
Listen. No. Let's just.
All right, now, Aunt, I need you to come off mute. We trying to fix the show late in the game. It started getting kind of crazy. I need Ankh to come off mute.
I'm off mute.
Yeah, you got the floor, and once you finish, I'm gonna let the next person get the floor as long as they want it. Say what you need to say.
Yeah, I'm saying I come in peace, man. I ain't trying to ravel that. I already know which way you gonna go, yo. I ain't tripping. I'm sitting back trying to learn some new shit that you bringing forth. I'm just saying, like, there's a hell of a conversation going on here, man, and what we're doing. And to keep adding on pieces that ain't verified, it's just creating a big ass circle of nothingness, yo. Like, what are we doing here? Before you know it, the Egyptians gonna be in North America, yo. You can already cover the whole continent with the Egyptian culture now. What's next? You know how large Africa is, yo? It's almost borderline disrespectful. But I'm gonna be quiet, yo.
All right, thanks for that. Now I'm gonna let Asar respond, and then I see the hands go up. We're gonna go after Asar, Corey, and Robert. And y'all can keep y'all mics open. You don't have to mute back because I don't want to keep asking you to close it back out. So you can open it if you want to, but you don't have to worry. There you go, Asar. You got the floor. Say your whole piece. You could do a presentation. Get your bars off, Asar. This is your time.
Well, absolutely. When we talk about the language, let's go back there first before we go anywhere else. Let me find So I was going to do something. Where? Hold on. I got to dig it up real quick. Damn it. Oh, here it go. Right here.
Before you go, I'm just gonna say I think my new goal is to not host any fallouts. Like
Oh,
people
we're
could
not
get
doing
at it. No, I'm
fallout.
just saying, no, we never know. It go from 0 to 100 real quick. Next thing you know, we be BANs and it be SMD and all
And
that
well,
stuff.
you know, he started off this nigga.
So,
You
but
know
yeah,
how,
you got the floor. You got
but
the
he all
floor.
right.
I'm out your way
But-
until you done. Go ahead.
So when we talk about the table 2 presents the most salient and widespread cattle terms in Khoisan. So this is exactly what we want. We want to know if there's any meshing between them because we should have some type of linguistic connection, correct? The common root for cow may possibly be cognate with widespread terms in Cushitic that have a similar form. So you have several for the Khoi, which are here in this group, this left-hand side here. This is the language that you find them in that the Khoi speak, from Ram to Kua to Kiwi to Goi, Koma, which is similar to Korma Bull, which is similar to Kemi. You already know where Kemi's from. So we know that the cognate is there. We know that it's similar. We know that it speaks of oxen and what have you. We've got several others, Kiwi, but definitely with this am. So right here, this bottom piece here, you already know you've got 3 of the cognates. Actually, all of them are cognate because you got the sound, which I always say is probably a click sound back in the day. Right here, the k sound. You got the ah sound, and you got the m sound. So we know ka is bull in ancient Egypt, and we know kemi, black bull, kemi ka. So we know the cognates are there. So anyone who would question the language, you would be silly because you have 3 cognates there forming a connection, which Eric speaks of in his book concerning Afro-Asiatic and ancient Egyptian. You need the 3 cognates. That's what they were testing him on. So they're already there. So we know linguistically the connection is there. We've got other connections here with other words, but that's not even important. The important thing is that we know there's a migration. If we go to human migrations, the Khoisan had to leave Africa at some point in time and head into Europe and head into these other locations because they say that the Khoi are the ones who have the biggest human marker, biggest human genome marker everywhere. And they're calling that I think it's the LOE, I can't remember in particular, but that marker would have to leave up out of ancient Egypt. It would have to leave up out of southern Sudan. We know they have connection with the Maasai, so we can see the pastoralism. We know the Maasai and the Sudanese connected. So I don't know where, there's really nowhere to run if we sit down and I was to pull out a presentation and start putting everything in order. There's nowhere for you to run here. But when you get guys who, they're dramatic because they don't want you to have any connection with ancient Egypt. You're only from West Africa. That's one of the issues. The second thing, before I end out, is Central Africa for them is even a stretch. As if we didn't know people like Mfundisi Jehudimus. He's Tanzanian. He's from the East. Not everybody comes from Western Africa that is enslaved and brought over here to the Americas. The third thing would be stop being afraid of somebody practicing ancient Egyptian culture, or if they're practicing Ifa, because that's Africa and this is America. So it's still a transposed practice because it's not an American pastime. So when cats get on here and they say this so weird stuff and they get caught up in their feelings and, oh man, that's a stretch. Oh, Africa's so big. Duh. It's been huge and the world is even bigger. But the outer Africa theory still stands. I'll rest it on those merits. Go ahead.
I can get in there. I can get in there, Smash.
Go right ahead. Then I think Corey don't got his
So-
hand. Corey don't got his hand up no more. So I'm gonna go to Robert after you. Go right ahead.
I'm saying I speak a little Spanish. Como se llama? I speak a little bit of French. Bonjour. And I speak American nigga. What the fuck's going on around here, man? I asked him a real question. Are you a linguist? And this whole daggone thing was, because he speak different language that make that. He know the context that I was asking the question, man. And that's what make me raise my eyebrow. Dog, knock it off, yo. And all the little shady shots is cool, right? But I tell you what I'm gonna do for you, bro. Line that shit up, Smash. Get this nigga in the ring, yo. Get him in the ring, and let me go ahead and get him. Let me get him.
All right, I'm about to
Let me get
unmute him. I'm gonna talk to both of y'all
Yeah, line that nigga
together.
up. Yeah, line
I'm
him up.
gonna let we'll do a dialogue
out
real
of here.
quick. Then we're gonna go to Corey, Kyle, and Robert.
Yeah, line
Asar,
that shit up.
unmute. Let's line it up real quick. And what's the debate? What's the
Oh, you
topic?
barbecue. What's the topic, barbecue? I'm gonna put the A1
Hey,
sauce
why
and
you
everything.
go on mute?
Sweet,
No, I don't want you on
sweet
mute. I
sugar
want to do a
raisins, juice
dialogue
on
with
your
both
meat.
of y'all so we can work this
Okay.
out. Yeah, what's the date? Not the date, but what's the topic?
The first thing, the Hiscos, that he lied about that. All the shit he lied about, I want to debate you. I want to debate you on the Hisco topic. That's my
You
first
gotta
thing I
pick
want to
one.
get.
You gotta pick your hill. You want
The
to.
Hiscos. The Hiscos.
So remember what I said on this show. I said
I don't know
hick
what you said. I don't
is
know. I don't know.
ruler.
Oh.
And he said,
I
no,
don't know.
it don't go like that.
I
And
don't
so
know.
we know hick means ruler. So that's the first debate.
I don't talk your way out of that. We're gonna deal with the Hiscos.
That's what it is. That's what you
Then we're
come
gonna
for.
deal
That's
with
what's
the
on
then
the
we're gonna
show.
then we're gonna deal with the Khoi
That's the
saying being
first
ancient
part.
Egyptians, my nigga. We're gonna deal
No,
with the
let's
Khoi
deal
saying
with the
being
Corey
ancient
saying.
Egyptians.
Yeah,
Boy,
that's
sign
more
ancient
hot.
Egypt. That's the second debate.
No,
You getting roasted.
the
You
one, the
barbecue
first
on
one.
everything, buddy.
I just sorry to overtalk you. I think that is more relevant because that's what y'all was talking about today, and I think people will want to see: do the Khoisan got anything to do with ancient Egypt? Yes or no? You know, would y'all be willing to discuss that, or that's not what y'all contending about?
He gonna get all of them. He asked for the first one first.
But you can't really do no debate with 3 different topics, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Don't save him if he want to get slaughtered again. Absolutely. This time it's
All
gonna
right.
be without
So
your
maybe
friends.
we're not gonna
So
work
you-
this out right now. I'm gonna open up Corey mic, but let's just think about it. What topic y'all want to do? What's up, Corey? Then we to Kyle. No, Robert was before Kyle. Corey, if you got the floor, you got the floor. It's your floor.
Yeah. So at first, I was gonna shoot a shot at but now at this point, I gotta say, bro, I'm proud. I'm just saying, like, we had our difficulties, but you already know, like, this was the main thing. This was the main issue why I was shitty with you, right? And it ain't no surprise. It wasn't no surprise to you that I was pissed off with you because before anything was said online, the shit was said on text message, right? I was shitty, right? But I'm saying, like, the pushback and the enthusiastic pushback that you was giving me, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you got to give these guys this kind of pushback, because that's why I was shitty, because I know you know better than this shit, bro. And the thing is, man, like, it's like, oh, you know, like Corey said, they Mediterranean, so he's crazy. But all in all, when we get down to it, we can understand where I'm coming from. But like this shit here,
Well,
this
look,
shit is crazy.
I know you're saying this for.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this
Let me
deserves
unmute myself.
the serious. This is what I'm saying deserves.
Well, Corey,
the
let's just look at it.
serious
Not to
pushback.
cut you off. I know you're saying this for Ankh to respond to, but let's just chime in. I think the problem is let's look at the scholarship as a football field. Everything we talking about like a football field. We just all got those chains at a different place. You see what I mean? Like my chain quarter like on the 50-yard line, to where you feel what I'm saying, to where you might could say some of this stuff on that side of on that team on my show. But yours, Corey, it might be set more towards the 30-yard line. You ain't giving up as much of that shit. But what Asar is trying to say to me, like, that's on the other team. I mean, I don't want to no disrespect to what I'm saying. I'm saying, as far as my balanced, how I try to keep it on my show, I'm leaning towards more what Corey is saying about the type of things we need to retaliate. But the way that I do it, I don't think it will be mandated of the way that Anka do it, because I'm just gonna cut it out. If the brother got a document that's showing some connections and that's supporting his theory, then I'll end it by saying I don't think it mandate all of the heat that you were saying that he should get for trying to push that theory forward. That's all I'm saying.
He should be able to present what he presented, but what I'm saying is the enthusiastic pushback. You see what I'm saying? Because the pushback be more like, oh, bro, I think you might be stretching that just a bit. When it came to me, it was like, oh, this nigga is crazy.
It's two different things, because he got that document. He got that supporting document that make you address it different. If Asar hopped on this same show saying that shit without that document, he probably wouldn't have been able to say it for too much longer. He tried it before, but he came back with sources, and this is why we do it. This is how we play the game. But this ain't my speaking time. This your time, so go ahead.
No, I pretty much said what I had to say, bro. I didn't want to. I just really wanted to fuck with, I just wanted to fuck with him a little bit, and to ruffle your feathers a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That was it, though, bro.
You know what? Though? I fought you harder, Corey, yo. You know how sometimes you fight family harder, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, but I'm saying, as far as the information go, like, that's just crazy. To me, from sitting from where I'm sitting at now, I know everybody be like, you know, I don't know how to say shit other than flat out, right? To me, sitting from where I'm sitting at, that shit's crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to tie that together, that's more than just a stretch. And see, that's the problem. Those are the things that gets lent credence to where now we thinking the Egyptians was black as in West African American type motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the things that lend credence to that. That's the thing that I'm giving pushback to. I'm not giving pushback to the fact that somebody can respect Egyptian culture as an African culture. I understand the emphasis on the Mediterranean that the earlier historians put on that, right? But now that we're in a time where we have genetics, we can really put things into a perspective. We don't have to do a lot of the guesswork. Ain't there no more. So you know what I'm saying? I just think we should be in a place where we can understand that and get past. I'm saying get past it.
Well, I can respect your point of view. I ain't mad, and I'm not cutting you off if you ain't finished. Keep going. If not, it's Kyle. So
yeah. I literally just came on here, man. I'm not involved in the conversation. I think my screen is sharing. This is something that is imperative. Like, so a brother of ours, brother Morpheus, I'm sure y'all all know who he is. His daughter is missing. We think she's been kidnapped, and he just hit me up. And this is what I just sent to the chat, man. So if y'all in the Atlanta area, you know what I'm saying, please share, get the information out there so we can bring this baby home.
Do you want to read it for the people who can't see it, or if it got numbers on there or anything? I don't know. What does it say? If Case can't read, it say case number 2384, what, 639?
Yeah.
And missing person, missing vehicle, Amani Sharif Robertson, 30 Plantation Boulevard. You can read that. I'm squinting my eyes.
Yeah, it's in Conyers, Georgia. She was last seen about 3 or 4 days ago, July the 16th. They got a tag number. It's a white Mazda SUV. Tag number is CRA 7038. You know, whatever belief system y'all have, keep her in y'all prayers and y'all thoughts, and you know, be diligent if y'all in this area, man, because that's one of our brothers. This is our family that need us right now. And I don't give a shit about Egypt at this point. You know what I'm saying? It was a great conversation, but I just wanted to get the information
Oh
out so
no,
we can
this is
all.
just like emergency basically. It's
Yeah,
urgent.
yeah.
Yeah. No, well,
So if you,
we don't have much to say about this, but we just want the news to be out there that again this happened in Georgia, and if you just happen to be riding and see SUV, oh well, this what is it? They say a Mazda again. I'm sorry, what did you say?
yeah, it's a Mazda. I don't know the name of the vehicle, but it's a little small Mazda SUV. Conyers is on the east side of Georgia, out by like Stone Mountain and like Stockbridge and Covington and stuff. So if y'all are out there, y'all see this vehicle, please call the police. You know, we don't know the situation right now, but you know, I'm just trying to make sure that people are aware and can respond accordingly.
All right, well, thank you. Anyone can unmute themselves at any time. I just changed the rule. I only did that to bring order to, but we're going to still keep, because some brothers was waiting to speak. So I think it was that Kyle, then we got Robert, then Babylon, and then we back to the free-for-all. So what's up with Robert and Babylon? Robert first.
Man, peace to the great Magi King once
What's up
again.
with you?
Man, peace, great God. Man, you know what time it is, man. Magi Arts is all the way up. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to captain status. You know what I mean? I'm at soldier status. You know, I'm trying to raise my status, man. I want all the smoke. You know what I mean? Unite. We need unison. Unite, Black Kings. We can't continue this argument. We need to come together and move forward as one to take back what was stolen. Okay. I got something. I got golden arrows, and this is to address Sar. I think that's who Imhotep. Is that Sar?
No,
The
that's a
link
Sar
of the
MK.
MK. Okay, he asked a question earlier about
MCP, the pseudo.
No, okay, true. What's up? Peace to the God killer.
Yeah, remember that's non-magic.
No doubt, no doubt. Here we go. This was in reference to the pre-dynastic cultures or pre-dynastic peoples in Kemet. I got some golden arrows here straight from wiki. You know what I'm saying? And I think I know for a fact they about to take, I'd say about 1,000 eyes out right quick. So Smash, without further ado, my great king, whenever I'm able to, I would like to share my screen.
Go right ahead, bro.
Okay, my lord. Let me see, can I get to this? I'm struggling to get this. All right, let me jump on. Let me jump on the Zoom. And then let me go to share and screen and start broadcast. Boy, y'all in trouble. Wow, you're getting smoked again. Right. Okay, does anybody see this? Anybody see my screen?
Yeah, you got it up about the Tasian culture. You got the floor. I'm muting out. Go ahead.
Indeed, great Magi. Let's take off some heads right quick and get that ass one down back. I'm sick of it. Okay, the Tasian culture is possibly one of the oldest known pre-dynastic culture in Upper Egypt, which evolved around 4,500 BC. It is named for the bears found at Deir Tassa, a site on the east bank of the Nile, located between Asyut and Akhmim. There is no general agreement about the proposed Tasian culture, and some scholars, since Baumgarten in 1950 has suggested it's a part of the Badarian culture rather than a separate entity. Okay, I want us to look at this map. This is Deir Tassa. We see where that's located in Egypt. Okay, and it's about to get beautiful for the Magi's, and it's about to get, atrocious for all you imposters and invaders. Here we go. The Tasian culture group is notable for producing the earliest blacktop pottery, a type of red and brown pottery which has been painted black on its top and interior. This pottery is vital to the dating of the various pre-dynastic Egyptian civilizations, since all dates for the pre-dynastic period are tenuous at best. Flinders Petrie developed a system called sequence dating, through which the relative date, not the absolute date of any given pre-dynastic site, can be ascertained by examining the handles on the pottery. I want to slide down here, y'all, because it's about to get bad. It's time. Excavations. It's right here. This is my favorite part. excavations of Tahitian burials. Well, I want to scoot back up real quick. Let's make a note of that Deir Tassa landmark right there. Let's make a note of it. Sir, could you please relax? Okay. Deir Tassa. Okay, so we see what that is. Okay, archaeological excavations of Tahitian burials have yielded a number of skeletons. The fossils are generally taller and more robust than later pre-dynastic Egyptian specimens. In this regard, the Tahitian skeletons are most similar to those associated with the Merimde culture. We'll see who those are in a second if King Madjai would allow.
That's Delta people, bro.
God, I wish that Gullah, I would appreciate it. If you would allow me to finish, nigga. Okay, let's click it then. Okay, and Lord Egypt
related don't matter. They all Afro-Asiatic people, so what?
Okay, so you just killed yourself. I mean, what side you on? Because I'm trying to see what show. It looked like you just.
I ain't on no side. I'm on the side of righteousness. I ain't on no bullshit ass Egypt mania
side.
Go
ahead I mean, well, you said the side of righteousness, and that is a side.
I'm on the side
you know
of
what I'm saying?
Y'all gotta let that brother finish, yo.
Can I finish?
Hey, let that man finish, bro, so we can hear him. I just want to hear him out, yo. He right.
I mean, I hit dog on holler every time.
Exactly. And the brother
every time they gonna yell, boy.
Come on, Don.
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah, go back to your presentation.
Okay,
yeah,
archaeological evidence has suggested. Okay, let's go back up where I was cut off at. With the Merimde culture. Furthermore, although the Tahitian crania are dolichocephalic, okay, how you pronounce that? Like many of the other pre-dynastic skulls, they have a large and wide vault like the Merimde crania. Skulls excavated from the Badarian, Amratian, and Natufian sites tend to instead.
Hold on. I'm having one of them moments. It's just an appropriate interruption. Real quick, Gullah, let me ask you a question, Gullah. Have you and this guy interacted with it? Y'all know each other?
No, I don't even know King.
How you know to be adversarial against what he's saying if he ain't finished yet, Gullah?
No, I'm just saying you're making a point.
But if y'all never interacted. If y'all never interacted and you don't even know, are you just trying to be the only one who can talk about this type of shit? Because you don't even know what he about to conclude.
I literally just read Wikipedia. Just was reading.
So go ahead. I just don't. I'm trying to get it. Like I was thinking maybe y'all talked about this before or something.
Oh no, got it.
Yo, we know nigga before he said that's
true indeed, y'all.
All right, so go right ahead, brother.
Indeed, great kings. Let's get it. Archaeological evidence. This way you murder that everybody. This way y'all chief exercise shaka doodle heads. Gullah, I don't know where you land at right now, but we're gonna keep it cool with you, King. Much love.
Yeah, I'm on the side
for the rest of y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all getting bodied. Look, archaeological evidence has suggested that the Tahitian and Badarian Nile Valley were a peripheral network of earlier African cultures that featured the movement of Badarian, Saharan, Nubian, and Nilotic populations. Bruce Williams, the Egyptologist, has stated the Tahitian period is significantly, King Madjai, man, golden arrows out. What significantly related to the Neolithic of Sudanese Saharan tradition that's found just north of Khartoum near Dongola.
So that was hit dog holler. That's what was going on, huh?
I agree with that.
That was hit dog holler. That's what was going on.
I
got both of them eyeballs.
Like I said,
I got both of them eyes. Now we can go to Merimde.
Dedication want to critique your source. Go ahead, dedicated.
Let that man finish, man. Let that man keep
D God killer. The Merimde, this is a Merimde right here. You see? And this is so, you look at, we ain't got to go over this. We just see where they mark the Merimde, and we just seen where they marking Deir Tassa. We seen that they talking about Sudan. We see that they talking about the Nilotic populations. We see the word Nubian, Saharan, and Badarian. We know, where's the Badarian? Let's keep going down. Look like they're trying to go down on me.
Oh my!
So it seems to me that y'all done got y'all eyeballs took, and so I think I just proved they said that the skeletons were most they were found most being related to the Merimde, which is upper Egypt or lower Egypt. And now here we
But
go.
you gotta go back in
down towards the south.
And
I don't see no words that say
wait. Don't let them mess that Merimbe part up. As I recall correctly, and they was talking about some other people who had came in. Go back up and read that. Look, it says excavations. Let's read it. I could be wrong, but you was just there. It was just on the screen, right? When I said excavations.
They from the north. They from the north.
So, but look, read what it say.
They are related anyway. They all Afro-Asiatic because they populated that whole region up north.
Well, you see Afro-Asian. You see Afro-Asiatic on here?
What you think Egyptian language is, bro? They spoke Afro-Asiatic language. When Christopher Eric talked about the North, you retreat.
Do you see?
You got Christopher Eric's book.
Do you see Near East?
You got
do you
Christopher Eric's book. We talk about the Afrocentricity. When he talk about the
hold on. So let's be fair. Let's let Gullah speak now. You said your whole piece. Now let's let Gullah respond. Go ahead, Gullah. You got the floor.
I don't know where he think Afro-Asiatics are from. They from fucking the Horn of Africa in the first place.
I just asked you, was it in
No. Don't interact. Mute your mic, Robert. Let him get his whole bars off. Go ahead, Gullah.
They populated that whole region 15,000 years ago and differentiated in different branches. They all related anyway. The Afro-Asians, when he talk about the Afian culture and the Kadan culture, those are them same the descendants of them people that brought up the Badarian people. They were just different cultures, different tribal cultures under a common nucleus. They're all Afro-Asiatic speakers, and you had Nilotic speakers there too. That's why I say peripheral of Nilotic cultures, because they all was living among each other.
Okay, you done? Because all I'm saying is Nile Valley sites and Badarian, Saharan, Nubian, Nilotic populations. You and people like you love to throw Afro-Asiatic somewhere, and when we ain't even talking about that. You got to do that because you heard. Let's just stick with what
all right, click that number 7 too, Rob, if you don't mind. Click that number 7 after Sudan.
Come from the south. What are you talking about, nigga? They come from North Africa.
No, not the word Sudan. The number 7. All right, now let's what that say. That's Bruce Williams who gave us that Cousteau ending a case of the Nubian origin for the ancient Egyptian kingship. I think a lot of us have looked over that already.
It wasn't just Nilotic. It was Nilotic and Afro-Asiatic people, two different African cultures. What's so hard about that?
I mean, you're right, bro, but I'm just mad at the fact that you feel like you got to throw Asiatic always. Say y'all Asiatic.
That's what the fucking language is.
Okay, but we ain't talking about that right there, though.
That's what the language is called, Afro-Asiatic.
But you got
the Africans that had a foot in and a foot outside of Africa, bro.
Why don't you put Nilotic prevalent?
Nah, I think it's fair. I think what he's saying. Nah, I feel your contention, Gullah, but what he's saying is fair. Nowhere and nothing we was. This is what I'm saying, but we had not. Nobody mentioned the language group and nothing he was showing. He was showing you archaeology, Badarian culture.
It say language. It is
but Nilotic could also be archaeological or a language group. Like what's the language group? Nilotic. You know what I mean? And so what they're talking about, Nilotic, that's not Nilotic. So when they say Nilotic, they're still talking archaeologically. I mean, click Nilotic. How about and just associate found along and associated to the now. No, that's the Nilotic people. Hold on. I don't want us to be confused. Damn, hold on.
Tanzania, and it say Karo people.
Tanzania. Oh man, this is gonna help us get more confused. All right, I gotta stop the confusion. I had to stop the confusion because this is gonna make everybody more confused. Y'all can all unmute yourselves. Gullah, you unmuted first. You got the floor.
No, all I'm saying is, of course, you had Nilotic people in the area. The people in Nabta was Nilotic people, but you still had Afro-Asiatic people in the area. They all was influencing each other. The Egyptian language is Afro-Asiatic, not Nilotic.
But let's just trip off this. This is what I was wanting to point out, and I'm bowing out. When you click the link Nilotic, they refer to the Nilotic people, not the Nilotic language. And that's all I was saying was the brother brought forth people groups and archaeology, and you responded with linguistics. Yeah. That's all I was saying.
They call them that because they speak a particular language, though, Smash. That's what they call them that anyway.
Yeah, let me say something real quick.
They call it ethno-linguistic group. Ethno-linguistic group.
That's a good point, Gullah. That's a good point, Gullah. Go ahead,
click the Ma'ah while you're doing that, just so that it's
No, hold on, hold on, man. You're gonna pseudo-rise the whole
there. Ma'ah
conversation.
speaking people, just click it while you talk.
Yo, you gonna pseudo-rise the whole fucking
He made up a word. You gonna suitarize it?
Yeah, that's what he gonna do, yo. Let me show you what's going on, Smash. Listen. So when the brother bought the good source, right? And only thing Gullah was doing was adding in the details. All of us, right, that really study the Afro-Asiatic, yo, that shit coming from the hill country of fucking Ethiopia. So you would never hear about a motherfucker speaking that. You just wouldn't even argue that. Like, you just wouldn't do it. So he's just showing you different. The brother brought some powerful information. I like to see Dongola, because that's down there in Khartoum. That's the shit I be talking about. That Khartoum culture match up with the Nubian culture and match up with Upper Egypt culture. I did that shit the other night. So that's that fire shit he put in there. Gullah just hit you with the Afro-Asiatic, right? And that starts to complete the picture a little bit. Now you add your Delta in there a little bit, Lord, touch him up a little bit, yo. And now you got that complete picture, yo, a variety of African people. That's that shit right there. So people just don't want to hear the shit about Afro-Asiatic because people amongst us have made up shit about the Afro-Asiatic, but the experts say different. So y'all really working hand in hand with each other. You know what I'm saying? I know it, I hear it.
Hold on,
Y'all
I gotta
working
take
together.
myself.
Now watch us all fuck it up.
Hey, check this out. No, real quick. I just want to do another sidebar. I won't talk for long, but let's just notice that out of these about 5, 6 groups, 7 maybe on the screen, we probably got 3 language groups inside of this. And you could say more, but I only know of 3. It would probably be Cushitic, the Nilo-Saharan, and what the language Egyptians spoke, right? So let's keep that in mind, that all of these different tribes of Nubians wasn't having their own language. They would possibly be speaking Nilo-Saharan, if I'm not mistaken. And the people farther down. So even though we see hella different people groups, is 3 languages amongst them. But somebody can straighten that up or corroborate that if they want.
Well,
I just want to say,
them Nubians was Afro-Asiatic too, wasn't they, Gullah? Didn't they speak Afro-Asian language?
But I think they all speak that. They all 3 speak that. That's the bigger umbrella that they're under, Corey. They all 3 of those. So Cushitic, Nilo-Saharan, and Egyptian is Afro-Asiatic, correct?
Right.
Well, Nilotic is not African.
All right, let Gullah. I'm asking Gullah right now. This is Gullah turn.
Nilotic is part of the Nilo-Saharan language family. It's his own family.
Okay,
and the Afro-Asiatic is another African language family. And you had in the area, you had 2 branches. You had 2 main branches in that area. You had the Cushitic branch in the area, which was the Beja and the C group people, the A group people, and like the Pangrave type people.
I got a question about that, Gullah. So you saying that people think that the people in between the Egyptians and the Cushites spoke a language that's unrelated to both of them?
No, if Egyptian is Afro-Asiatic language, it's related to the Cushitic.
I'm talking about Nilo-Saharan. What did the Nubians speak?
Yeah.
No,
they spoke not yet.
Let's break it down.
Yeah,
Don't
right,
Nilo mean the Nile and the Sahara?
Yes, but it's a particular language. It's a coinage of a particular language family of its own. It's one of the major language families in Africa.
I don't know enough. I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to get some clarity. It seemed like what you just told me was that's a different language family. It ain't in the same language family as.
No, it's not.
Okay, great. So wouldn't that mean that they ain't really closely related? So that's kind of saying that the people in between Egyptians and Cushites ain't related to them?
They related from they related through admixture and ancestry,
but not linguistically.
They intermix with each other. They borrowed each other languages and stuff like that. That's why you can borrow melodic words in Afrasian languages in that region. That's what I'm saying.
I'm confusing people, so I'll study that on my own times. But y'all can keep it.
Hey, Smash. Let me ask you this though. You do realize that like Americans be speaking 1 or 2 languages, but I'm pretty sure all of them, Africans are bilingual, trilingual, speak 4 or 5 different languages, yo.
So this is how I'm confused. This is what I'm saying. So if you take let's take Northern America just for an example, and you got Canadians, they speak English, right? and then we got America in the middle. We speak English, and then the Mexicans speak Spanish, which is related to English. But what it seems like they're saying is Canadians speak English. Then the people in the middle, Americans.
French.
No, yeah, I know. I'm
English
just only
and
doing
French.
a quick analogy so that people can understand my confusion. And then when we get to the middle, which would be Nilo-Saharan Americans, they speak something that's totally unrelated to what Mexicans speak and what Canadians speak. I'm misunderstanding that. That ain't what's being
Why not?
said.
But why not though?
Because I would think that people so closely related, I mean, who lived in such close proximity for over long periods of time would have some overlap with certain terms and shit.
I got
they
something.
did have overlap, but they come from two different. They come from two different extremes. And
They come from
ancestors.
spots.
Okay. So I feel that.
Their ancestors come from two different isolated populations, and they group together at a point during the Neolithic period.
I'm with that, and so you're saying they basically already had how they spoke intact before they converged amongst each other.
Why not?
Why not? Where did Nilo-Saharan people come from if they didn't come from the south?
We got to read this again.
These are good questions.
They do come from the south. They come from the southern. They come from the southern middle now.
All right, but this is the hold on. Are we all looking at the same map on the screen?
Just smash.
Yeah, that's smash. There you go, right there.
Thinking the same thoughts.
Smash. Let me just say this real quick, please.
Let me say this. You got the floor. Yeah, but let's hear what he got to say. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is the Nilotic people come from the southern Middle Nile area. Then you got the northern Middle Nile area. We have more Afro-Asiatic people.
All right, but show us on this map right here, though. Can you see?
He wrong. He wrong. And I got it right here.
Oh, y'all gotta relax.
He made up Middle Nile.
No, I don't think he's wrong about that. Hold your horses.
You gotta look at this.
You're leaving out a part. Hey, Gully, you're leaving out an important part, yo.
Man, you gotta look at the Nilotic population.
No, y'all gotta relax, yo. Y'all cannot leave out the weather, yo. Y'all cannot do that. So people not gonna say I'm gonna change my language when they migrate based off of climatic weather changes. Yo, they migrating out of different areas. You could look at the map. So that's nothing to migrate and bring your own language with you, and then learn the language when you're there. These niggas can speak 4, 5, 6 different languages. It's not an issue.
I'm not against that.
It's a diversity. Just like when you go to West Africa, you got many people that live. Let me talk, bro. Every time I talk, somebody got to say something.
I'm gonna make sure everybody get their turn. So hold on.
You keep talking.
Shit, wild as hell. Motherfucker disrespectful as fuck.
It'd be hard. I'm about to fix it. Hold on. We're gonna go back to the thing because it make it better for all of us. I like it when everybody get hard. Gullah, you on right now? I'm gonna mute everybody. Mike, go ahead.
Example, just like in West Africa, you got Mindi people that live alongside Songhai people. Them come from two different language families. You know what I'm saying? Songhai come from Nilo-Saharan.
All right, now you're gonna have to unmute yourself because I just had to set up the rules. So Songhai come from Nilo-Saharan.
Yeah, and Mende is Niger Congo language. You got different extreme language, different extreme or isolated people that come from two different isolates that group together at a certain point.
Yeah. I would like to respond, King Smash.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I think that, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew that some type of red herrings was going to come in here some type of way to distract what we just read. I'll go back and read it again. This says excavations of Tage and Barrows have yielded a number of skeletons. The fossils are generally taller and more robust than later pre-dynastic Egyptian specimens. In this regard, the Tajan skeletons are most similar to those associated with the Merimde culture. This says archaeological evidence has suggested that the Tajan, we just saw that was in North Egypt. I mean at the top, which is what we call Southern Egypt, but it's it's north. So that's North Egypt right there.
You ain't sharing your screen, but go ahead. Just so you know, you ain't sharing your screen.
Okay, I can share it if need be, King.
It's normally good for people watching to read along to make sure you ain't misinterpreting nothing.
Indeed. Okay, let's share this, man, because this is ridiculous. We keep trying to force other cultures in here into the system, predominantly, though. That's what a mistake is. It's too much because when you look here,
at the moment, that's not what he's doing, family. That's what Bobby trying to say. I hear your contention But I hope you recognize
But
that's not what
finish,
Gulla's
man.
doing at the moment. He's saying they just came from another place in Africa.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying, my lord. I want to hone in on the allottic populations. This says the Tajan and Bardarian Nile Valley sites were peripheral. That means a network of peripheral. We know peripheral is out of peripheral vision. That's in close proximity, usually, of African cultures that feature the movement of Bardarian, Saharan, Nubian, and Nilotic populations. This says the Tajan period is significantly related to the Neolithic of Sudanese Saharan tradition, as found just north of Khartoum and near Dangote. Now, when I click Nilotic populations, now, because that's what they say, the sites were a peripheral network of earlier African cultures, not West Asia, not Near East, not Mediterranean. This says featured the movement of Bardarian, Saharan, Nubian, and Nilotic. When I click Nilotic, this is who comes up. Indigenous to the Nile Valley, who speak Nilotic languages. They inhabit South Sudan.
Yeah, this is one people though. This is one.
Nah, they got all the people. They got them all on there. Nah, Gullah.
Stop, man. This says South Sudan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania. Among these are the Burundi-speaking peoples, Kare peoples, Luo peoples, Atike. So that's
So who are the Nilotics that you saying came in there from someplace else then, Gullah?
Click my speaking peoples, brother. That's all you gotta click that.
Listen, can I share my
It's your
screen
turn.
for a minute, please?
And it's
Not your
also
turn yet.
let's
Nah,
let
let the
Gullah
brother finish.
respond.
My
Unless
speaking peoples,
if
right?
Robert is
Christopher
done,
Eric,
it's
man.
Gullah's turn.
Hey, Gullah, show the Christopher Eric map, yo. I'm trying to find it for you, yo. I understand
Hold
what y'all
on though.
saying.
Right now, as a referee, like I ain't the judge, but it seems like dude Robert is making some valid points because what you said to discredit that Nilotan thing was that they came
got
from
niggas in
someplace else.
Kenya.
But
Yes.
and Camji just put a good statement into the chat. He said, how can there be an affirmed historical population of speakers without a reconstruction of the pre-dialectical ancestor?
Man, ain't nobody listening to no Camdy verse, bro. He out of the picture, bro. Ain't nobody listening to him.
So, well, don't listen to him, but what about the question he proposed?
The reconstruction.
So what are we doing? I'm not doing no
Eric's
clicking
argument.
shit. I don't have no affinities to you more than Camji. All due respect. You feel me? Like, so why would I just
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You
Why?
lean a little bit to Cammy though, Smash.
No,
You
I'm
might
talking
not mean
about-
it, but you lean a little bit to him.
But that made my information do that.
Yeah, he
but
kinda-
this
he
is what I'm
embraced the
talking to. I was
Afro-Asiatic.
talking to Gullah, and I was saying I would like you to discredit him on your information because we don't. None of us. All we know is to sound each other's voice, bruh. You feel what I'm saying? And so, if you got what it takes to answer that question, if not, I think you running from the question. And that's
No,
just,
I'm not running from. What's the question? What are you asking?
Because he said, how could you be, you affirming that this population came from someplace, and he asked, how can there
I
be
said they come from the southern middle Nile.
Are we
they
even
come from
with
a certain
that?
region. You know how long, bro? You know how long the Nile is?
But how can you affirm that? The question is, how can you affirm the historical population of speakers without a reconstruction of the pre-dialectical ancestor?
That's a wild question, though, Smash. That's a fake you out
No,
question.
I
That's
understand the
wild as fuck.
question, so it's not even that
No, it's not a
wild.
real
That's
question.
that's that
It's
salt,
not a
bro.
real question,
Man,
man.
that's
Can
the
you
salt
answer
Imhotep
the
shit.
Can you answer the question?
That's
Yes
the
or
salt
no?
Imhotep.
Y'all
That's the
doing,
salt
y'all
Imhotep
doing
shit, bro.
slander right now. None of these are answers to the question.
Oh,
Answer the
Smash,
question,
you
yes or
doing it,
no,
yo.
man.
Come
Damn,
on,
answer the
Smash.
goddamn question.
Come on, Smash. Come on, man. That's like
I wanna
you
show
saying,
this
yo,
too.
how can you put wings on the car and such and such? Nobody said
Man,
that.
have y'all ever seen a Kemet question that I acted like
Hey,
this
Smash,
over?
I'm gonna answer it. Let me answer it. You know why? Because you got the contemporary
facts is on the
languages
board.
that's still
But let
related
me
today.
do something real fast.
Hey,
You
Gullah
still
is
got
giving us an
contemporary languages.
answer. Pay him his respect. Go ahead, Gullah.
Because you still got the populations today to do the comparison. Just know that these languages are related.
Right.
Don't no proto language survivors living today anyway.
So you gave an answer. That's all we was asking for. Great. So your answer is, since the languages still live today, we can tell that the pre-dialectical ancestor was, and we don't have to reconstruct it.
But
True
he know
indeed,
that's
Almighty.
not.
I
understand that, King. My whole thing was, Smash.
Nah,
is that
Robert.
I
Hey,
feel
Bobby,
like-
you know I just got him with that question. So since the language is surviving, I think that Cambone said something like that to Osari Masep. He wouldn't have to reconstruct it. It's still living today. Y'all don't remember that? So
Yeah,
is
that's
that
the
what
copy.
you saying, Gullah? Because you might be making a point that I heard another PhD make. Now, Cam G verse, if the language is still surviving today, I did hear Dr. Cambone clown Asar Imho step like, why would you propose that they would need to reconstruct something if the language is still alive today?
Correct, the Coptic. So
let me know what you think about that Cam G verse, and whoever want to speak, go right ahead.
Yeah, I got one more point,
with
and
y'all
then I
ready.
can
That's
be
enough of
quiet, y'all. I got one more thing, man. This is it. This is just in this is in reference to the user hat documentation that I provided on, I believe, last week. I just wanted to touch this, and we could jump right back on that. And this is only to support the multitudes of evidence that exists dictating Black people, Black Africans dwelling in Egypt with blonde hair. So there's your that Ramses II with the E1B1A, white hair, blonde hair. This is it right here from encyclopedia.com, supporting those documents from last week. So I'll skip down, and it says the ancient Egyptians did not care for gray hair and developed different methods to cover it. The orange-red dye obtained from the leaves of the henna shrub was a popular hair coloring rinse. Both men and women experimented with different colors, including blue, green, gold, blue, green, gold, blue, green, gold, and red. Mummies have even been found with dyed hair. So anybody, like I say, y'all gonna come up off that. Y'all gonna stop with all that, that we can't believe it that they got blonde hair and this is a white man. You gonna stop that, and Madjai Art is all the way up. I land my plane.
All the way up. Now, if you
Hey, Smash, can I share my screen?
hold up.
Because you told me I was going to go a while back. Oh, stop, go. Can I just
Go ahead, brother.
What's up, man?
And then let me go after them, Smash.
What's up, Clean? Fuck you been at, dog?
What's happening? Somebody need to mute out. Somebody, I don't know who needs to mute out. That's Mr. Rich. Hold on, let me mute him out.
Let's go and Rich talk.
I can't even find my controls, man. Look, I'm hovering over his name, it won't mute. Maybe unshare the screen. Oh, I could go to participants. My bad.
Yeah, you just click. So, Babylon, you going?
No, I'm talking go. I just want to Smash to let me go and make sure I go for a close. Go ahead.
So I want to make it clear that when we talk about the Ma'ab people, because it says the Ma'ab speaking people on his slide, which I have up also. Matter of fact, let me just share, just because we could just end the fake stuff right now. You know, when you're dedicated to pseudo, sometimes you need a physical picture. So these are the Maasai, or a Nilotic ethnic group, and this is why he didn't want to click it. Southern Kenya, northern Tanzania, and all you got to do is go down to their language right here. The Maasai speak Ma'a. That is the language. I've been saying that for years. Everybody knows that.
That's right.
What language group? Oh, it's in the Nilotic language family. Go ahead.
This is the Nilotic. And this is why we just said this, and they was like, and as you can see, when you go to actual evidence, which most of these cats don't do, it's right here. This
so
is
you
the
telling
goods
me
right here.
I don't know what Nilotic mean? You want me to think that mean that? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other people who want you to think somebody called Nilotic came from someplace else. At least it had to be someplace else along the Nile, correct? Why would they be Nilotic?
Exactly. And so when I tell you stuff about the Congo, when I show you E.A. Wallace Budge talking about, I knew it had to be the religion from the Congo. I knew it had to be the Sudanese.
Well, let's stop for a minute. And let's hear. I want to hear from Bobby because they are Nilotic.
Let me finish.
It's just horrible, yo.
It's just horrible. I don't get it.
They terrible all day. They talking about the Mediterranean. They damn near.
Man, whatever, nigga.
I think we're getting confused right now. What are you saying, Asar, right now by showing us this?
Well, this was the discussion that we just had. There was a question whether Nilotic people spoke with ancient Egyptian people. Now we're seeing that that's obviously the case. We're seeing that there's obviously some connections there. He just said
minutes ago that
But hold on, you're
said
right.
that.
You hold on. Let me
And if
just
we-
be clear. But you're right.
Like I
But you're
said.
right. But you haven't contradicted what Gullah said. He said
I
that
ain't
not. Listen, real
contradicting what
quick.
Gullah said.
He said
Gullah
the
didn't say
not.
nothing wrong.
Oh,
yet.
okay. Go
He
ahead. I'm
just,
sorry.
yeah. This is Bobby got banged
Yes,
out.
he did say something wrong
So-
or something, Carl. And
Well, he
that's why
did
I'm
say
here
a
to
couple
correct
things
him.
because it was
But
like
he's not contending
lot
against.
of
He's
people,
not
though.
contending against that right
I ain't
now.
gonna get the
Well, what are
minutes.
you
Go ahead,
doing? What
brothers.
I
Go
just
ahead.
no. We need
Let me
some.
share
Line
my
it up.
screen, man. Let me
Hey,
share my
wait.
screen.
Sorry, we need some clarity for the viewers of the show.
I can't get. I
What are
can't
you?
give
You got the
none.
floor, so just tell us what are you showing
got
us?
no clarity for that shit right there. He's showing, yo.
You hear the pseudo?
It's
You hear the
flammery, yo.
He
Now they
started
Egyptians.
crazy,
Now they
ending
fucking
crazy.
Egyptians, dog. That's some wild shit you do, yo.
It-
I mean, I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying for emphasis, it's some
What you
wild
But
shit.
saying?
I don't think
But
he said.
who's
I
the-
don't. Is that what you're saying?
Ask him. Ask him. If he say the
Always
Khoisan is Egyptians, you know, goddamn, well, they closer than the Khoisan. Go ahead, Assar.
Oh, God. So
Are they Egyptians? Could
I
they be
always
Egyptians?
told you to be
Brother
careful,
Bobby,
or you might
Brother
end up
Bobby,
in
this for you
Zimbabwe.
and Corey. This for you and Corey. Who has the illest SAR clan amongst them in Africa? Go.
I don't know, brother. Educators, go ahead. Go ahead, make me. Go ahead, say it.
You're
We wanna
looking
hear
at
you
him
say it.
right now.
All right.
You're looking at him
There
right
you
now.
go.
So no, I'm
looking
just.
at 'em
I
right
know your
now, baby.
theory. I know your theory,
These
Asar, and
are
I'm
the
not
illest
mad
SAR.
at it.
And when
So-
I pull no, because all I'm gonna do is pull up the book and it's gonna say the Illasar clan.
You
and
won,
it's
yo.
I'm
gonna-
not. Let me ask you a question, Asar.
and it's
Wait,
gonna
real quick.
right up. And
Asar,
I'm gonna
Asar,
ask
let me
you.
ask you,
All right,
bro,
you
so
won.
you can get the
Go
floor
ahead,
to answer
family.
this question. So basically, in your theory, Egypt is made up like the 42 nomes is each another different tribe from all the way down to as far as the Khoisan.
I would say so. Absolutely.
Okay, that's cool. Like, well, okay, he could be wrong, but look, he could be wrong,
He
but
could
that
claim
ain't
I'm
like
wrong,
that ain't
but
like
the
the
evidence
rough.
is going
He's
to
not
All
in
right,
the
can I
most
show my
egregious.
screen?
Why
I
y'all
just want to
acting
show my
like that's
screen.
the most egregious shit you ever heard?
It is,
Because
because
they
can I
white.
show my screen? I can show
They're
you
All
why.
right,
black.
yeah.
They're
Now we
black,
need to
but
hear
they're
from
white.
Bobby
Smash.
because now we know what you're
All right,
saying,
man.
Asar. So
All right, man.
let's
Get
just
out of
let
there.
somebody
Get out
else
of
talk. Let's hear
there. Yeah, get out of
from
there.
Bobby, and you can share
All
your
right, here you
screen.
go. I'm
Bobby.
gonna share my screen. This what Gullah should have did. This what
Go ahead,
Gullah should have did. He should have did this one. Can y'all see the screen? Y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
Remember you asked the question, yo, like 25 minutes ago before the buffoonery dove in. You say, how can that shit be in between two things? Well, there you go. Right there in front of your face, right? You see Middle Nile tradition, right? You see Afro-Asiatic speakers. You see where they come from, right? You see the Khoisan down there, right? Okay, so take a good look. So you can have Nilo-Saharan speakers being right there, and you can have Afro-Asiatic speakers being right there.
But
They're
I hear
sharing a
exactly.
couple
Yeah,
places of the
that's a
river.
good point. But the only thing is they're not represented in this image.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Where
That's
does
the
it
Middle
say
Nile
Nilo
tradition.
Saharan? I see Khoisan and Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, it's called the Middle Nile tradition, yo. We know that tradition. They're not Afro-Asiatic speakers. That's the point. They're not. That's the only thing I'm saying. They're not that. Right? And the river is 4,100 miles, yo. You know how long that is, yo? Take a guess, yo. That's damn near from Georgia to Baltimore, yo. That's farther than that. And I'm saying, that's damn near across the United States, yo. Damn near. 4,100 miles, yo. Like, at a certain point, yo, can we just let Africans be Africans?
Way down to Mexico.
Like, does everybody have to be a fucking Egyptian? Now I'm getting fed up. Now y'all about to pull me all the way on the other side. Because now it's just egregious now.
Yeah,
now
no.
nobody
I
can
mean,
be
I kind
African
of
but
hear what you're
Egyptian.
saying, but I
That's
don't
horrible,
think hyping up gonna help convince nobody of anything.
I'm not trying to hype no, but I'm saying I cannot believe that we don't even understand geography and distance. And on a map, they got a scale. Yo, we can measure the scales. And y'all act like it's 100 million people during this time period. Yeah, like we don't even understand population sizes, right? Like it's 8.5 billion people now. So you would have a better chance with 8.5 billion people with some cars to do the shit that everybody trying to say they're trying to do at about 7,000 BCE. Like, at what point do we just relax? The point I want to finish with is Gullah and the brother, right? Who's espousing to be the Magi, right? And I think you can do well, right, with Smash. But Gullah simply brought you to diversity. At no point was he trying to say that some people from Western Asia started Egyptian culture. He simply said that Afro-Asiatic, which has 6 branches, and 5 of them is in Africa proper. That's it. And one is in Asia. That's it. He's showing you diversity on the Nile, yo. And no expert denies this. Here go the map right here.
Yeah,
it's right in front of our faces. What do we? So then, Timely Verse and Crazy SSR, go get us a map, yo, showing your point,
got
yo.
a map right
we can
here.
understand what's going on, yo.
You want me to show you the map of the home?
Yeah, go get that. We want to see the map, bro.
Map
Absolutely.
right here.
This is Christopher Eric right here, and at the bottom is a scale. So y'all could take a ruler, get his book, take a ruler, and y'all can see miles and kilometers. If we had a ruler and put that shit on there, yo, we could actually see how far 4,100 miles is.
He go to you in trouble, man.
Oh no, I
want you also, after I show this, I want you to tell us how far Syria is from that location. Where is it at?
Man, come on, man. All right, man. Just put it up, yo, and make your point, yo. And give us the name of the person who made the map. And make sure the map is saying what you're saying, because my map is saying what I'm saying. Don't just put any map up there and throw some shit in the air, dog. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure, because that's how you play.
Man,
you play
this
dirty.
the most pseudo shit I ever listened
right
to.
here, B?
All the motherfuckers trying to act hella smart is saying the dumbest shit in the world. I just sat here and read up while y'all was talking on Nilo-Saharan, and I'm losing faith in everybody. This shit is ridiculous. So let me just say, the oldest attested Nilo-Saharan language is Old Nubian. That shit come after Coptic. So just like Kamji verse was saying, how can you tell me what a population was doing and speaking when you ain't got nothing to go off? That's some ridiculous bullshit. So that's when we need to humble all of ourselves.
So you're right. Yeah, you're right, Smash. You're right. Guess what, Smash? You're right. So guess what? Now we don't know what language they were speaking then. If
but
we're
really,
gonna use that
Bobby,
language,
I'm talking to Gullah right now. Hold on. He the expert who just got through pondering that these people came from someplace else. All this shit. And then when we go look at the evidence, the oldest piece of evidence we got is Old Nubian.
I said the Middle Nile, Smash. I said the Middle Nile. They come from a particular region of the Nile. That's their heartland.
So when we go back to the question that dude said you couldn't answer, it was true, because the oldest language we got in that is Old Nubian. Correct?
You said Smash is on the map. Can't you see that?
That ain't the oldest language. The oldest language is Koman, which is aquatic language in Uduk. Uduk is one of the
earliest written.
See,
all them languages that ain't written, y'all faking about. You need some history to prove the language existed. So the earliest written language associated with Nilo-Saharan.
Y'all ain't reading with me and Uncle reading, bro.
You dropping knowledge, Smash.
Do you see the picture though, yo?
Why this LOMTDNA?
No, this is what the problem is. This is what's happening. We confusing languages that people speak with evidence of the language, which is written history. See, you can't tell me you know what they was doing before you get the written evidence of that. That's why they say the earliest written language associated with Nilo-Saharan family
because
is
you
Old
got archaeology,
Nubian.
Smash. You got archaeology.
Yeah, they got.
How, you don't got no archaeology on languages? Who you talking to?
You got archaeology.
You put it together.
Oh my God!
You put it together. You
the archaeology on languages is written history, bro. So what archaeology you got on the language they spoke that wasn't written? Tell the people.
Because you don't use just one discipline with each other. You use other things.
You country the hell.
Bro.
So I had to step up for my boy. I had to step up for my magi and learning and show you how you body them no matter what their discipline is. You simply read what the shit's saying.
Man, y'all being ridiculous, bro. This is crazy.
So you can tell us they came from somewhere else when the oldest history you got on
Ain't
that
nobody
language
saying that. You straw man it right now, man. I just said they come from the Middle Nile.
Bro, the whole conversation was about the contingency of the people, the contingency of people of Kemet. We start talking about the Cushites and the Egyptian, and then when we start talking about the Nubians, we was like, hold up, but they come from someplace else though. If the someplace else was still along the Middle Nile when we was talking about the contingency of people who make up the Nile, that wouldn't have been an assertion to make.
Smash, to be fair, you started saying that, but he never said they came from somewhere else.
Okay.
Y'all thought
Thank
he
you.
said.
And then if
No,
I
no,
made
listen,
that up
listen,
and put that on
I
Gullah,
ain't
y'all
got a
hearing
chance
me
to say.
take it
I
back
haven't
right
had a
now.
chance to say
If
very
you
much
saying
at
I
all.
put that on Gullah, then I can't
I
do
haven't
nothing
had
but
a
take it back.
I'm trying to explain myself, bro. I haven't had a chance to speak much at all, bro.
It's okay, brother. You made something disappear
All
last
right.
week. So you gotta
You need to
Man,
learn.
let
Hey, Smash, thank you.
hold
Very much,
on. I need to hear what Corey was about to
knew who
say,
you
so
was
I'm going with the
about.
old school.
We knew who they are when they
No.
we got who
Hold
they
on.
are
We
who they
just doing
thought we
rhetoric.
were.
Hold on. Corey, unmute. And then everybody else can unmute, but pay him respect, so I want to hear what he got to say.
I was just trying to say that y'all was assuming that he was saying they were trying. Y'all couldn't hear him because there was a lot of talk in the background. Now
I'm
I just been
sample it
listening.
for tomorrow.
I've been listening the whole time, bro. I just been in the back just listening.
All right.
So it was a lot of talk in the background. What he was kept trying to tell y'all is he's not saying that they came from somewhere else. He's saying they came from the middle. Now when he's saying they migrated up there, he's meaning y'all assumed that y'all automatically assume when he said they migrated up there, y'all automatically start saying from somewhere else. When he was trying to tell y'all from the middle Nile,
so Gullah
and y'all
get his
just jumped
credit.
over that. He said that from the very beginning.
Okay.
Don't say that, Smash.
I'm not trying to linger, bro. It's not a big deal. I could be wrong too. I'm not Superman. I thought I heard what I heard. And if you saying no, you didn't hear, but I want to hear from you, Babylon, because you seem to heard what I heard. So go ahead.
Please, I heard what you heard, Smash, because when the brother Robert was on here, and please, Smash, mute everybody so don't nobody cut me off.
Yeah, please don't cut off Babylon. Go ahead.
Now, Smash, when the brother Robert was talking, when the brother was talking, and he read about the fact that the Sudanese, Osam Khan, when Osam Khan read about the Sudanese didn't create the pastoral people that came up into Egypt, Gullah jumped out the window. And then he later changed it to, when we started questioning them who they were, he started trying to make like
No, I
they
didn't.
were
I
not
gave the
lie.
details. Stop
Then
putting
he
words
said,
in my mouth, bro. I
then
didn't
he
say none of
said,
that what
I'm
you
just
saying,
gonna
bro.
finish, Gullah. I'm gonna be finished in 1 second. I promise. Then he said middle not lie. Then he said middle not lie. But I ain't gonna come on here for the yak. I'm gonna share my screen. I already got the thing pulled up. Gullah made one statement, and I'm gonna got one statement with what I'm gonna pull up in an abstract published by a published author. You see that right there? PMC, Pro Medical. You see that? Okay, we're going from there. Now you see that? The Levant versus the Horn of Africa. Because he mentioned the Horn of Africa. And he said that the migration came from the Horn of Africa. Everybody heard him.
Oh, so you about to say they came from the Levant? Oh, it's getting worse, but go right ahead.
No, I'm going to show you something else.
All right, show us. You got the floor. Let's not cut him off. Go, my bad.
The Levant versus the Horn of Africa evidence, right? For bi-directional corridors of human migration. See this? I want everybody to see this so they don't say I'm faking. This article has been corrected. So anybody can go there and click that. All right. So I ain't trying to flake with nobody. All right. So now, right there, you see.
Stop. Go ahead. Stop. Go ahead.
Right there, you see paleoanthropological evidence indicates that both the Levantine. Come on, bro. Stop being stupid now. Shit hard enough to read.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute everybody while you just so you won't get distracted while you're reading. I hope nobody minds. So go right ahead.
Okay, it reads, paleoanthropological evidence indicates that both the Levantine corridor and the Horn of Africa served repeatedly as migratory corridors between Africa and Eurasia. We have begun investigating the roles of these passageways in bidirectional migrations of anatomically modern humans by analyzing 45 informative allelic. That's biallelic. That means 2 alleles on a DNA marker, as well as 10 microsatellite loci, right? Or, hold on, let me increase that, I can't see. Or non-recombining region of Y chromosome. The non-recombining region of Y chromosome, NRY. In 121, I'm getting there, and 147 extant males from Oman and northern Egypt. Now, Oman is in the Horn of Africa. Egypt is in Northeast Africa, right by the Levant. So we're studying these 2 corridors, binary corridors, one at Oman by the Red Sea, by the Horn of Africa, Persian Gulf, over that area, and then one by the Levant, by Palestine coming on land. So we're talking about those two areas. Now watch this, respectively. The present study uncovers three important points concerning these demic movements, the E3V1M78 and the E3B3M123 lineages, as well as the R1M173 lineages mark gene flow between Egypt and the Levant during the Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic, right? Look how long ago that was. Paleolithic and Mesolithic. In contrast, what Gullah was talking about, this is my point. In contrast, the Horn of Africa appears to be of a minor importance in the human migration movements between Africa and Eurasia, represented by these chromosomes and observation based on the frequency distributions of E3B, M35, no known downstream mutations, and M173. Okay,
let's stop at the M7103 before I let Gullah respond. No. I already want to respond because they said significant to the it traveling from the Levant into Egypt. Go back and read it again. Of course, the Horn of Africa won't be significant to the migrations coming from the Levant into Egypt. That was kind of written in a funny way that you gotta deal with these words to see how they're getting around you. Read that again.
Okay, I mean, so far what you said didn't contradict them, but what
no, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to be clear for people to see that the significance they saying is insignificant as far as the flow of genes coming from the Levant into Egypt. And I'm gonna open up for Gullah, and then anybody can unmute themselves. But I want to hear from Gullah next after this. Oh, just wait. Hold on.
Yes, I got one more thing to show. Now you asked me to read some, so I can't bypass what you're saying. But I got one more thing to show down on the thing. So what you want me to go back and read before you?
So just that one part you just read. Not the whole thing. Right there where it says.
Can you see it?
It says.
He just made Gullah point, Smash. Are we serious right now? Did you see the video?
Wait, let me finish.
I kind of felt that way too, but listen to what he said. Look,
Oh,
go back up to what they say indicates that both the Levant corridor.
Oh my God! You keep saying that. I'm asking you where you want me to go.
Hold on, we making it too intense, bro. I'm trying to find a page on YouTube.
Babylon, hide
with all of this intensity, it's hard to find. Maybe you should smallen the font a little bit.
Take it down.
Okay, I'll smallen the font right there, Smash.
Now, is that the top of the article up there? Do it start at Levant corridor, or is there more above it?
Corridor between Asia and Africa. Can you please?
Hold on. Go down some, Babylon. I'm trying to get to this point. Sorry, y'all.
You see the R1 marker?
Okay.
You see the R1
We have
marker?
begun investigating the roles of these passageways in bi-directional migration of anatomically modern.
I think Babylon even proving my point.
Right, yeah. There you go. Start from in contrast. Oh, I'm gonna mute everybody. Look, hey, Babylon. Start from Babylon. Unmute Babylon and start from in contrast, please. And everybody listen to what this says. And let's see what's up with our listening skills. Oh, come on, Babylon, unmute, and then you can unmute right now.
Put it back up.
And then you can read it. Come on.
Back up, Babylon. Keep it there. Don't do it.
He's trying to hide that out, huh?
Yeah, hide that one, yo.
It'd be funny when people doing this. I remember the first person to do this. Who was it, Kamisha?
Yeah. Smash. If you mute me, Smash. Smash. If you mute me, if you mute the person that you let him present over the person that's not presenting, and I ain't even got a chance.
I didn't mute you. Listen to how it works, family. When you press mute all, it mutes all, and you're the first person I asked to unmute. It's just like that. So I can't just mute everybody and isolate you out. But you got the floor, bro. All I want you to read is in contrast.
Okay. Can I just have it for a few minutes though? No matter
no,
how
Babylon, just take it down, Babylon, for me.
All
right. So I'm gonna give it. Hey, Bobby, I'm gonna give it to him for a few minutes.
I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna go allow participants to unmute themselves real quick. Now you're the only one off mute, and you got 2 minutes. Go, but please just read the in contrast part. Start from there. We got all that.
I'm saying I'll read it, Smash. I ain't got no problem. You just couldn't tell me where to go. Don't make like it's on me.
What am I saying that's making you start screaming, bro?
Okay, let me get it in contrast. Where the in contrast at? Let me get there. Let me get that.
Is right there. It's right there. Go
Right
ahead.
there. I see it now. I see it. I'm scrolling down. Now, Smash, the reason why I'm saying this is because you put me on hold like 30 times, and I still ain't got in from the last time since car went. So I just asked politely, can I present some information? And then in the middle of it, I'm getting, okay, let me go. In contrast, the Horn of Africa appears to be of minor importance. Now, Gullah said the Horn of Africa is where they came from. Here it says it appears to be of minor importance in the human migratory movements between Africa and Eurasia.
Stop. That's where you messed up. You have to read a complete sentence. They say it is insignificant in the human migratory movements between Africa and Eurasia. Because they would just be walking in through Egypt. So the Horn of Africa will be insignificant to that. But they're not saying it's insignificant to the peopling of Egypt. So you still got the floor, but I just asked Gullah to come in, and then I allow everybody do you see that though? That mistake right there?
Yeah, I do. And that's why I say I don't see why you even saying that, because that doesn't, but you're gonna say I ain't saying that. So let's move on.
So you got the floor, and Gullah's gonna respond. I'm muting out. Go ahead.
I wasn't even listening. I was waiting for the
Oh,
phone.
my
I got something to
bad.
share,
But
though.
I kind of just showed them how they wasn't saying that the Horn of Africa is significant. They're saying it's significant. It's insignificant when you're dealing with the migrations from the Levant into Egypt, which we should all know that. Why would it be
Smash?
Huh?
Right.
Because it's hella far away. Ain't got shit to do with it.
It's not even right there.
This is Babylon accidentally misusing the data that I think he might have misunderstood. But
I told him to take it down though, because it's proven everybody.
How can y'all wait now? If I study something,
it's still his floor. Turn. Go ahead, Babylon. I'm on mute.
I study too now. I'm letting you walk with that, and then at the same time you kicking me down. Now I'm saying that this
like the article. I want you to read the article from the top.
No,
Man, I don't even listen to these type of. I don't listen to people like that. I mute out. I don't
Man, there's
listen to the type of
107 people watching, so they want to hear. Shout out to the supporters.
I want him to start the article. Ain't that crazy, guys?
But this is where it's getting bad. I need more control. Hold on. I can't trust us. I know we all respect ourselves and we all think we should be heard over the other person, but it's actually Babylon Don time. Unmute Babylon Don, finish what you're saying, and then we're going to go to the next person, please. Thank y'all for participating. I'm just doing this for my viewership. Babylon Don, please unmute. Please, because you know when I mute everybody, I got to mute you too. There you go. Now, you got the flow. Please share why you shared that article and get your bars off. I'm muted. Go.
Okay. My point, despite what you said, Smack, despite you said I'm reading the article wrong, I'm going to repeat that we're studying two corridors that's going into Africa. One from the Horn of Africa, which I explained was the Red Sea area, Saudi Arabia area. I explained it. And one from the Levant, which was being on land, coming down through Palestine from that way, okay? Those are two corridors. It's nothing for me to misunderstand. I already know what I read. When I read the part about in contrast, let me get to it so I can make sure I don't skip that, and then I'm gonna move to the part where I wanna read, not the part that you telling me to stop it so I can prove y'all point. I don't see the part in contrast. I gotta get back up. Where is it? In contrast. In contrast. What you want to color this?
There go right there. In contrast.
In contrast, the Horn of Africa appears to be now. Wait, let me make this point. They're given 3 points. You see the number 1 above that, where it says concern 3 important points concerning these demic movements. The first point has been made. The E3B1 and the M78 lineages, as well as those lineages, mark gene flow between Egypt and the Levant during the Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic period. So they already showing you that the gene flow between Egypt and the Levant was first. And they not saying that it came from the Levant into Egypt, Smash. They saying it came from Egypt into the Levant. But let me get to that and show you. In contrast, number 2, the Horn of Africa appears to be of a minor importance in the human, and we talking human migratory, because I just mentioned Mesolithic and Paleolithic. So we talking human migratory movement between Africa and Eurasia. Africa first, going into Eurasia, not the other way, represented by these chromosomes and observation based on the frequency distributions of that. Then it got three, the aerial diffusion patterns. Okay, now I'm gonna go down to the bottom. I'm gonna do some lookership because this is a dense article and the people in here are talking. I could have read and explained it, but ain't nobody gonna let me do that. So let me get down to this other last point that I want to make. We skipping over a lot of material. Let's get down to the map.
Hold on,
So
Babylon.
So we can get to the lookership.
Babylon.
There go my lookership
Hold
right
on,
there.
Babylon. I know you hear me, bro. Calm down. Listen.
Okay.
You don't feel rushed. Don't feel like you rushed. And get your point off because when they respond, you won't be able to speak. So don't feel rushed. Just do your thing. Slow down, count to go. You got it.
Okay, I did feel rushed. Okay, so then thank you for that, brother Smash. Now, Smash, my phone is little, bro. I'm old, bro. So I'm not gonna be able to read all of that that's on this map. So I'm gonna do some color shift, and the people out there can look at that and see what I'm talking about. That's a map of Africa. That's the Horn of Africa, where you see Arabian, Arab, Oman. Now, I don't agree with the word Arab, but we're going to go with that, Arab Oman. And then we see Arab Egypt. So we see the two corridors that they're talking about. We see the corridor up there by the search symbol, and we see the corridor by the green and red by Egypt. Now, what I want the people to pay attention to is look at the bottom where Osama Carter was talking about, from west to east. Look at all the green, then the little white. Look at Bimliki in South Cameroon. Look at the Bantu in South Cameroon, right there. Now, look at the Hutu in Rwanda. Look at the Tutsi in Rwanda. Now, look at the Warak in Tanzania and the Bantu in Kenya. Now, look at their colors. Now, look what they all have in common with Oman at the top and Egypt. It's the light green. You see the light green? The light green? So with just pure lookership, and anybody could go read the article, with just pure lookership, we can see that they have genes, DNA, connected with the original just solid green right there, benign, all that, where they didn't really mix, coming all over, and they have those same light green genes. You see those light green genes in Oman? You see those light green genes in Arabia? Let me show you what those are right quick before we go. Let me show you exactly what those light green genes represent. I'm gonna go back up a little bit. That's a dense chart right there too. So, but we ain't gonna stop right there. Let me show you what these genes mean though before we go, so I can get this out. Bat wing gene. They don't know nothing about bat wing gene. See that bat wing expansion? Explain that to me. Y'all explain what bat wing means. Okay, now here we go. Microsatellite analysis. The Egyptian and Omani samples were also analyzed at 10 microsatellite loci as described by this guy. See that? You can click. Oh, bro, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so it was described by him. We have also included results of an expansion analysis based on the intergeneration time of 30 years, right? So let me get to it. Wait, hold up. That was at the wrong spot. But right here, okay? You see this right here? You see they got the Baka Pygmies? You see this Ubuntu? You see the Democratic Republic of Congo? You see that? Now, this is what I want to show you, Smash. I'm going down. I just remember it's below where I'm talking about. And I'm going to end right here. I promise. I ain't going to talk no more. But I'm glad the people see that so they can go to this site, though. Watch this, though, Smash. I want to show you this language chart since they were talking all that crazy stuff. Let me show you. AMOVA, look that up. AMOV. You see that? AMOVA? Look that up. Tell me what that means. What AMOVA means. All right? What that mean? Right here, Smash. This is my last point. I think it is right here. Let me see. Wait, I'm almost there. See that, Rwanda? They showing the tree. Now, the most important part of this tree right here is at the bottom, where they mention Jews in Ethiopia. Now, this is a source paper. This Arabs in Oman, Arab and Berbers. And then they mention Morocco, like Smash mentioned earlier. But you see that at the end of the tree? See how it went from south to north? Watch my migration go from south to north. See that from Mali? See that from Burkina Faso to Mali, Burkina Faso to Cameroon, Benin? See that? See that? See it's going from south to north. Look, Republic of Congo. See that? When the brother mentioned the Tutsi, when the brother mentioned the Khoisan, watch what I show you. Look at the Hutu. Look at the Bantu. Look at Kenya. Look at the Warik. Look at that. All that before you ever get to Egypt. Okay? So now, let me show you this last part. Let me show you this last one, this language graph map. This language graph map, because we always dealing with geography and linguistics, right? That's what we always dealing with. This ain't the language part. That's just showing you the notes on where they from and giving you a legend. Wait, let me get to the language part. I told you I can't see. Last one, language chart. Where you at? Golly. What is language chart? I told you it's a big article. And it's an abstract, so it's in the journal. So it's not just wiki or none of that. So you can't even play wiki or nothing like that. But I cannot find the language chart right now. Let me see. But in the language chart, in the language chart, it mentions this. I'm just going to say it because I'll find it later and somebody else could talk. In the language chart, though, it shows you Nilo-Cushitic, okay? And it separates what you call Nubia language, the Meroitic script, which we already know is different. It separates the Meroitic from the Egyptian, and it calls it Nilo-Cushitic, I think. And it shows Semitic and all of that. So when they say that ain't in there, it is in there. So to say Afro-Asiatic and say Middle Nile, that don't tell us nothing. That's no information. Gullah didn't make a point by saying they from the Middle Nile. Who are the people? What is the land? What is the language? And how did they get there? That go the word Khoisan right there for everybody to see. Khoisan, biggest day. And that goes some of the language groups right there. Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan.
I just gotta interrupt you. Hold on. I gotta interrupt you. Okay. Do not suffice to say, there go the word Khoisan. What are they saying about the Khoisan? Go right ahead.
I'm going to show you that it's a part of the language group, and I said geography and linguistics is what I'm pointing out. It say right there, it say the significant, which suggests significant geographical structuring involving both inter and intra-regional. Now, inter meaning coming outside in. Intra meaning once we get the genes, we mix the genes amongst ourselves. Like the internet and the intranet, this is inter-regional mixing and intra-regional mixing along the binary corridor. Heterogeneity, respectively. We observed similar results when the populations were grouped by language. See, that goes my linguistic point, because we group them by language. We cannot tear the geography from the linguistics. Geographic and linguistic go together. Now, look, Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Atlantic Congo. They ain't never mentioned that. Volta Congo. They don't know nothing about that. And Khoisan. These are the language groups that was in those areas. That's what they were speaking before they started talking about all this stuff. The nigga be Godolphin, Badarian, Nilo, Kokian, all that. Let's get, like Osam Kadam pointed out, there is a genetic link. We see the green from all the way from South Africa into North Africa, and stop man like the Nile end somewhere, because the Nile go all the way back to the foothills of the mountains of the moon, because that's what the word Mount Kilimanjaro means. Look up the word Mount Kilimanjaro. It means that all the way down to Lake Victoria, and it's two sources of the Nile. It's another one. So no, it goes all the way down to South Africa. And yeah, we'll be in Great Zimbabwe. Like the brother tried to jokingly say, I'll take you all the way to Great Zimbabwe. So Smash, I'm pretty much done. That's my point. I just wanted to make sure that the people understood what was going on with the languages and how they listed, and that Afro-Asiatic and all of that stuff, Nilo-Saharan, Semitic, all those just regional names, they help us register stuff. But once we do that, we got to get down to who are the people and what language they speak and what's the name of the land. If you can't point that out, the only thing you're going to say is Middle Nile, Mediterranean, Caucasus. That don't mean nothing. We ain't getting nowhere. I'm done, Smash.
All right, you guys can unmute yourselves, but Corey, the first.
Can you read it? Hey, Babylon, can you read the conclusion, please, for us, brother?
Well, you want to go all the way to the bottom? Let's see.
Yeah, just read the conclusion. I just wanted, yes.
Yes, sir.
Babylon, I want to give you some props, bro. I appreciate, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate at the end the quote from Dr. Ben. That put the icing on the cake. That's what I'm talking about right there, bro. That's it right there, bro.
That's right. That confirmed. Because they were saying that Dr. Ben.
No, but he ain't joking, because he said, don't be joking from the bottom of your heart. So you serious, right, Corey?
Hey, Smash, can I say something, please?
No, I'm not joking.
read the
I really
conclusion.
I
No.
appreciate that.
He
because
ain't joking, see?
that I'm not joking at all. That everything he said is exactly what I've been saying.
No, keep moving.
And I just appreciate him highlighting that. So go ahead, bro. I appreciate you adding that Dr. Ben quote at the end. That really that did it all.
You see the conclusion you were saying on that right there. What it said. Go ahead.
The diverse NRY haplotypes observed in Egypt and Oman are to a large extent distinctive from those of the sub-Saharan collection and establish a substantial base for comparison with other regional populations. NRY markers typical, now that means non-recombining YAP DNA, NRY, non-recombining Y chromosome. Markers typical of the current sub-Saharan African E3A-M2 and derivatives are represented by low frequencies in Egypt and Oman. Thus, may be a recent acquisition. You see that? Wait, let's make sure the people heard that. Let's read that again. Current sub-Saharan Africa are represented by low frequencies in Egypt and Oman, and thus may be a recent acquisition, at least in part, from the slave trade. In contrast, markers signaling. Now,
you falling off
fast. In contrast, listen, bro. At the top
Just
of
read
the
it. Keep reading.
study,
Yo, just keep reading. Yo.
Okay.
No, you doing good.
Let me
Yo,
make
keep
the
reading.
point to Smash. Okay. We doing
No,
good.
Smash trying to throw you off, yo. Don't let him throw you off, yo.
No,
Come on, you doing
okay.
good.
Let me say this then. Okay,
All
I
right,
got
all
you.
right, go ahead, bro.
Good.
All
Okay,
right.
let me say this. Okay. So Smash, at the beginning of the article, it say we study modern humans. So they're not studying Egyptian mummies. They're not studying ancient people. They're doing a comparison of the modern people DNA to ancient DNA. Let's get this established. Come on, Bobby Banger.
Hey,
Chill,
Smash,
bro.
can I
No,
tell
you
you
good.
something?
Just finish
Hey,
reading.
man,
You
this
don't.
dude, you get his
Come
clown
on,
to
come
his
on,
drone, bro.
come on,
I
go.
can't hear
Let me read it,
myself
yo.
even talk because you mumbling in the background. You loud though.
Yeah,
So
but
let me read
you
it.
10 minutes into your presentation, so come on, land this
No,
plane.
You was doing good. Yo.
Now
Why you let Smash throw you off?
I'm reading what Unc told me to read, the conclusion.
I appreciate you, yo. That's good job, yo. We can
So
get
let
this
me
on.
read it, Unc. Let me
Go
read
ahead,
it without you being like, okay. The diverse NRY haplotypes observed in Egypt and Oman are to a large extent distinct. So this means that the ones in Egypt and Oman are different. The way they show in the color map, they different, they distinctive from those of the sub-Saharan, which we show. The ones in Egypt and Oman got colors on it, white, red, yellow, and all that. And the ones in the South Saharan didn't have nothing but mostly green. So we got that from those of the sub-Saharan collection and establish a substantial base, the key word there, a base for comparison with other regional populations. Comparison Smash. NRY markers typical of the current sub-Saharan Africa, E3A and M2 and derivatives, along with its derivatives, are represented by low frequencies in Egypt and Oman, and thus may be recent acquisition, at least in part, from the slave trade. In contrast, though, markers signaling the Neolithic, remember I mentioned Mesolithic and Paleolithic? In contrast, older markers, ancient markers, Bobby Banger, expansion from the Middle East. You see that? That's the Levant, Bobby Banger. In contrast, markers signaling the Neolithic expansion from the Middle East, 1,2F2, M201, and M35 derivatives constitute the predominant component in those two Afro-Asiatic populations.
Which two?
It say EM35 derivatives. You talking about the branches, bro? EM35 don't come from the Middle East.
We talking about Oman
EM35 come from East Africa,
Rockwell.
Okay.
That's the two Afro-Asiatic populations, Smash Rockwell, Oman and Egypt.
Why y'all cut that man off?
The situation is further complicated by the fact that
you know what he's talking about, bro. You talking crazy.
Gullah not gonna let him live. Gullah ain't gonna let him
No,
live.
that ain't right, Gullah. That ain't right, y'all. That
Be
man
for
was
real.
doing good. Yeah, we
Hey,
was
Gully, we're gonna give you
Which
the
are
whole
you
floor.
raising?
You're gonna get the whole floor to respond
Are
right
we
after you
reading?
finish.
We're gonna let you read it, Gully.
Which are Eurasian in origin, the
See, this why I'm mad
undifferentiated
because he fooled
M35
me though.
lineage.
No, I'm cutting you off because you fooled me. Because you had me thinking you was darling deep sub-Saharan Africa. You went straight to the Levant and pulled a Shanghai on me. And at the end of this, everybody came from the Levant. So am I?
Okay,
So am I
can
clear that
finish?
everybody came from the Levant now? Is what you're saying, right?
No, you're not clear. I just told you, Smash. Can I finish it?
He got
Can I
me on
finish
my
it?
Let him
own
I
finish,
told
show.
you.
Smash.
Huh? He
Smash.
got me on
This
my
Let him
own
finish,
show.
migration is
Smash.
the other way. Don't be silly, Smash.
We having
It's not
fun.
from
Go
the
ahead,
Levant.
my brother. Go ahead. We
It's
having
not
fun.
from the Levant. It's not from the Levant into Africa, Smash.
Thank
Don't
you.
Yo, I'm
be
with you.
silly.
You're right.
I
I
just
told you
wanted you
10
to say
times.
that out loud, so I was over here
No, you
depressed.
didn't. No, you didn't. It's from Africa into the Levant,
Okay.
Smash.
No,
You keep
okay.
making
So
the
go right in.
same mistake
No,
that
this
the
is
young
obvious. Look, I'm
I'm gonna
learning,
tell
bro.
y'all something about
Listen,
ignoring.
hey, I'm listening to you read and I'm learning. I made a mistake. That's not the biggest thing to do. Now go right ahead.
Y'all
Yeah,
ignoring
let me finish it. You
discovery
keep making
that
that
he
same
made.
mistake, though. That's what I'm saying. Laughing with Uncle,
But they
because they
ignoring
keep
the
trying
key
to make like
discovery.
We
it
not
came from
laughing.
the
I'm on your
Levant.
side.
You got to
Babylon
remember,
got
you
him
had
on
the
your
floor.
side, yo.
Oh, you had the floor with everybody muted, and you said you was done. Then Ankh asked you to read the conclusion, and now it's taking hella long. So people could say something. Go ahead.
Well, this is the
want to say,
conclusion.
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
reading the conclusion.
Go ahead,
This
brother.
is look at the conclusion.
Man, why
Look
you
at
gotta
it. It's on the
scream at
screen.
me? I'm just saying, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
that's what I'm
ahead.
saying.
He
That's
said he
what I'm
was
point
old,
out.
Smash. The man said he was old. He could barely see the colors, yo.
Can I point out something?
Okay, just let me read the one last sentence.
I
Go
need to
ahead.
point something out for you,
I ain't
though.
gonna do it on me.
No, in your favor.
I just want to
I need to
read
point
one
something
thing. Just
in
let
your
me read
favor,
one
though.
thing. Just let me read one thing. Please,
Go ahead,
let me
bro.
read one thing. Don't
Because
make
I'm
me
going
be
to
like
you
Chief
up.
Ed.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna
Okay. In Egypt, known M35 derivatives. Now, just so I can make smash points, so I can make smash C. Derivatives are present in polymorphic levels, and there is a near distance of undifferentiated M35. It is reasonable to believe that the Levantine corridor may have played an important role in the dispersal. Look up the word dispersal from Africa.
Okay.
Dispersal from Africa.
Thank you.
Reflected by these chromosomes involving both forward and backward flow. So I can get into the back migration if you want me to. The lack of E1B M35. Wait, listen, this is my
Hey,
last.
cuz Black Alchemy, I got stream fatigue. We about to close it down. I ain't holding no order no more. So go ahead.
He said he keep going. Time to say he done. Keep going.
I can't do it no more.
It's the asymmetrical presence of the two
Let
Oman
that man
M35
read,
derivatives
man.
has a greater frequency than E3B1 M78, as well as the differential
Asian African
distribution
involved
and
these
the lineage.
chromosomes.
So we see
Hey, let
that
him finish.
Eurasia
Hold
and
on.
Africa,
I'm gonna go back to
Eurasia and Africa.
Go ahead. Come off mute, Babylon. We're trying to help it for the listening audience. Babylon.
Oh yeah, read that part right there.
Come on, Babylon. Come off mute. Please, for the listening audience, Babylon. You're not even listening
Babylon,
to us.
they ignoring something that you made a key discovery, and they ignoring it.
He got his phone turned upside down. He ain't even listening to us. You know how when you argue, you turn your phone upside down? Babylon, come on, bro. You don't hear us? Come off
Bring
mute.
it home.
Hey, but Babylon, listen, though, he kind of killed, because I know the Amarat squad, they was looking to see where Dr. Ben got that from, that quote from. But he done discovered that. He killed y'all, and he know where the
Babylon, it was only like that for like 30 seconds.
Y'all ignoring y'all want to ignore where he killed y'all at.
They do.
Make fun of everybody else.
All right, Corey, so where did it kill it at?
What's his point, though? I don't know what's it.
No, he said that because the Amarat squad said, "Oh, well, we couldn't find where Dr. Ben got the quote from." You know what I'm saying? Because y'all wasn't researching.
No, he don't got the quote. He said that Kilimanjaro means mountain of the moon, but he didn't say
that's what I'm saying.
But he didn't say he found it in the text. He didn't say he found it in the Metal Netcher.
I found it in the text.
Oh, you did say you found it in the Metal Netcher?
Said it.
I'm gonna leave that alone right there.
No, Smash. No,
Go
you
ahead,
trying to
Babylon. Go ahead.
Hey, you found that in the Metal Nature?
Smash, you be running for your boys. I like that though. You down with them. You don't let them
Oh
get their head
man,
down.
yo.
You don't let Uncle and Gullah get beat
He a
up.
ball
I like that,
hog, dog.
Smash.
This nigga's a
Babylon, you my
ball
man,
I
hog.
got
yo.
you. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it, Babylon. I got you, bro. I ain't gonna let them run you
I
over.
like that, Smash.
I'm not gonna let them run you over, bro. I mean,
Babylon, I'm
Hey,
with
you
you,
did
yo.
good today, Babylon. That's the best you ever did.
That's the best you ever did, yo, to prove to help us out. That was crazy. I love that shit right there. Yo went got that scientific article, yo, and put it on y'all. He put it on you, Smash.
With a real source, but I thought he was betraying me though, providing information to
No, I
harm me.
promise I
Basically.
wasn't, Smash. You know I ain't going for that. The Africa from the butt, man. Come on, bro. You know I ain't finna do that on this,
Hey,
Smash.
Babylon,
No way, bro.
put the article in the back for us, yo. We like to read that again in the privacy of our home, yo.
Yeah, you
Do
know
that
he
for me,
gonna do
yo.
a whole show and beat you up on how you read it wrong.
No, I'm not. No.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't
Be a
care about
pseudo
bullshit.
die
Hey,
at
I
their
ain't even
source.
mad at him, yo.
Nah, that was
Long as he
good.
brought
I
something real,
appreciated that.
I don't care. I don't care, yo.
I appreciate
They
it.
go for a sawtooth. Long as y'all bring something to read on this motherfucker, yo, we can handle that.
I just think it's like poker or dominoes or when you throw out the wrong card at the wrong time. Because we was talking about the people in
Can I share my
between
screen real
Egypt
quick,
and
Smash?
in between Egypt and Kush, and this didn't
That's a
even say
waste
nothing
of
about them.
time.
Even though it was a good point that you made, it threw us to a different direction.
What's the point he made, Smash? I'm just curious.
But the article too big. It got Kush in here.
He
Look,
basically was
it
saying,
mentions Kush and Kufu.
"Is this
But
you
the
was saying? Is this what you
big.
was saying? Is this what you was
Screens,
saying,
let
Gullah?
somebody
Real
else
quick,
share
hold
something,
on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Hey, is this what you was saying, Gullah? Was you saying that? I mean, not Gullah. Is this what you was saying, Babylon? That all that Mediterranean DNA that they was talking about, we got evidence that it actually started in East Africa and went out.
You said it better than I could say it. Facts.
Oh, that article ain't say that though.
Well, it did say it. He read that. He read that point. He
He
read
covered
that part.
And he said it was from the South in particular. So he definitely helped me. But he
I
mentioned
saw.
said
So
that
now we
yesterday.
know.
back and forth.
I
Now
said
we
that
know.
yesterday. I said Mediterranean
Hey,
had
Gullah, don't worry
African
about it. We're gonna read it
We
later.
can't talk about it.
When you
We
read
can't even fight it. Because it's Mesolithic,
You're right,
Paleolithic,
yo. This is the.
and Neolithic.
I couldn't tell them green. It was different shades of green, Babylon. I'm old too,
It's
yo.
two
Like you
different
said,
shades
you
of
old.
green. I'm giving you the article. Here go the
All right, you
article.
put it
Look at
there.
the top of the screen, Bobby Banger. Wait, I
All right,
can't
let me
copy
Hey,
it
see.
because
share
I'm
the
on my
article
phone.
because we about to close down. I got family
All
to
right, put it
tend
at
to.
the top of
I'm
the screen.
starting
Go
to
I
be one
can't
of
see
these
it. You ain't
YouTube
put it there.
people.
Hold on. Hold
Ignoring
on,
my
Babylon. Put
family
it
for
down. I can't see
YouTube.
it. Put it down. Hold on.
Hey, here
I
it
don't
is.
see it.
We got Reggie coming on in an hour with his presentation,
That ain't
right?
the title. Babylon. That's not
No,
the
that's
title
not
of
the
the
title.
article.
Go down. But you can share the
Scroll,
link for
scroll.
everybody. See,
All right, make it smaller.
yeah, yo,
Make it
why your
smaller.
font so big? Yeah.
Because I'm
You
blind,
said
Smash.
you
I'm
can't see the
old.
shit.
reading glasses. You know you got reading glasses.
Well, then you should start turning your phone to the side. Turn it to the side right now, bro. It'll just put
Okay,
more
it ain't.
information on the screen. It'll make it big on YouTube for everybody. I'm not trying to inconvenience you.
Okay, I'm turning it to the side right now. I had to go get it. I had to go pick it
Oh,
up.
but you don't got.
Now,
Yeah, there
that's
you go. Now, but it did bigger. But I never seen it do this small. But that's fine. That's fine. It's at least better.
Okay, so what you want? It say learn more about our disclaimer. What you want right there? Let me see. And Hume.
Well, if you can't copy the link to the article, copy the title and put it in the back chat, and we'll be able to. If you just,
Okay.
I know how to
Listen.
show you. Just look, just click
Versus
the
the
three
one
buttons, and you see that. Click that right there. That share button. That share button right there, next to the evidence word.
Okay, that's the name of the article though. The Levant versus
make
the
just
Horn of
make it
Africa.
easy for us. Click the share button. You missed it. It was the share button was right there.
I just clicked the share
okay,
button.
now click link, copy link right there. You see copy link?
Yeah, I got it.
Now just put it in the back chat.
Yeah, we got it. Let's go one, Babylon.
Thank you, Smash.
Thank you.
Smash
We're gonna
always
read
teach
that
me,
to you
man. You
today.
taught me how to use the thing, bro. And now you teach me how to do this. So
Hey, but I got
appreciate
stream fatigue and I can't even keep no order. Thank y'all for making this another good show. You know what I'm saying? And then let's prepare for Reggie's show on the House of Consciousness, because I'm gonna come on there, and if he right, he right. If he wrong, he wrong. But I'm gonna see what we say. He about to do a good presentation this evening, he said. And so, but I'm about to.
Go
So
ahead,
listen,
Babylon.
It's in the back chat.
on the way
It's
out,
in
I
the
want to
back
hear
chat
from
right
y'all.
now.
I want to hear from everybody on the way out. If y'all don't mind. Asar, let's start. What you think you've seen today?
I'll be quick and brief. Definitely Kemet starts in the South. People denying the Southern Africans, what they call sub-Saharan. You should just say Southern Africans being the start of ancient Egypt, and also pushing the culture with different
Conflate
Libyans,
everything.
which we've read. Brother, it ain't your turn. That ain't cute. All right. So, being part of the Libyans, which we've read a particular article that showed that Nahesi groups moved into Libya before. That should be a misnomer for you now. Anytime you hear that type of information, you know that they're probably moving like Zahi Hawass. They're black, but they're white. And usually that's the speakers that you listening to. They're black, but inside they're white, or mentally they're white, and they don't want you connected to ancient Egypt in any way. They don't even want you connected to good things in Africa, such as the Nahesi. You can't even be Sudani. You can't even be from Tanzania, because that's East Africa, and they strictly want you with the slavery mentality in West Africa. And West Africa is beautiful, it's glorious, it's incredible, but it's not the only part of Africa. So we have to lose that mindset. And with that, go ahead.
That was a good one. Somebody said, nigga said that ain't, oops, excuse my language. Somebody said, he said that ain't cute. That made me laugh in the chat. But so who next to, anybody got something to say they want the people to hear about this discourse that we just had? Could go right
Yeah,
ahead.
let me
You
close
don't
them out
gotta
real
go right now. Yeah, shit. You go last. What's up? Anybody want to say something?
Hey, I
I'm just
just
gonna
want to
spin.
say I'm done smashing. I appreciate it. It was a great show, bro, and I'm done. Thank
Word
you,
up.
bro.
Thanks for
Thank
you,
you.
and thanks for your presentation. Thanks for finally having a source that they can't even look. You bring a scientific source like that, nobody can say shit. You see the difference? Yeah, you got to see the difference. So it should be that level every time, and you would never find no type of contention unless you misusing the data like you might have been doing. But anyway, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But anyway,
You're so wrong.
Gullah, what's up? Gullah, what's up? You got you want to tell the people something about what Babylon said or anything you heard today?
Cool. I'm just spin the block on Bobby show, and we're gonna hit him with that Drake and that switch.
I heard that. And what's your channels too? We need people. We want to know more things to subscribe to.
Oh yeah, check out Gullah Jabiri / Al Jaheed's podcast.
Word up, word up. Bobby Banger going to take us out, and I'm gonna get ready to close this down.
Man, you know what? I had no idea, man, that 15 years ago when we started espousing people to use the articles, I kind of knew that once everybody started actually bringing sources, that would be the easiest way to get them. I had no idea it would be this easy. So I actually appreciate everybody that brought sources, because now we can sit back and read them and see what the comprehension level is and understand the history of Africa. And I'm gonna finish with this. Look, man, if you go to Asia, you got people in India, you got people in China, and people in the Caucasus, right? And they're all Asians. There is no one way to be Asian. Nobody's trying to mix all that together. So I'm gonna let you know, when you go to Africa, right, you got the most diversity in populations, more than Asia does. So there's no one way to be African, and everybody knock it off, man. Peace to the family, man. Peace to the Magi. Magi, you funny as hell, bro. I'm gonna call you later, yo. You funny.
Hey, when you going live? I mean, on the
You say Reggie going live. I think I'm gonna go live on the pseudo killers, man.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because if Reggie going live,
don't do it at the same time. Forget all that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
I would rather have us clowning in the chat together than be having to go
All right.
from channel to channel. You know
All
what I'm
right,
saying?
all right, we're gonna do that. All right,
We
we're gonna
might do an
that. We're gonna
after
wait for
show of
Reggie.
his shit or some shit. But all right, y'all. Thanks for
bet.
tapping in. Appreciate y'all. Peace, peace, peace. Word up. Now I'm just gonna say I don't even care who won the argument. I'm just happy to see Babylon Don step his game up some. You know. Now let's let Aaron DeSouza take us home with his final statements, bringing some clarity to us from the modern Egyptological perspective. And peace, y'all. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the cash apps. And peace. What else can I say? Peace, peace, peace.
Fact in modern Egypt, which is a problem for people like me because I am trained as an Egyptologist, but I'm often not really thought of as an Egyptologist because I study Nubia or Nubian cultures. But looking at this map, you can see that half of Nubia is actually in Egypt. And
I'm stopping right there. Looking at this map, you can see half of Nubia is actually in Egypt. Peace, y'all.